Hello, everyone, and welcome to a Phyrexia All Will Be One limited set review with me and Julian Wellman.
Hello.
For those, if anyone doesn't know, Julian was a Worlds competitor recently in the most recent Worlds.
Yeah, and Jason helped me learn how to draft that format. And I'm excited about Phyrexia All Will Be One, not just because it's actually important for me to learn to draft at the Pro Tour, but I also think this set is going to be really cool because it kind of does some radical things that we haven't seen before, at least not in a long time, about like just an entire separate win con that is actually, I think, going to be pretty relevant.
Yeah, poison counters. I think
and
people
a lot
are going to lose
that
to
you
poison.
normally expect from limited sets kind of aren't here. In a lot of ways, I think. Anyway, I'll get into that more. So there are 5 main mechanics in the set, and they all are going to be relevant for limited: toxic, oil, corrupted, proliferate, and form Mirrodin. So I'll start with proliferate. There are only 3 things, as far as I can tell, that you can proliferate in the set. There are poison counters, oil counters, and loyalty counters. The loyalty counters are just for the 10 planeswalkers in the set, which is, it's like 3 times as many as normal, but it's still relatively few. So mainly it's just like we're looking for oil counters and the poison.
Yeah, we're not in War of the Spark. We don't have uncommon planeswalkers, at least.
Yeah. Yeah, and proliferate is, at least I only searched for commons, but it seems like it's very strongly based in the Sultai colors. Okay, so then other mechanics, there's toxic, which seems to be, I thought like maybe like, oh, almost all creatures would have toxic in addition to the normal power or something, but no, only about like a third or maybe a quarter of the common creatures have toxic.
Most of it's like
and
toxic
those that
1,
do
right?
are all Abzan colors. Yeah, so they're all Abzan. It doesn't mean that blue can't give people poison. It still has some cards that like actually give a poison directly or grant toxic or proliferate, of course. But blue's doing that a lot less, and red just has no poison related things at all. No proliferate, no anything. So that's kind of interesting.
Wait, red doesn't have proliferate? I know red has oil counters. I didn't realize it didn't have proliferate. Oh, I guess, yeah, proliferate you said was Sultai.
Yeah, at least in common, it didn't. Maybe it had like 1 card or something. I guess I'll pull up Scryfall in general so we can check this sort of thing. Okay. Color.
Volt Charge.
There's 1 common which proliferates.
Yes.
Volt Charge. Yeah, in red. And red does have a very heavy oil counter theme, so that's the next mechanic. Oil is focused in the Temur colors. And finally, the last mechanic is Form Mirrodin, which are these equipment which enter the battlefield with a 2/2 attached to them. And those are just Boros.
Yeah.
So that's like probably just the Boros archetype.
Yeah.
All right. I also, in the spreadsheet that I assume will share with the stream at some point.
Yeah, there's a command, !grades gives you this spreadsheet.
Okay. Spreadsheet will have not only our grades, we'll talk about in a moment, but also like an overview of the mechanics, archetypes, and colors as I perceive them after like, just doing some quick searches last night. So we can change that as we go. It's just really at the top level, like what are they billing the colors and the archetypes are, not like what they actually blend up. Okay, so we're gonna go through all the cards in this little bit unusual order, and we're gonna each grade them on a scale from 1 star to 5 stars, like as if the cards are like a restaurant, and then we just like just rate how good our experience was. And so, for example, if you had one of the best commons in the set, that should be a 5-star experience, because what's not to like about one of the best commons in the set? You're gonna first pick it a lot of the time. a 5-star. 1 star means the card is bad. You'll be sad to put in your deck, but it doesn't mean you'll never put it in your deck. It just means it's not good. The card. And then in between is in between, and we'll figure out exactly what 2, 3, and 4 really feel like as we go. And then some cards will be even worse than 1 or even better than 5, and we can give them 0, 6, and 7 if we really need.
We can give them a perfect 7 out of 5.
Yes. So I haven't checked this for myself, but I heard there are some really powerful rares in the set, which is a little unfortunate. But
those are rares, whatever. Yeah. There's a lot of really powerful like random planeswalkers. Also, hi Kodo.
Oh yeah, should I pop out chat so I can see what people are saying?
No one's really saying anything yet, but
but they will someday. Probably.
Yeah, maybe, hopefully. Anyways, so shall we get started on talking about cards?
Okay, so I have the gold cards first. Maybe we don't need to like rate them all first. We could even come back and rate the gold cards later, but we should at least read them first.
Okay, so let's just like trade back and forth. Like I'll start with read this one, the next one you read, etc. Go back and forth. Okay. So first up we have Cephalopod Sentry, 2 blue-white for a star 5 flyer. It's also an artifact, Phyrexian Squid. Its power is equal to the number of artifacts you control. So like if you have 2 other artifacts, this will be a 3/5 flyer. So yeah, really pointing to blue-white being a like focused on having a bunch of artifacts. I think this is like quite good.
Like you said, if you have 2 other artifacts, I think it's already quite a good card, and you could have way more than that.
Yep.
And I assume you're never going to be like, oh, I'm a blue-white deck, but I don't have any artifacts.
Yeah, like even by itself, it's a 1/5 flyer, which like isn't the most impactful, but like is good enough like defensively that you're not going to die when you play it, and then like you can like play more artifacts after it and grow it. I think I'd say 4 stars, 4.5 stars.
Yes, 4 stars is very reasonable.
Yes, the might tokens are artifacts, and also yes, the sound is quiet because I am bad at audio and I don't know how to make Julian louder.
We tried to fix it a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know how to make Julian louder, so I made myself quieter.
Okay, so I'll just try not to mumble.
Okay. Next card.
Voidwing Hybrid is the blue and black uncommon. So blue and black for a creature Phyrexian bat. Has flying toxic 1, and when you proliferate, return Voidwing Hybrid from your graveyard to your hand. It's a 2/1. So just on stats, that's already quite good. And it's like really easy to just keep playing.
Yeah, like 2 mana is really cheap for like a recursive thing. Yeah. So like it's really easy to go like I don't know, turn 4, like turn 2 play this, like maybe attack with it, maybe trade it off. Turn 4 you can like play the like 2 mana anticipate, proliferate, get this back, play it again. The toxic 1 also like really helps start the ball rolling on poison. I really like this. I think this is like probably one of the stronger uncommons.
Yeah, so I don't know how much of a gold penalty we're giving, but I would give it 5 stars because it's gotta be as good as the best commons.
I'm gonna say this is gonna be better than the best commons. I think this is like 5.5 stars.
All right, sure. So other thing I want to talk about these like archetypes a bit. It seems like black is the heaviest in poison, and I think like it might be that just like all the black color pairs except for red are more often than not gonna win via poison.
I think blue-black. Yeah, I think blue-black especially. In fact, like blue has a lot of defensive creatures.
Your plan isn't to actually attack with toxic creatures that much. Your plan is to proliferate.
Yes. And
you even have that spell which like just gives them a poison counter. There are black cards which also just give them a poison counter.
Yeah.
What's crazy to me is that just like a lot of burn the set. Like, anything that says proliferate, you can think of as a burn spell.
Yeah. I was joking earlier. Yeah. There's a like green split card. It's like a single green sorcery, like search for a basic or proliferate. And I was joking that that's a 1 mana Zoff consumption from Zendikar Rising, the MDFC.
But isn't Zoff consumption 4?
Yeah, it deals 4, gains 4. But like, I was joking that was like a sensible comparison at all.
More of a Fruit of Tizarus. Is that what it's called?
I mean, okay, yeah, but like it's an MDFC, right? That's the joke.
Yeah. Okay.
Ooh, that's a hot take. Anticipate, proliferate, best common in the set. I don't know if I'm there, but we'll get to it. We'll get to it. So I think move on. Next card.
Okay.
Charforger, 1 black red for a creature Phyrexian beast, 2/3. When it enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 red Phyrexian goblin creature token, and when another creature or artifact you control is put into the graveyard from the battlefield, you put an oil counter on this. I think a bunch of things have this text actually, like when a creature or artifact dies, basically. And remove
like exactly that way.
Yeah, remove.
It's not like red black sacrifice. It's creatures or artifacts move to the graveyard.
Yeah, I mean, like that. Yeah, it doesn't care exactly about sacrificing it, but like exile wouldn't count. Anyways, and then remove 3 oil counters from it. Exile the top card of your library. You may play that card this turn. So this is a 2/3 that comes with a 1/1, and like every 3 things dying lets you draw a card. Roughly, that's really good. Like just 3 mana, 2/3, and a 1/1 is already like really solid. Like there's a card in Ikoria that was something like that, but required you to attack. But if you can consistently like be fueling this either with things dying going to the graveyard or just with proliferate, that like is a really good engine. Like if this draws you 0 cards, it's already pretty solid. If it draws you 1 card, it's amazing.
Definitely can't go wrong with the card.
Yeah,
I am not sure how much you're really going to be doing the thing. Like maybe it's not actually like there are a ton of cards that do that.
I think you're going to be doing the thing quite often. Like, there's a cycle of common artifacts that are like skull bombs. They're like 1 mana for a artifact, like a trinket artifact. You can pay 1 sack and draw a card. Like all of them have that, and then you can also pay like 3 mana, including a color. Like for example, 2 and a blue. Sacrifice it.
And it really it just figures off stuff traded in combat. Like your Phyrexian goblin 1/1.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I'm tentatively
get 1. If they don't remove this card, you're probably gonna get 1.
Yeah, I'm tentatively really high on oil counters. Like everything I've seen with oil counters just looks really good to me, especially with proliferate.
But this one doesn't count because it's Let's say go higher than 5. No, I don't think it's better than the last one, so I'm gonna say 5 again.
I'm gonna say 5.5 again. I think it's about as good as the last
I'll warn you, Jason. I saw a comment that looked kind of insane. So there's like a really, really good card.
Okay, well, yeah, I'm gonna give that like 5.5 stars. I'm gonna give that 6 stars. What I don't care about your grading scale. Grades are fake, anyways.
So just tell me what top common means. It's like it is very good.
Also, hello, Link Fathom. Welcome on in.
All right.
But yeah, next card.
Cinderlash Ravager, 4 green and red, for a 5/5 creature Phyrexian warrior. The spell costs 1 less to cast for each permanent you control with oil counters on it, and it has vigilance, and it deals 1 to each creature your opponents control when it enters the battlefield. So that last line is like going to be really insane against some decks, but not do anything against others.
Wipes out all the mites.
Yeah, the mites is what it's going to be insane against, but some decks won't have that. You don't need that, I guess.
Yeah, there's like not that many X1s in the set. There's like a few. Yeah, there's 11 commons. There's like 24 total. Like obviously there's mites, but it's probably not going to kill that much. Obviously you can play it post combat also to like do some tricky stuff, or like pre-combat to enable attacks. I don't.
Okay, so how much is this gonna be costing? Like, I think 4 mana would be like. That would be ambitious, but it could happen. It really takes a lot of that happen by turn 4, for example. Okay,
so the dream curve is like 1 mana, 1/2, like the mana dork, right? Turn 2, you tap it, put an oil counter on it, and then play like another thing with oil.
And you can cast it on turn 3. You can't.
No,
you can't.
You
can't.
No, you can't, because the mana dork isn't a mana ability. It's a tap untap a land ability. Is there a way you can cast it on turn 3? I don't. There's like probably a way.
I wouldn't be happy with turn 4.
Okay.
4 is enough for me. I think 4 is already asking a lot though. turn 4.
I don't think so. I think there's a lot of things that have oil counters. And to answer a question from chat, some things put oil counters on themselves when they enter. Some things, like, you have to like do something to put an oil counter on it. Like the mana dork, for example, is a 1-mana 1/2 that like it has tap put. It doesn't enter with an oil counter, but it has tap put an oil counter on it, and tap remove.
I would say there are more that put them on themselves and put them on other things. But there are both.
Yeah, I think there's like very few things that put oil counters on other things, but there's a lot of proliferate. So like if you already have an oil counter, it proliferates. Yeah, and I think most of them like a lot of them also enter with an oil counter, so you don't have to do anything else. And like,
yeah, that's what I mean. They put them on themselves.
Okay. Yeah, but there's also things that don't enter with an oil counter, and like when you do something.
Condition.
Yeah. I think this will be played on turn 4 pretty often. If you can play it on turn 4, it's really good.
Yeah. Okay, but say if I'm thinking more modestly, if I play it on turn 6 for 4 mana and double spell, that's also totally good.
If you play it on turn 6 and double spell, I think it's like kind of medium. I don't know. Like, it doesn't like a 5/5 vigilance is fine, but it doesn't. I'm not that excited to like double spell with it on turn 6. I guess like it's not huge. It's not like it still dies to the big thing. I'm gonna give it like 4.5. Imagine ever giving
many halves.
Yeah.
I will have none.
Yeah, I think this. I'm like I would give it a 4, but I'm bumping it up a bit because I really like oil counters, and I want to. I'm very optimistic about oil counters.
Okay. Yeah. Right. You are. And yeah, so red and green are both oil colors, whereas red and black does not use the oil thing so much, but this card does.
Yeah. Though like red in general, I think has a lot of oil counters. Because it doesn't do anything with poison.
Focused, I would say.
Yep. Okay, next card. This is Slaughter Singer, white green for a 2/2 toxic 2. And also, whenever another creature you control with toxic attacks, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. So notably, this has another. It still attacks as a 2/2, but it's kind of like a lord for your other toxic creatures. Like all your mites will attack as 2/2s. Though it doesn't increase the toxic either. It's like a lord for regular damage / like getting through blockers. Kind of a weird card to think about because like it really plays with the tension between like toxic giving poison counters and like normal damage.
It sort of suggests that green white is going to be trying to pressure both life totals.
Yeah.
Okay, so I noticed about toxic that's hard to evaluate is that I want to think toxic 2. That's kind of similar to 4 power as a clock.
So you think this is a 2 power 4? Is 2 mana 4/2?
Yeah, in some sense, right? If you're winning via poison, that's 4 damage.
But it doesn't get through.
On the other hand, in combat,
toughness.
It doesn't kill something with 4 toughness.
Yeah. Like
4 power is better than that.
This gets blanked by an 0/3, or like by
yes.
Yeah, and then X3.
Yeah, and right. So, but the other thing is like say all your creatures had more virtual toxic power than normal power, right? 2/2 is toxic 2, 1/1 was toxic 1, etc. Then you kind of can't win by normal damage because they just will die from toxic first.
Yeah.
So then, like pumping your creatures is not very good because it's not pushing more damage, but it is making them harder to block.
I mean, so like. Not like if there's enough stuff that pump, like if you have like multiple of this kind of effect where you're pumping like normal damage instead of toxic, then you start then you get like if the fact that you have like toxic just makes you easier to pump with like pump stats as well, that does actually start killing people with normal damage.
Yeah, there are also a bunch of cards that say like if the creature has toxic, get an additional +1 or something.
Yeah.
Or actually, there's one that even like draws a card.
Yeah, it's a combat trick that draws a card if it has toxic.
There's like a few cards, I think.
Yeah, I think this card is like pretty good, but like I think it's hard to go wrong with a 2 mana 2/2 toxics too, and like the +1/+1 does help a lot with combat. Antheming your team, yes, it kills your opponent faster, but like also a big part of it is it just makes trading in combat so much harder, right? I think this card is actually really good.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it a 5, but I want to talk more about it.
I'm gonna say 5.
Okay.
First normal grade from me.
You gave a 4 to the first card.
Oh no, I gave 4.5 to the first card.
Cephalopod Sentry?
Yeah.
So okay, all
right. Just keep it as a 4. I don't care.
Okay. The other thing, like, when you're building your deck, are you going to like say like, I'm actually going to be attacking both life totals, or this sort of thing? That seems like inefficient. It seems like you would have a better deck if you made it just good at one of the 2 life totals.
Yeah, I don't think you're actually going to be like, I don't think you're actually going to be attacking both life totals. My guess is that like, my guess is that you're going to try to win with damage, but usually in a white-green archetype, but like having toxic helps with various things for like getting corrupted online, toxic lord like this one, or like just sometimes randomly you have some proliferate effects that like have some upside of burning your opponent out of the game. Yeah, there's a lot of toxic stuff, so you can actually like commit to winning with poison counters, like especially with proliferate. But like, I don't know.
What I'm saying is that actually most of the creatures don't have toxic. Green and white creatures can be toxic, but I think it's like still less than half of the green and white creatures have toxic, except for the mites, which of course also.
Yeah. I don't know. There's also like there's a green common that gives creatures you control with toxic an additional toxic 1. That's like, you know, a toxic lord kind of, but I don't know.
Yeah, green white is the one I'm most on the fence about what it's actually gonna go for. But yeah, we'll figure that out, I guess.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Also, okay, green does have Titanic growth also, +4/+4, 2 mana.
Yeah,
like a lot of like,
and like when it pairs with red, it's clearly like a stompy deck. Like, so I think green has a lot of just big elements to it.
Yeah. Okay. Anyways,
white is going wide, as always.
Next card.
Section Evangelist.
Yep.
Is 3 white black for a 4/4 Phyrexian cleric with vigilance and corrupted. When it enters the battlefield, if an opponent has 3 or more poison counters, destroy target creature or planeswalker an opponent controls. Whoa. So you're going to want corrupted.
Yep.
If you have it, this is insane.
I feel like I've seen a lot of vigilance in this set for some reason, like more than usual. Like
Maybe it's because that's the only way to ever defend yourself.
Maybe.
So let's say that like there's no way to get rid of poison counters at all.
Yes. There's
less life gain than normal as well.
Sure. I haven't looked at it, but like I believe you.
There's never that much life gain in common.
Yeah, and it's usually not that good, anyways.
What do you mean?
Like I feel like usually the life gain is like quite. It is not particularly.
No. I mean, it's usually incidental and very good. Actually,
yeah. Like okay. Sorry, I was thinking of like Revitalize being bad.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking like Story Seeker or like Tolarian Geyser or something. You know, life gain. Yeah. So did I mention? I actually skipped over Corrupted. All the Corrupted cards at common are white and black.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah. And there's also a artifact, I think. But
yeah, so this card obviously so if you have Corrupted online, this card is insane. This is like,
and it sounds like your white and black deck is really gonna try to make that happen.
Yeah, this is like a really good like Ravenous Trooper copper. Like 5 mana 4/4 vigilance is like almost on rate already. Like not quite, but almost.
Yeah, so this seems like the most all in of the decks. It's just gonna like be heavy poison, and it's gonna get massive rewards for that, and it's just gonna like lean into that synergy as much as possible.
Yeah, but so the weird thing is like this doesn't help you poison your opponent further that much, right? Like obviously it removes a blocker, right? But like a 4/4 vigilance is still attacking your opponent's life total.
Yeah.
So like, I think black white is
just
not
so weird to me that you would like really you have to play a ton of cards to like ensure you turn corrupted on, and then like not go the rest of the way.
Yeah, I think like so like I guess some of this will like need to look at the comments, so we should save that for later. But like, there's like a 2/2 like first strike on your turn with Toxic 1 for 2 in white. Like that seems like a pretty good way of like, you know, like getting in like 1 or 2 hits early. Like maybe you get another poison counter somehow, but like it's still killing your opponent, right? It's still a 2/2. So I think it might be, I think it might work something like that where you're
most of the cards are not like 2 power with 1 toxic. It's not. It means like if you have some creatures without toxic, suddenly you're actually winning by normal life total, not by damage.
Yeah, like I think I don't
That's
think
probably what this deck is doing.
Yeah,
it's probably, like aggressive, trying to get them poisoned, but then actually it's doing damage at the same time, and then it'll end up winning by damage.
Yeah, like I don't think there's that much in terms of like 1/1 like low power high toxic. In black white, like obviously there's the mites, which is weird, which is like slightly weirder, but those I feel like are mostly for like enabling like a wide attack where you're maybe like sacrificing a bit in order to turn on corrupted. And so, like mostly it's still on rate for creatures for like damage as well.
Yeah, I guess this archetype might also be less aggressive if it's like, you know, has vigilance, has this really
you
might just like you take advantage of all the corrupted to just have better cards than your opponent.
5 mana 4/4 vigilance, like that's not a particularly aggressively slanted body, but like I mean it's just good, like even if you are aggressive. Oh, also I really like this card. Like I think this is a really powerful splash card in something like Sultai colors.
Yeah. We'll get to the mana next.
Yeah.
Like after the gold commons, but yeah.
So what are you giving this? I want to say 6.
6. You said 6?
6. I said 6. Okay, next.
I'm actually gonna go back. I'm gonna give the blue and black one a 6 as well.
Ooh. Okay. 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 Next card. Okay, this one I don't like. Serum Core Chimera. 2 blue-red for a 2/4 flyer. When you cast a non-creature spell, put an oil counter on it, and you can remove 3 oil counters from it to draw a card. Then you may discard a non-land card. When you discard a card this way, Serum Core Chimera deals 3 damage to target creature or planeswalker. Activate only as a sorcery. Actually, after reading that, I like it more. So basically... whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you get an oil counter, and 3 oil counters get you a card, and also you could like turn a non-land card into a like lightning bolt. Well, it can't go face, but like, you know.
Yeah, so this like removes 3 abilities better than the remove 3 ability of that red-black one. Once you have the 3, just the effect is better.
Yeah. I mean,
definitely at least draw a card, and if you would prefer, you bolt them.
Yeah. Notably, you have to discard a non-land card. But yeah, so you can't just like pitch lands.
The black-red one was like conditionally even drawing a card.
Yeah. But the red one is maybe slightly easier to charge up, and it's also a much better baseline. I think 3 mana 2/3 plus 1/1 is a lot better than 4 mana 2/4 flyer. But if you're like proliferating a lot, this is like, or like adding, I think you have to cheat on oil counters in order to make this.
So it actually, if you like have no oil counters on it and you cast a proliferate spell, it has 2 counters now.
Yeah, as long as the proliferate is like on a non-creature.
Yeah, you cast them.
Yeah,
there are lots of blue spells. Like it's kind of insane. There's like the list of blue cards, just like standard, draft common, but they add proliferate at the end.
Yeah. Ooh, with the red skull bomb is a good point. The red skull bomb like puts 2 oil counters on something and draws a card. So like you play the red skull bomb, you sack it, put the counters on this, and you just have 3. Obviously,
it's like I said, you spent 3 mana for a divination, basically.
You spent 3 mana for a divination, and then like discard also the like deal 3 effect.
A little bit of upside, yeah.
Yeah, like a divination that also gives you a 0 mana like kill a creature, which is like pretty good. But you also need to like have played the Chimera. Red trick that's +2/+2/2 oil counters. That's a good point. I was mostly like
how this plays. You get your 3 counters. feel like you have to try to use it right away. Because if you pass a turn, they could just kill it, and then you can't like use it in response.
Wait, no, I mean, yeah, you can use it in response, right?
It's
like
not legal.
Oh, activate only as a sorcery. Oh, wow.
Yeah. So you kind of just have to use it as soon as you have 3 counters.
Yeah, that's
if
true.
You're really feeling.
I mean,
you got a counter spell up and you can pass. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, that makes like something like instant speed that adds oil counters like slightly sketchy is slightly worse, but like I don't know. I still like this a bit. I'm.
You give it 4.
I think like the 4-mana 2/4 flyer body is like not that great, but like 4 toughness and like flying does block at least. I'm gonna give it a 5. I think it's gonna be like as good as top commons, but I could definitely see it going down, like or going up. Honestly,
you're gonna change all your grades as soon as you see it as common.
What's the common?
Should I tell you now?
Yes.
It's green, so it'll be at the end. It's a 3-mana 3/3 that looks. You've actually seen it.
Oh no, I've seen it. Yeah. It's a 3-mana 3/3 that like proliferates.
Oh no, it looks at the top 4, and you take a land in your hand.
Yeah, and if you don't, you proliferate.
Right, but you take the land.
Well, yeah, you usually take the land, but
I've read that card like over and over. It's like, wait, why isn't this 4 mana? I better get 4 mana.
yeah. You have a 3/3 like 3/3 common Civic Wayfinder. I don't know what's up with this set. The commons are so pushed. Anyways, still going through these uncommon gold cards.
Yeah, we'll get there. Alright. Okay, Necrogan Rot Priest, 2 black green. Creature Phyrexian Zombie Cleric 1/5 with Toxic 2. Whenever a creature you control with Toxic deals combat damage to the player, that player gets an additional poison counter. 1 black green activated ability. Target creature you control with Toxic gains Death Touch until end of turn.
Okay, so this one really wants you to poison your opponent.
Like pushing the poison.
Yeah.
Like, on its own, it has Toxic 3, right? Yeah.
Yeah, basically, because it doesn't say another creature; it counts itself.
Oh, and so this deck is actually on the poison thing.
Yeah.
This is a 4-mana 6/5 on its own, in some sense.
With Death Touch.
But it is in a more literal sense than normal because it has Death Touch if you want it to.
Yeah.
So that's the other half of the thing.
So, notably, it is it is still a lot worse than a 4-mana 6/5 Death Touch because, like. A 6/5 Death Touch could, like, if it gets double blocks, kills like everything it's blocking by, right?
Without Death Touch.
Oh, sure, without Death Touch. Okay, yeah. But like again, like a 6/5 is harder to double block. This can easily get double blocks, and like you have to pay 3 mana trade off with one thing. So I honestly think you're not getting through with this that often, unless you have other ways to augment it.
Wait, it has 5 toughness. What are they blocking with?
Like
5 power creature.
Like honestly, like they block with a 2/2.
They can double block.
Like honestly, they can just block with a 2/2 and like force you to pay 3 mana. I think that paying 3 mana is actually quite awkward.
Yeah, that's actually a good point.
And like people underestimate how easy this is.
It makes your other toxic creatures also virtually have more power.
Yeah. It makes it harder to block your other toxic things, but again, I think 3 mana is quite a lot on that activated ability. Like. I think ideally you want to be playing like evasive toxic anyways to like try to get in poison counters like this.
And the last part is the ability is better than Toxic 3 because other creatures also have the increased toxic.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah.
I wonder why it doesn't phrase that. It should say like other creatures with toxic and additional toxic or something. This goes on the stack, I guess. Okay, it doesn't matter.
Huh. I don't... Yeah. This going on the stack, I guess, matters. I don't know why it doesn't say just, like, Toxic 3, other creatures you control with Toxic have an additional Toxic 1.
Yeah. Toxic.
That's usually how they print Lords anyways, but yeah. Yes, mites are mostly white to answer chat. But, yeah, I don't know. Like, I honestly... I think that, like, the 3 mana ability is just kind of awkward. Like, 3 mana is a lot. And... it's better on blocks, definitely, because, like, on blocks you can threaten things. On attacks, like, it's hard to, like, it's really hard to use it twice, for example. So, like, on attacks, it's hard to get through.
Yeah, so maybe it is mostly just like a big fatty.
Yeah, I don't know. I think this card is like slightly awkward. Like certainly a powerful Lord effect if you can make it work, but I think you need to put a lot of work in.
All right, 4.5.
I'm gonna go 3.5.
Wow.
I don't like this card.
Okay.
Like I know there's like a 1/1 flying toxic in black, but that like does work very well with this. And I'm just like kind of skeptical otherwise. But anyways, next up, finally something without counters. Bladehold War Whip. 1 red white for an artifact equipment. It has for Mirrodin. When this artifact enters the battlefield, create a 2/2 red rebel creature token, then attach this to it. Equip abilities you activate of other equipment cost 1 less to activate, and equipped creature has double strike, and equip 3 red white. So basically this is a 3 mana 2/2 double strike, which is already like pretty much like on rate for like uncommon. That also makes your other equipment, not itself, other equipment, less expensive to equip. And also, like, if the 2/2 dies, it becomes like an equipment that you can move around for 5 mana, which is a lot. But like, double strike is also a really good ability.
Yeah. You're sort of telling it like, okay, what do you want to do as a double strike creature? Put more equipment on it.
Yeah.
And this helps you put more equipment on it.
Yeah. And like, I don't know how to like evaluate the like 5 mana double strike equipment that it leaves behind. Like obviously, you know, it's just icing on the cake. Like you're already getting a pretty good deal. But like
it's a lot of staying power for a aggressive deck.
Yeah. Like everything becomes a threat, but like kind of slowly. Like I don't think this is like comparing this to something like Dwarven Hammer from Kaldheim, like the thing that made a 5/1 trample and
that was 3 mana to re-equip.
Yeah, 3 mana to re-equip for +3/+0 trample. I honestly like that one better for pushing damage because like +3/+0 trample like really pushes damage a lot more. I think, and especially with equip 3. But if you get multiples of these, they start getting really cheap to equip. This is kind of unrealistic, maybe, but I like this.
Yeah,
I don't think it's like insane. I just think it's good. I don't know. It's a good value. It's just like
I don't think I can give it a 5. I can give it a 4.5 again.
I'm with you on 4.5. Like
I wonder if we're doing all these half grades, why don't we just make it a scale from 1 to 10? But the reason for that is because then we would still do half grades.
Exactly. Because grades are bullshit. So that's why we have bullshit rules, because grades are bullshit. Anyways, next card.
So this is our last gold uncommon.
Yep.
Painted Observer for 1 green/blue. 2/3 creature Phyrexian bird with flying toxic 1, and whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, you may pay 2 if you do proliferate. One thing I want to mention: all the creatures are Phyrexian. Like almost all of them. There's very few exceptions. Like it's actually 90% or something.
Yeah, like the only ones that aren't are like the 4 Mirrodin equipment, basically.
But the other thing is that there's, as far as I can tell, only 1 card that cares about the Phyrexian creature type, and it's a rare. So,
it's a very cute bird. Anyways,
okay.
I think that I'm sorry, I was semi-answering chat. This seems really good. This is like really good. Like, imagine if you have this and the blue-black uncommon, like, for example.
Okay, yeah.
Or like just like, you know, like a 3 mana 2/3 flyer is like a pretty solid body, right? Like that's like the Drake from DMD.
Are we gonna have? I guess blue, red, blue, green is
like Teamer's Oil.
It's the most oil.
Yeah, and Teamer's Oil and like Sultai's Proliferate. Yeah, the Proliferate is actually.
I wasn't that excited about this pair, just like proliferating poison that much, but.
I mean, like,
I'm sure you can get there still.
Like, I think okay. So how I think Proliferate will play out with poison counters is like you're not like the Soul type Proliferate stuff to me doesn't seem like it seems like more value oriented than like aggressively oriented. I don't think you're going to like say like, oh, I'm trying to aggressively use proliferate as like deal 2 to your face, right?
But the only value is oil counters. Right?
No, but like the thing is, it's your main. I think your main focus is not to like aggressively like try to kill them as fast as possible with proliferate.
Yeah.
But you're actually, but like yeah, it's just inevitable, right? Like you're getting value while also like slowly getting them closer to death.
Right, and it's so hard to interact with that it's like, how do you build a control deck in this format? You can't block because they're just gonna proliferate you to death.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're at 9 poison as a control deck, you better have some counter spells.
Yeah. Every deck is just burn. It's ridiculous. And the one color that's like not poison is red, which is still going to be aggressive.
Yeah.
It's kind of wild.
Really need to play to the board this set. But yeah.
So this one you have to pay 2 for it to do the thing.
Yeah,
it's
but like
definitely a slower plan.
Yeah, it's definitely a slower plan, but like I think you want to be playing cheap creatures anyway. So like I think you should be building your decks in order to be able to like, to play this on 3 and then turn 4 play like a fairly board impacting 2-drop that like, or like defensive 2-drop that proliferates when it enters, perhaps.
But again, if you play this on 3, you don't have much to proliferated on 4. Like you have maybe one thing.
You can attack them and like give them a poison counter.
Yeah, you proliferated poison.
Yeah, or you can like play the like mana dork on 1 and like get a bit of value. Like keep your mana acceleration going. Like
a lot of these oil counter things, like they seem like they're like, oh, this might run out and then it's bad. But if you just never run out because you're proliferating, then you're like actually.
Yeah. Also, like you don't need to pay 2 if you don't want to, right? Like you can pay 2 when it's good, and it's just 3 mana, 2/3 toxic, 1 flyer. That's like good enough rate with like high enough upside that I'm really into this. I don't know.
I'll restrain myself to a 5.
Yeah, I think 5 is fair. I think 5 is fair. I could even see going lower, like 4.5. I just like this card. Like I think I like it more than it's good, but I like it.
What do I put down?
I'm putting down 5.
Okay. So that's the end of the golden commons. Should we do any sort of review of the archetypes, or is this?
I mean, I think we talked enough about each thing, and like it's better to go on to the commons. I think. Okay. So next up, Terramorphic Expanse. It's back. We've had Evolving Wilds for a long time, but
I never played with this card.
You've basically played with the card. Like, yeah, this is just Evolving Wilds with a more different name. Yeah, classic. Sacrifice it, search your library for a basic land card, put it on the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. That's it. Good fixing piece. I don't know how much we need to say about this. Evolving Wilds is always good in every set.
I like to play these cards.
Yeah. I remember someone like didn't like Evolving Wilds. Was it Tristan who refused to play Evolving Wilds?
I think it's actually somewhat. Sometimes you can have a 2-color deck where it's like. I will still always play it, but it's actually not adding much value at all.
I think it adds value. Like 9/8 is bad mana base. I don't know. Anyways, yeah, nothing special about this. Next.
All right. Well, what number does it get?
Sure, 4. Yeah, I think I generally pick Evolving Wilds at around like below top common, but like pretty good. Right.
So on our spreadsheet, we only have 1 slot for this next 5 cards.
Yeah, they're the same card. Well, obviously, like they're in different colors, so like some will be more valuable, but they all work the same at least.
All right, I guess we don't need to talk about them all.
Yeah.
Right, the Fair Basilica is a land sphere that enters the battlefield tapped. It taps for white, or you can pay 1 and a white and tap it and sacrifice it to draw a card.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a full cycle of this in every color.
Yep.
The land type sphere, it only matters for 1 rare, so it's just.
And that rare.
And the rare is a little bit of a joke.
Yeah, the rare doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I mean, so this is like worse than the Amonkhet Deserts, right? Like the worse than cycling for 2 tap land.
Not clear to me.
Really? I guess with tap lands you want to play them early, so like it's nice to delay the decision of whether to sack it. But like this costs 3 mana, virtual 3 mana to sack. I still think it's worse. I mean, obviously, it's still like
it's certainly worse off the top, but it's much better in your opening hand. That's like
yeah, sure. I mean, still, I think this effect isn't that exciting. Like, I'm not going to pick.
It's not. It's a virtual 4 mana. You could end up sacrificing it. 1 when it entered tapped, and 3.
Well, okay, sure. If you're counting the 1 when it entered tapped, yeah, sure.
I guess one of those should not count because when you cycle a land, it never was in play. It never tapped for mana.
Yeah. Well, like it like costs you a land drop also. Like basically, this is not. This is like what like those Horizon lands, right? This is not a. It's not as good in a like longer game controlling deck that's like spending its mana every turn. It's like it's better the like more like lower to the ground, like less not many mana sinks kind of decks.
Good in a burn deck.
Yeah.
It's the burn set.
I mean, you're not wrong, but like, there's still room for value, right? But
I think it is good for burn.
Yeah.
More burn spells. So.
Yeah. I mean, I think that this card is like these cards are like not high picks, but like
right. So like there's 5 and they're all common, so you're probably gonna be able to get one.
Yeah. Like. You don't want to play that many, and like you only want to play the ones in your color. So like I don't know. I don't think it really matters what we give the grade to in this one. I don't know. I'm gonna say 3. I'm gonna say 3.
I'm gonna say 3. Okay.
Oh, we're gonna say lower?
I'm gonna say higher.
Oh, higher. I'm not taking this over Evolving Wilds ever.
No, of course not. But that was a 4.
Yeah. Okay. It's hard to go higher than 3. And okay, great. Okay. Skull Bombs.
Well, your deck have one.
What?
Like. Okay. So how many are there? There's 12 per draft. So 1.5 per player.
Yeah. Sure.
So yeah, like you'll have them. So maybe it's just a 3. It's just so easy to get them.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
Yeah. It's like it's fine. It's like good. It's like good to pick one up if you like over like a filler card, but like it's not going to make your deck that much better. And like
the other thing to say is that these are in replace of a dual land cycle, so it's like
there's no.
It means this is not going to be very splashy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I disagree with that.
Okay, here, let's go over the fixing. There are going to be 4 common artifacts that fix, and there's like 1 green card that fixes.
I think you mean 2 green cards that fix.
One of them proliferates, as you say.
Anyways, yeah. So the only land fixing is Terramorphic Expanse. Yeah. Well, we can get to like multicolored stuff as we keep going. Basilica Skull Bomb. So this is part of a cycle. We have like all of these over here. 1 for each color. They all have, they're all artifacts, trinket artifacts, 1 mana to play, 1 mana sacrifice it, draw a card. They all have those 2 lines of text, and they all have a third line of, they all have that second line of text there, which is like pay some more mana, like 2 or 3 mana, mostly 3, including a color in order to sacrifice it, do some somewhat trinkety effect, and then draw a card, activate as a sorcery. So for the white one, this is target creature you control gets +2/+2 and gains flying until end of turn. Draw a card.
For 2 and a white.
Yep. Well, kind of like if you think about it, it's like 3 and a white, right? But split up, right? Like you play the.
I'm saying that the ability is 2 and a white.
Yeah.
I don't know about these cards. They're a little.
I think
expensive.
I think at least one of them is very good. The blue one. I think the blue one is very good, definitely.
The Interlude Royal, yeah.
Yeah. It is just like you know, Tellurian Geyser. For another more recent comparison. But anyways, this one, like
it's just what I'm thinking about these cards is like if you cycle them for 2, that's not very good.
Yeah, cycling for 2 is not very good.
I guess it depends. Like these. Like, for example, in the black-red, there's the synergy.
Yeah. Okay, so the synergy
and in white-blue, there's the artifact.
Yeah, so the synergies are black-red cares about, like, artifacts going to the graveyard. White-blue cares about artifacts being on the battlefield. And, like, blue-red cares about casting non-creature spells. I think those are the synergies.
Okay.
I think that like I don't think you just want to like play this in white blue just to like just because it has like it sticks around as an artifact on the battlefield. I don't know.
It might also be a flyers theme.
Yeah, I mean like
I don't know. You want less. You don't want flying Grantian things in your flying deck.
So how does this compare to something like Majestic Metamorphosis, like from Streets of New Capenna? The like turn it into a 4/4. Like
that's an instant, right?
Yeah. Being sorcery really hurts against that, but like you know, like sometimes you just use it to push 4 damage, right? How does this compare, like at pushing damage?
Or more for this potentially, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's gotta be good. It has to be good.
I think I'm not that into this one specifically. I still think it's like just a bit expensive. The white one.
Only synergy was. I'm gonna give it a 3.
I'm down for that. 3.
All the comments 3s. You touch baseball.
Yeah, I like 3. Okay, next one. Next one is better.
Full Skull Bomb is everything Jason said about all of them. This one, the ability is 2 and a blue to return a creature to its owner's hand and draw a card. Actually, it's only illustrated someone. Oh, it's not the same. It works differently from like the Into the Royal, where the non-kick version just cycles instead of bouncing.
Yeah.
I think it's worse than that.
Yeah, I mean,
Into the Royal.
So like it's worse than Into the Royal on its face, right? Like as just like a generic card, but it like has more synergies. Certainly, like blue like has
in the blue and red archetypes. We're saying.
Yeah, like the white blue artifacts cares about artifacts, and the like blue red casting non-creature spells, and like it's still a good effect. Like we saw Tolarian Geyser in Dominaria United was like top blue common.
That was 3 mana.
Yeah. This one technically costs 4 mana compared to 3, but it's like
I guess a lot of these bombs will just play on turn 1 basically for free.
Yeah.
And then.
So okay.
I mean, you have your tap lands or whatever to do on turn 1 as well. But
yeah. So like my problem. So one problem I have with this comparing it to Tolarian Geyser is I think this set is going to be a lot faster than DMU, or like maybe not faster is the right word, but like. There's going to be less, like one of the reasons why Tolarian Geyser was good in DMU is because people were playing like 4 and 5 mana creatures. Like, so if you're like ever bouncing something that costs more than 3, you just get so far ahead on tempo with Tolarian Geyser. I think that's not going to be that much the case for this one.
Amount of what was I saying? Into the battlefield abilities.
Sorry, what?
Are there more or fewer the battlefield abilities or no?
I don't know about more or fewer. I think like I just had the feeling looking through the set that like a lot of the expensive creatures.
Make it matter.
Yeah, I just thought that like
the oil counters.
A lot of the expensive creatures looked like they had ETB abilities, and there's no like just I don't think there's very many good like just like 5 mana 5/5. Like,
I'm gonna say 3.5.
Yeah,
I'm not that excited.
I like 3.5. Next one, Dross Skull Bomb. This one, same as the others. 2 in a black, sacrifice it, return target creature or card from your graveyard to your hand, draw a card, activate only as a sorcery. So this is like, your classic black, like buy back a creature from your graveyard spell, like with card advantage. Like kind of like Soul Salvage, 3 mana, get 2 of them, but similar card advantage, but like instead of getting 2 creatures from your graveyard, you get 1 creature and you draw a card, which is usually worse, but.
Yeah, all these just seem slow to me.
I agree it's slow. I do think I feel like the place for this is in like a multicolor controlling deck, maybe. That's
I just don't believe in it. Also, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, like the nice thing about this in the like multicolor controlling deck is like you can cycle it for colorless mana, so that's nice. But. Yeah, I don't know. They are kind of slow, kind of whatever.
Yeah.
3 for this one? Shrug?
3.5.
Did you say 3.5?
2.5.
2.5. Wow, you like this less than the white one. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'm convinced it's 2.5. Okay, next one.
Red. Skull Bomb. As the red one only costs 1 in a red, but it puts 2 oil counters on target artifact or creature. Draw a card.
I honestly
2 oil counters. The examples we've seen, it's like worth 2 swords of a card.
I honestly like this one the best.
I don't know. I guess you can just put it on anything. Just put it on your creature that doesn't care about oil counters, just to increase the number of permanents you have with oil counters on them.
Yeah, you can do that too. Like,
I haven't seen any cards that just get extremely good if you get a couple oil counters on them. It's not. I don't think this does anything insane.
I mean, it's like a divination, right?
Yeah.
It's a divination with cycling, I think, in the right deck.
Cycling for 2. Yes.
Yeah. A divination with cycling too. That's. I think that's really good. I think I like this one the best, actually, after thinking about it a bit more. Divination with cycling too. I mean,
2.5.
You need to have the synergy, the oil counter synergy for it. I'm gonna say 4. I'm gonna be optimistic about oil counters.
This was your Sine, I guess.
Yeah, this is the green one. 2 in a green, sacrifice it. +3/+3 trample on the turn to a creature. Draw a card. Activate only as a sorcery. Very similar to the white one. Where's that pushing? Yeah, where's that pushing damage?
Like flying more a lot.
Yep.
But okay, it's mostly the same.
2.5.
Oh, I'll take this for free again.
Okay, sure.
Trample is quite good with toxic because it means you get the full damage because it gets over.
Sure, but flying I think is still better.
If you're given +3/+3, maybe you No, flying's still better. I'm just
yeah.
In general.
Anyways,
we're done with the skull bombs.
Yeah.
June Mover.
Oh, okay.
Which is our Packwork Beast variant. The 2 mana
Campus Guide
artifact.
variant.
Yes, Campus Guide. 2 mana artifact creature Phyrexian Golem, 2/1 with Toxic 1, and when it enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a basic land card, put it on top after shuffling, and reveal it.
Does giving Toxic 1 to Campus Guide make it more than just?
I think it does. You got to get the poison started. You play your Campus Guide, you're like, oh, this card's a blank. After the first turn, even if you get in for 2, you're not happy about it. But if you get in for 2 with this one, you're like, okay, I got my poison started. Now it can be blank.
I still don't like it. I think it's like a desperation fixer.
Yeah, I mean it's somewhat of that. Yes.
I don't think your 2/1's getting in. The problem with Campus Guide is not I don't know. If it gets in for 2, you're really happy with your Campus Guide because it just doesn't do anything else. I don't know. Sometimes you will get in with a 2/1, but I feel like if people are playing the set properly, they're going to have defensive creatures. They're going to be able to block this. This is.
And it's not going to trade.
Hmm.
And it's not going to trade.
I mean,
the trades that's also fine for us, right?
Well, yeah. Your opponent just plays a 2 mana 1/3 on turn 2, and then you're really sad. There's the blue 2 mana 1/3.
Are those going to be good? Or 1/3 is good?
Well, there's the blue 2 mana 1/3 that becomes a 3/3 unblockable. So I think that one's good. Personally,
I don't know about that card yet.
Okay, but I think there's a bunch of people are going to need to be prepared to block 2/2 first strikes. A 2/1 is not getting through.
2.
Yeah, okay. I don't think I can go lower than 2. I'll say 2.
That's the lowest grade we've given so far.
Yep. Prophetic Prism. Now here's some fixing. Question mark? Maybe? I don't know. 2 mana artifact. Reprinted a lot of times. When it enters the battlefield, draw a card, and 1 tap, add a mana of any color. So cycles for 2, and when it's on the battlefield, you get to wash a mana every turn.
I have not played with this card very much.
Uh-huh.
I'm not very high on it.
The last time we had this was in Alchemy Horizons Baldur's Gate. It was not good there, partially because there was nothing to splash. Then before that, it was in Kaladesh Remastered, and I remember it being pretty good there. And obviously, Kaladesh cared about artifacts, but like there's some amount of sacrificing artifacts in Red Black. I think that this is going to be.
You're decent. Not sacrificing. You think there are ways to? There are gonna be a lot of ways that you like can hack your Prophetic Prism for value.
Not a lot. There's not a lot. There's at least a black removal spell. I think there's like a black bone splinters.
There is. Yeah. There's also a red one that like destroys an artifact and its controller makes 3/1/1.
Ooh, yeah.
That might be bad.
I mean, three mana, make 3/1/1s. That's fine, right?
If you're doing that, but the card might just be bad though.
Yeah. I tentatively like Prophetic Prism because I think that there's reasons to splash in this set.
What does that mean? Just like powerful cards, or
like cheap removal. Like there's cheap single pip of removal in like basically every color. That's good. Like cheap, good. Okay. Single pick removal, like mostly like a lot of catch-all removal, yeah. So that like, so the weird thing is like you need to get on board early, right? Because like the set is like a very aggressive set with poison counters and such.
Yeah, that's why.
So like taking 2 mana off is like hard, but also like enabling, but then like catching up with like cheap removal can be like helps you stabilize from that. I'm gonna say
2.5.
I'm gonna say 3.5. I'm optimistic on.
I'm sure you're gonna play it a lot.
I'm gonna play it a lot. Yeah, I'm gonna force it.
Mirror Custodian, 3 mana, 2/3 artifact creature mirror. I like this card. When Mirror Custodian enters the battlefield, scry 2. Then each opponent may scry 1. What an awesome effect! Everyone gets to scry.
Automatic Librarian. How far you've fallen.
Yeah, they switched the stats and gave the opponent to scry 1, but. I don't know. I just like that. It's so much fun, and both players get to do it.
Okay, so you like it for fun. Do you like it as a card? I'm prepared to give this like a 2.
Probably worse than Librarian.
It's so much worse than Librarian.
It's probably like a 2.5.
It's so much worse than Librarian.
At most a 2.
Yeah. 2 might be generous, yeah. Anyways, next thing, Phyrexian Atlas, 3 mana artifact. It's a mana rock. Tap, add a mana of any color, and also corrupted. Whenever it becomes tapped, each opponent who has 3 or more poison counters loses 1 life. I believe this trigger happens every time you tap it, even if you don't have corrupted on. So like annoying triggers on like Magic Arena and Magic Online. But
wait, really?
Yeah, because it doesn't say like if an opponent has 3. Yeah, it just says each opponent who does, right?
It's phrased this way for commander reasons, I bet.
Yeah. It's just really funny that you get these nonsense triggers on Arena and Magic Online. But anyways.
Okay, so this is a card that pushes you towards like, just get 3 poisons, but win by life.
Yeah. I think this card is good. I think I really like this for fixing, honestly. Like again, I said like there's a lot of cheap removal, and I think that the decks that want to be like multicolor nonsense will have some, will be like the like Sultai-ish or Teamer-ish, like get some proliferate engines, like getting like some incidental poison counters, and this will just like kill your opponent.
What I'm worried about these proliferate decks is that they have a lot of proliferate and only a little bit of toxic. Mm-hmm. Some draws, you just will never give your opponent a poison counter.
Sure. I mean, like
you gotta have a like what? How many poison cards you're gonna have in your deck? Like 10 is what you need, or something.
So like
20.
I think so. That would matter. I think that would matter for something like the like white black gold uncommon that we saw. That was like corrupted. Like without corrupted, it's a 5 mana 4/4 vigilance, and with corrupted, it like kills.
Yeah, this one's lower stakes for sure.
Yeah, this one's more like incidental late game value. I don't know. I still like this card. I'm gonna give it a 3.5. Actually, no. I gave Prism a 3.5. I kind of want.
Yeah.
And okay, this is like okay. I don't think this is that much better than Prism. I guess. I don't know if I want to give this a 4. I'll give it a 3.5. Same as Prism.
Prism. Now we disagree by 1.5, so we have to argue more.
Oh, we have to argue more? I didn't realize that was a rule.
That's the converse of the no arguing if it's differs by 1 rule.
Wait, to be clear, like...
So what would you give to something if it didn't have last text? That would be a 1 or something, right?
What? No, that's like a 2, at the very least. Like, manaliths are fine. Like, so there's the snow manalith in Call Time. That's like not a good fixer, but you still play it sometimes.
The thing is, first of all, you never play these cards in 2-color decks.
No, yeah, you never play them in 2-color decks.
Yeah, okay. I'm feeling like, I'm flashing maybe 20% of the time.
I'm flashing. I guess I'm flashing like 70%.
Flashing like 80% of the time. But, that's gonna be a pretty big difference between us, I guess.
Okay. I don't know.
Like, what are you using to splash? We've seen all the fixing cards now.
Okay,
what are you using to splash?
You remember how good like Network Terminal was in Neon Dynasty?
Are you gonna? There aren't better cards to splash than these Manaless Prophetic Prism cards. Just has Evolving Wilds.
No, I think like the green mana fixers are a lot better than these.
The 1 green fixer.
The 3/3 kind of counts. The 3/3 kind of counts the same way the Anticipate kind of counts.
Anticipate does not count either.
I guess you're not wrong, but
and Lay of the Land is not nearly as good as Evolving Wilds.
What? It's like I agree. Okay, Lay of the Land is not nearly as good as Evolving Wilds, but an MDFC Lay of the Land is like approaching Evolving Wilds level is good. I think it's pretty good. And like if I assume I'm already agreeing, I will take the split card Lay of the Land.
I know you gave him the same grade, but do you actually think this card is better than Prophetic Prism, or is it? I think it's gotta be worse.
Both of them are 2 mana, right? Effectively.
Well, the Prophetic Prism you can play on turn 2.
Yeah, but do you want to play Prophetic Prism on turn 2? I don't really want to play Prophetic Prism on turn 2.
It's gonna count towards your you're gonna count like how many ways do I have to spend my mana on turn 2? You're gonna say Prophetic Prism. All right, that counts.
Sure, but I don't want to play. It's not gonna count towards my ways to spend mana on turn 2 that don't cause me to die, right? Like. I want to play Prophetic Prism. Both this and Prophetic Prism, I want to double spell on turn 4 with a 2-drop.
I feel like Prophetic Prism is best on turn 2. It's more costly than on turn 4.
Not if you don't put 4 drops
on turn 4.
Not
if already paid.
Wait, so
you've already gotten mana screwed and stuff by turn 4.
No, I don't think so. Like, I want my turn 4 to be Prophetic Prism, then 2 mana exile your 3 mana creature. Like 1 in the black, but filtered through Prophetic Prism. Like, I think that people like Prophetic Prism too much and dislike Manalith too much. I think people think the gap between Prophetic Prism and Manalith is like both bigger and in the wrong direction. In my opinion, I
think Manalith is better.
Not necessarily. Manalith with enough upside. I mean, basically, I think Manalith is only slightly worse than Prophetic Prism. Not including synergy stuff, and enough upside pushes Manalith better. I think.
Okay, maybe we need to talk about the grading system then, because 4s I'm thinking are cards you always play.
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Cards, right. 3.5 is close to that.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm always splashing. It's a 3.
I think that's gonna that often be right.
Okay, fine. I will say Phyrexian Atlas and Prophetic Prism are built around 3.5s and otherwise 2s. Great.
Otherwise 2s? Okay, so on average there's 3s or something.
Yeah.
American Smiths.
Okay. Also to address the like, I don't know if this is meaningfully better than Manolith. Like like what's the card called? Pristine Talisman. Like gaining a life every turn, that like does add up. And obviously gaining a life every turn is going to be like a lot better than like than dealing and pinging every turn in like a controlling deck. But fixing is better than making colorless mana. And I really like Pristine Talisman as a card also. So like I don't know. It's it does add up. It does add up. Anyways, yeah.
In general, with these cards, it's so easy to like find something minor and say that it's like, and just not consider it because it seems small, but everything just ends up mattering a lot. American Smiths, 4 mana, 1 artifact creature mirror. When it enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a mirror card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. For this one, we're gonna need to look up what all the mirror
are. Okay, so there's like, I know there's an uncommon mirror. Wait, really? In the whole set?
Common. There's one other common mirror which we already saw.
It's the unplayable one. Okay.
And then there's unplayable. You gave it a 2.
Yeah. Okay. That exaggeration. Whatever. And then there's the really good uncommon one, right?
Mirror Convert, which is going to be a mana fixer 2-drop.
Yeah. I mean, are you happy to play this 4 mana card, the 4 mana 3/1 to find another 4 mana 3/1?
Are those my only 2 mirror in my deck? There's 2 with this card.
I mean, like, I don't know. Like, I feel like you can't like. Basically, what I'm asking is like, are you happy to put 2 of these in your deck or 3 of these in your deck? Like, are you happy to play this if like this is the best mirror you can find?
Depends on my last mirror is gonna find me another mirror or not, or am I gonna be out of mirror?
I mean, like I think you're not happy to play this, right? Like, I think this is like too slow. 4 mana 3/1.
4 mana 3/1, draw 4 mana 3/1, draw 2 mana 2/1. Yeah.
I mean, like, I think 4 mana 3/1, draw the 2 mana 2/1 is like fine, maybe, because the 2 mana 2/1 like is also, you know, it's like a pretty decent card. It's worse not on.
This is gonna be a really low pick.
Yeah, I think this is like pretty bad, like 2/1 level.
We have to start giving 1s. Some cards are for 1s.
Okay, if you want me to give a 1 to this, I also
1s are not unplayable. 1s are just bad.
Okay, can I give the Mirror Custodian and the more? Okay, I'll give Mirror Custodian a 1, and like I'll keep the Bad Fixer at 2 because
the Mirror Custodian was a Scry 2, Scry 1 card.
Yeah, right? Scry 2, Scry 1.
I'll go down to a 1.5 because I like that card.
Okay.
And this one we can agree is a 1.
Okay, I'm gonna say 1 for this. Yeah. I know there's like some mirror in like set boosters or something. I don't know if that's what you're referring to, Kodo, but the only mirror in the set are this card, the Scry 2, Scry 1 card, and an uncommon like 2 mana dork. Yeah. Anyways, next card. Crawling. Oh, we're on to white, finally. Crawling Chorus. 1/1 Phyrexian Horror for white. Toxic 1. When it dies, create a 1/1 Phyrexian Might artifact creature with Toxic 1, and this creature can't block. So a bunch of stuff will create these mites in white. They're just 1/1s with Toxic 1 that can't block. They're also artifacts, which is important for white-blue. But yeah, this is your like classic 1/1 that dies into a 1/1 in white.
Except it's a Savannah Lions that dies into a Savannah Lion.
The Savannah Lions that just dies into a Savannah Lions that can't block.
Right. And that doesn't deal 2 damage on.
That can't. And this also can't trade like the Savannah Lions.
That said, I'm a fan. It's all about one wide.
I mean,
like, toxic and toxic.
I just don't know. Like, I don't like this. This is like one of the fastest ways to get in a hit with poison counters, right? There's not many 1-drops with toxic, and there's not that many 1-drops. But one of my problems is there are 1-drops in the other colors, and I think they're good. Like, blue has a 1 mana 0/3, and green has.
I agree, it seems great.
Yeah, green has a 1 mana 1/2.
I'm less high on that one.
Okay, yeah. Oh, and red also has a 1 and a 1/1. The red doesn't really want to trade with you with that, to be fair. But I don't know. This is like
okay.
Powerful
it can't be as good as I was thinking. It's still just the cat card or whatever. 3.5, really high.
I'm gonna say 3. Are the faces made of teeth? No, they look like they're like made of porcelain or something, probably. Which is like somewhat similar to teeth. But anyways,
new dancer. It's another 1-mana 1/1.
Sorry.
Creature for Exodus Soldier.
There we go.
4 to tap the tap target creature, or if you have corrupted, 1 white mana tap target creature.
I don't like this card.
Don't.
I think 4 is a lot.
1 is very little.
I think 1/1 is small. This doesn't do anything before turn 4.
Yeah.
Like, it's hard. It's gonna be pretty hard to get corrupted on before turn 4, especially if you're like expecting to like one tap it, like to also tap a white to tap it, and like
it doesn't do anything.
It doesn't do anything until turn 4, and it's a 1/1. Like, it's a 1/1 body. It doesn't do anything until turn 4. If it was like an 0/3, I'd be more into it. Like, then it at least blocks.
What do you think of Checkpoint Officer? Just an example of a 1-mana tapper that is like 1 and a white to tap. It's a 1/2.
I think that would be better than this card. 1/2 blocks.
Yeah. And by the time you have corrupted, you're willing to pay more than 1 mana if you need to.
Yeah.
You'll be happy.
Yeah, like 4 mana is just so much. If it were 3 mana, I'd be like a lot more excited because like it actually helps you. Like at 3 mana, you can maybe like take your use your turn 3 like tap something to like start turning on corrupted. But like at 4 mana, it's just like it feels so hard to use that to like turn on corrupted in a productive way.
1.5.
What'd you say?
1.5.
1.5? I'm gonna that's about right. 1.5. I don't really want to give the 2. I don't really want to give the 1. I don't know. Next card, Zealot's Conviction, Flash, enchantment aura for single white. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1. Corrupted, as long as an opponent has 3 or more poison counters, the enchanted creature gets an additional +1/+0 and has first strike. I really like this card. I think Flash +1/+1 like is obviously not great, like on its own, right? But like it still wins combats, right? I think people will like often underrate 1 mana tricks, 1 mana combat tricks.
And like good answer, this one you can use before you have corrupted.
Yeah. This one does something before you have corrupted. It like in fact, it does like most of what it does before you have corrupted. Well, not most of. Like it does enough to be like fine before you have corrupted, if not exciting. And then once you have corrupted, like it's insane. +2.
Insane.
+2/+1 first strike for 1 mana. Like
yeah, it's a discount first strike. Very good.
Wait, no, but
it's permanent.
It's permanent. Permanent is really big, right? Like +2/+1.
It has first strike forever as well.
Yeah, it has first strike forever. It's not like military discipline where it like only gets first strike when it enters. It's just a first strike forever.
Okay.
This is really good.
Yeah.
4.5.
Oh. This is good, but that's insane. You talked me into a 4.
Okay, great. NCAA would be proud of me for saying 4.5 on this one. Next.
Complete Devotion. 1 and a white for an instant. Target creature you control gets +2/+2 until end of turn. If that creature has Toxic, draw a card. This is how you get in with your 1 mana 1/1 Toxic.
Is it though?
Yeah, like they block with their. I don't know.
It doesn't give trample. So like, okay, so
it's fine. You draw a card.
So my problem, like, I think this card is good. I just don't think you're playing it on turn 2. Like, I would rather develop my board.
2-mana comet trick. When have you ever played those on turn 2?
Yeah, I don't think I'm playing this on turn 3 either. I would rather develop my board a bit before playing this.
Okay, the other thing about that 1-mana 1/1 is that you're on the play, it's almost always going to get in.
Sometimes they have a 1-drop. I think people will be playing ones. I don't know. I will be playing 1-drops. I want 3 1-drops.
No, me too. But look, even you have I think 2 1-drops in your deck is already a very large number, and you're still usually not gonna.
I mean, I've had decks with a lot of 1-drops, and
I know you, but in this, I don't think that's gonna happen much. There's only 1 1-drop in each color.
Sure. I mean, I've had 5 copies of the same 1-drop in my deck before.
Same was typical of the format. What can you expect your opponents to be doing on average?
That's fair. There's
only so many copies of cards opened at the table.
Yeah. But you will also only so often have this 1/1, the 1/1, right?
You evaluate the card for when you have it.
Yeah, but you also have to evaluate the card for not on turn 1. If you're trying to take into account whether your opponent will have a 1/1 on turn 1, you should have taken into account when you don't have your 1/1 on turn 1. When you have the 1/1 on turn 1.
If there's any 1-drop, you always evaluate okay, yes, it's gonna be bad.
Yeah. But anyways, this card, not the 1-drop.
What matters is you have creatures with toxic, and
yeah. I think you're gonna have creatures with toxic probably. Obviously, if you don't play this.
Maybe half your creatures have toxic, and then.
So you definitely don't play this in red white, right? Red white probably won't have enough. Red just doesn't have any.
Red has none. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you won't want to play the toxic creatures because you were never getting their unpoisoned. So
yeah. I mean, I feel maybe some of the toxic creatures probably are just good enough anyways. Probably some uncommon has toxic and is still busted.
In general, they'll be low in your pick order. You won't get them.
Yeah. +2/+2 draw a card as a combat trick is pretty good. It's quite good, and it's I feel this is definitely worse than the last one. 2 mana is twice as much as 1 mana. As a combat trick.
I think it's 3.
Huh. That's lower than I expected you to say. I'm gonna say 3.5. I think
it's still a combat trick, and it's still conditional.
Yeah, it's a 2 mana combat trick. Sure, 3. Okay, next one. Duelist of Deep Faith. 2 mana 2/2. Toxic 1. During your turn, it has first strike. Very simple. Just gets in.
Yeah.
2 mana 2/2 on your turn with it has first strike is already not that bad.
So I guess if you a 1/3, there could be 1/3s that block this.
Yeah, well, it gets blocked by X3s.
Yeah. Am I gonna be able to attack this turn 3 on the play? Probably. On the draw, it's less likely, but if I have a combat trick, I can.
Wait, okay. How many 3 toughness creatures are there at common? There's 14 3 toughness creatures at common. Oh, I guess there's
how many are 3 or less mana?
Yeah. There's 10. Compare that to Brothers War 8. DMU had 8. Okay, so slightly more actually. Interesting.
Right. I mean, even if it's just always had first strike, I wouldn't be that high on it.
Yeah.
2.5.
I think 3 for me. What did I give the 1/1?
The one that tapped or the one that had toxic?
The toxic one.
What was that called again?
The Crawling Horse. I gave it a 3. Okay, yeah. I think I like the 1/1 more, but not by that much.
I'm saying this card's a lot worse than the 1/1. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I think I want to give both of them 3, so I'll say 3.
Me too.
Next one.
This shouldn't be the 2-drop you play. It's in your toxic deck. You're oh, I need a 2-drop so I can get my toxic. You're okay, this does it. I'll play it.
Yeah, you'll play it. And it works with the +2/+2 draw card. Yeah, it'll do things probably.
Right. Speaking of free toughness,
Hopefully.
we've got Incisor Glider, 1 and a white for a 1/3 with flying.
Look at that teeth!
Yeah. Artifact creature for Extreme Contract. Corrupted. Whenever it attacks, if an opponent has 3 or more poison counters, creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. In itself.
So that's really good if you have Corrupted.
I have Corrupted. Do you have Corrupted?
I don't know. This is gonna be like such a big swing when you get Corrupted. Like it's really, it's like, okay, it's not that bad. It's like 1/3 flyer is at least a blocker, right?
Oh.
The problem is it's not a good aggressive threat until you get Corrupted, and like it doesn't help. It doesn't help you get Corrupted is another problem, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Like, I don't know if there's anything with both Toxic and Corrupted.
Getting Corrupted is probably gonna be a lot of work.
Yeah,
it's gonna be a lot of work. Maybe we have to rate these creatures with Toxic higher than they've been seen, or maybe we should just say like, oh, Corrupted is actually not very good.
Yeah, I still like the 5-mana like black-white uncommon Corrupted because, like, you know, by turn 5 you.
That's huge. This is
and I mean, this one is like also a huge effect, right? Like +1/+1, like to everything, including itself. It attacks as a 2/4, right? If you have Corrupted. I don't know. I mean, I like this, but I don't want to play it on turn 2.
I don't mind playing this on turn 2. It's fine.
Well, I just don't know how I'm turning this on ever if I'm spending turn 2 playing something without Toxic.
Like, turn 2 creatures that are Concordia Pegasus is just fine. It's turn 2. What do you want?
I want something to advance my game plan. I don't know. I'm gonna give this. I'm gonna give this a 3.
All right. I'm also gonna give it a 3, but I'm gonna turn my Toxic to drop it to a 3.5.
I'm gonna bump both of those up to 3.5 as well. But like,
so now we're all on these 1 and 2 drop that Toxic. They're both 3.5s.
Yeah. It's also it's really good. It's gonna be really interesting seeing how Toxic plays. Like, it really could go like any way. Like maybe it just like maybe you just can't. Like maybe it's just too hard and they're just bad. Maybe like you just really need to prioritize the Crawling Chorus or something. I don't know.
That part's funny.
Oh, is it my turn? Yeah, it is my turn. Mandible Justicar. 2 mana, 2/1 lifelink. Artifact creature. Important. It's an artifact. Whenever another artifact enters the battlefield under your control, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. I like this a lot. It's just a lifelink creature. Like,
yeah. So a couple things to consider is that it's not very much life gain. This is a pretty unique card. It's a lot of life gain. And other thing to consider is that life gain is worse than normal because you might lose on your poison.
Yep. I mean, even without the lifelink, it like isn't that bad of a card. And like the life gain is worse than normal, but like it still does something, right? Like there's still going to be decks that are killing you purely on damage, and like also some decks that
better
like,
than normal like against those decks.
Yeah. Like lifelink gets a knock, but it's still a pretty good ability.
Not ever. I think it's really hard to make this a 4/3.
Yeah, it's not really attacking.
A couple cards that make 2 tokens.
I mean, no, there's like the 3 mana instant in white that like makes 2 mites.
There are a couple cards that actually make 2 tokens.
Yeah, but like even just attacking with a 3/2 lifelink on turn 3, like that's really good, right? Like
this is also sort of a blue-white gold card.
Maybe
you don't have the artifacts.
Maybe
it's just a discount Story Seeker.
Yeah, it's just like a slightly worse Story Seeker that like if you don't have the artifact and like when you play an like if you if you ever play an artifact, it like it becomes like better than Story Seeker kind of almost.
Okay, so maybe you don't need a lot. Doesn't need to be that valuable.
Yeah. 4. I'm gonna say 4.
3.5.
3.5.
Right.
Okay.
I'm gonna say 3. We say 3 too much, and we're saying these halves too much. It's a disaster. Right. Planar disruption. 1 and a white for an enchantment aura, which enchants artifacts, creatures, or planeswalkers. Enchanted permanent can't attack or block, and its activated abilities can't be activated. Oh, this crazy power creep passivism.
Yep. 2 mana arrest that hits artifacts and planeswalkers.
Yeah. So I mean, I think there might be fewer of the mitigating factors that make this card bad in the set.
Yeah, there's not that much sacrifice. Like, there's a bit, but like it's not a dedicated archetype. And also like there's like not that much bounce. I think there's like a bounce spell at uncommon and the skull bomb at common. There's some artifact enchantment destruction. But like, I don't know. I think this card is just really good. I think it's a 5. Cheap removal. Hits anything. 2 mana is
5 for a pacifism.
Yeah, I think this is 5 for a pacifism. Like, I don't know. 2 mana for like fairly unconditional removal. Like, Bound in Gold was good in call. Like, this is like 2 mana Bound in Gold, right? I feel like it even
what
has
about passive abilities. Other cards with passives.
No, not really. I think there's a lot of like oil counters, but like most of the cards with oil counters like
you count your things as oil counters.
Yeah, counting things with oil counters.
One which hunts your poison.
Sure, yeah. I guess the static ability on that, but it doesn't. You remove the like death touch effect on the green black one, right? And also like it lets you like still count poison oil counters, but it doesn't let you like use the oil counters, right? Because like everything that uses oil counters is like remove them as an activated ability.
I don't think it can be a 5 though.
You don't think it can be a 5?
3.5 for me.
Okay, sure.
It can be a 5 for you. It's fine.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm ready to like have pacifisms be good again. Well, Charge of the Mites. 2 and a white instant. Choose one. Deals damage equal to the number of creatures you control to target creature or planeswalker, or make 2 mites. The 1/1s that can't block and have toxic 1, and are artifacts. I mean, this is Cavalry Charm at common, except that they don't block, but they have toxic 1, so they're like 2/1s.
What was Cavalry Charm again?
It was these two modes, except you make 1/1s instead of mites, like regular 1/1s. And like the third mode was like your creature get +1/+1 and trample, which is a mode.
I thought I had 3 modes. Yeah.
Yeah. It's the more important 2 modes of Cavalry Charm.
It's actually like this. It's great.
Instant speed artifact fall. Also, like
Toxic 1 is great, and
also the instant is like really nice on the toxic 1, actually. Like usually, like if you think of
it won't be back to blockers, and you get in like 4 damage effectively.
Yeah, like if you like with a raise the alarm, right? Like usually something like raise the alarm, like 2 mana instant, make 2 1/1s. Like they don't care that much about being attacked by 2 1/1s. With corrupted especially, they care.
Trying to get their corrupted, you flash this in, now suddenly you have corrupted.
Yeah, they really care about like getting 2 poison counters.
All right, I like this better than pacifism. Sorry.
I was gonna say 5 for this, so like I mean I'm with you, kind of. Like split card removal. Also, we didn't even talk about that, but split card removal.
Oh yeah, no, that's why. Yeah, we would, if it wasn't for that, we wouldn't be that high.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this card is excellent. Like also just like the threat of activation of like holding up 3 mana in white. Like, does your opponent really want to like leave them vulnerable to 2 mites? Who knows? Anyways, next card.
Flensing Raptor. A Wind Drake, so 2 and a white for a 2/2 with flying. Practicing bird. Toxic 1. When it enters the battlefield, target creature you control with Toxic gets +1/+1 and gains flying until end of turn. Wow. That's
Pushes Toxic.
Or the pieces really are coming together on how you get corrupted.
Yeah. This is I think this card is how you get corrupted at common, really. Like this
comes down. Creature. Hopefully, it's getting you 1 poison. Yeah. And hopefully, the next turn it gets you another poison.
Yep. Like, you need the toxic creature, right? So like,
it's interesting. Like, even if you have like this great curve with toxic stuff, you're probably still waiting until turn 4 or 5 to actually get to 3.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's like.
Yeah, I think I'm like slightly low. I'm like just slightly lower on the glider now as well, because like I don't know, it just doesn't like the 1/3 flyer that like has corrupt. Like it just, I would rather my toxic things be like more immediate on like for later turns than like
it's in your toxic deck, but it's weird.
Yeah.
What do we give that one? 3 each.
Yeah, I mean like. I think it's still fine at 3. I don't know.
I'll leave it as 3.
Anyways, this one, 4.5 for me.
And it's the passive as a movie, 4.5. White cards seem good.
I mean, all the colors cards seem good. I don't know. I feel like we're gonna get to blue, and I'm going to want I'm gonna want to put blue's commons at like 6s, even though that's not what the scale does.
All right, so we gotta get some deflation.
Yeah, maybe I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm overrating blue and green. Green also.
It's a Windrake. Calm down. It's just a 4.
This is better than the Windrake, but yeah.
Yeah, by a lot.
Yeah. Anyways, next card. Gold Warden's Helm. Okay, this one we don't need to give a high grade. 2 and a white for an artifact equipment for Mirrodin. When this equipment enters the battlefield, etc., make a 2/2 attached to it. It gets +0/+1 to the creature. So it enters as a 2/3 with a +0/+1 thing. And like a 2/3 that dies into a +0/+1 equipment. That equips for 2. +0/+1 just doesn't do anything.
Without synergies is awful.
Yeah.
Really bad.
You
have some synergies in your blue or your red deck. Maybe.
I think this is like a 1.5 at most. I don't know. Like
something's got to get the 1 for me.
Okay, sure. It's like 2/3 doesn't do anything. +0/+1 doesn't do anything as an equipment. It's just bad. Like maybe if you're super heavy into like my 1.5 is if you're like super heavy into like equipment synergy or like artifact synergy. I don't know.
This next card has some synergy. It's not a Phyrexian for first time. It says 2/3 Lean and Lightbringer. 2/3 creature cat rebel.
3/2. It's a 3/2, not a 2/3.
I was meaning to read the mana cost. Going away. Haven't gotten the stat line yet. It's a 3/2. With ward 2, and as long as it's equipped, it gets +1/+1. That is your synergy. Equip your +0/+1 to it. Now it's a 4/4. Still not good.
Yeah.
About that.
Ward 2. How do you like your turtles? Hexbane turtles.
Yeah, that's what this card is. Hexbane turtle. But like that one had the list. This one has incentive to get bigger.
Oh, of note, also for the for the 4 Mirrodin equipment, the equipment that enters with a 2/2, bouncing it does like get you another 2/2, so that's a synergy. But I think the only way to do that is like the 4 mana white thing, or like one of the only ways at common. I'm pretty sure the Skull Bomb, the blue Skull Bomb, says creature.
I don't know if it's a common. You like either flicker something or.
Oh yeah. That one's an uncommon. I think.
Okay.
I know what you're talking about. We'll get to it, but like that one is pretty powerful. Anyways, Lightbringer. I mean, I don't like turtles.
The turtle was just unlucky. It was a victim of circumstances. This one, I hope that you can actually make it good. Like you couldn't really build a deck that like was meant to load up on your turtle.
I'm not a fan of a 3-mana creature that like is just like medium-ish stats. Like it's like you have to do work to make it good stats. Like I don't know.
It's good stats if you're doing it.
Is it though? Like
I'm only gonna play it if I'm doing it.
Okay, sure, but I don't know. So the best equipment to put on this, maybe the +1 -1 red one, like equips for 1. That's like really cheap to equip. That makes this
I haven't read the cards yet.
That makes this a 4/2 or something. Or no 5/2.
Oh, am I not going to have very many equipment in my Boros deck?
I mean, you are going to have a bunch of equipment in your Boros deck. I just like don't think I'm that excited about a 3-mana 4/3 like that. Like you need to do work. Like that you need to do work for, right? Like
I guess the 4 mirrored equipment typically are bad to re-equip. Like
yeah, like it's like it's the 4 mirrored equipment is like fairly like expensive to move around. Like there's a few exceptions, but I'm just like not excited about this stat line. I don't know. I want something slightly more than just a 3-mana 4/3.
I went with 2.5.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Maybe I'm gonna go 2.
I feel like you should be lower than me.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like the turtle is what I'm saying. Like the turtle kind of impressed me sometimes.
I know you like the turtle a bit.
Actually gonna. Okay, to be clear, I don't want anyone watching to get the wrong impression of the turtle. The turtle's bad. Don't play the turtle.
This is Hexbane Turtle from Dominaria United, to be clear. But yeah. Anyways, moving on. Vanish into Eternity. 2 of the white for an instant. It costs 3 more to cast if it targets a creature. Exile target non-land permanent. So it's roughly like 3 mana kill a artifact, like a non-creature thing. You know, you can kill a planeswalker for 3. Instant speed also. You can kill an equipment. Like anything that isn't a creature and isn't a land, you can kill for 3 mana. Or you can pay 6 mana to kill a creature. Sideboard card, I think, is a sideboard card. Like this is worse than like 3 mana kill an artifact or enchantment, I think, because you can't hit artifact creatures with this without paying 3 more.
There are artifact creatures.
There's a bunch of artifact creatures, but this doesn't get them.
You're not like if you're killing an equipment with this, that's horrible.
NCAA has called best common? What? I don't know what NCAA is on about.
Maybe he's talking about the turtle variant.
Maybe. I'd be surprised about that too. But I mean, like, it's like this is. I guess you could main deck this. I don't know. I'd say this is like a main deck.
Oh, so what do sideboard cards get? They got 1.5, I guess.
I don't know. I would say 2 because like you could like I think main deck this is like a 2.
Really? Oh, it's gonna be a 1 main deck.
Yeah, like there's rare planeswalkers.
6 mana, instant speed, not so bad actually.
Yeah, instant speed like blows out some things. Like I don't know. Like it'll like six mana kill a creature is really expensive, but like it like is better than nothing. I don't know. Anyways.
Indoctrination Attendant. 3 in a white. 4 mana, 3 in a white for a Phyrexian Cleric 3/4. Toxic 1. When it enters the battlefield, you may return another permanent you control to its owner's hand. If you do, create a might. May return another thing.
I mean, this is good with the equipment, right? You just get another 2/2. I think this is a pretty powerful. Like this reminds me of Geothermal Kami, right? From Neon Dynasty, the like 4/3 that returns an enchantment. Doesn't gain life. Doesn't do anything defensively. Well, I mean, like it's more defensively statted, right? Like as a 3/4. Like yeah, it's great with 4 Mirrodin. I don't know like how much like ETB stuff there is.
Yeah, you can do two of these can loop. Many 1/1s.
Yeah, that's true.
It can't be overall that crazy.
We haven't seen like other white commons, right? That like
work with it?
That work with this other than like the equipment.
You can like move your pacifism.
Yeah, you can move your pacifism. You can kill your opponent's pacifism. Yeah, sure. I guess there's the raptor.
Oh, it kills their pacifism.
Well,
pacifism, and then they're gonna indoctrination attendant me. Oh my god, pacifism can't be.
Yeah. There's the like Windrake that like ETB jumps something. But
yeah, that's I jumped this thing 4 or 5.
You can pick up Prophetic Prism. The thing is, I don't really like this in Prophetic Prism decks because like the 1/1 doesn't block, so it's like not.
Yeah,
that,
I mean I don't
not
have
that
the
defensive.
in my deck.
Well, yeah. Sorry, I was considering this for the multicolor nonsense deck, right?
Okay. So overall,
I'm gonna say 3. I have a hard time seeing this be like.
It like it kind of averages out to 3.
Yeah, like it'll be good when it's good, but like.
Yeah. It's like totally playable though. Like.
Yeah, it's gonna be playable. Like I don't know. This reminds me of somewhere between like the geothermal Kami in like Neon Dynasty and like the Kami of Terrible Secrets in Neon Dynasty, like the 3/4 draw card and the like 4/3 bounce and enchantment.
The vast majority of my limit in the past year was Dominaria United.
Okay. So I guess that wasn't helpful. I don't know if there's it's not there's no like Dominaria United card that this compares that well to. I don't know. Anyways, next. Orthodoxy Enforcer. 4 mana for a 2/4 vigilance. It gets +2/+0 as long as you control 2 or more artifacts. It's not an artifact itself. So you need 2 other artifacts to make it a 4/4 vigilance.
I'll work for good card, but nothing.
I want to give this a 3 again. I don't know. It's just like a whatever 4-drop.
I mean, it's like bad if you don't have the.
Like. I don't know. 2/4 vigilance does block things.
It's below rate.
Yeah, okay, 2.5. I'll say 2.5. I won't go lower.
I'll say 2. I'm only gonna play it if I have a ton of artifacts.
I mean, sure. Like if you have a ton of artifacts, 4/4 vigilance for 4 is like fine. Like I don't know. And...
Yeah, no, that's good, but artifacts.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like, whatever. I don't care that much about grades. I also don't care that much about this card. Like, I'm just never going to pick this card. Maybe that means I should give it a 2, but...
You gave it a 2.5 and you're never going to pick it?
I'm never going to pick it, like, except, like, out of the back of packs, and then sometimes I'll play it. I don't know. It'll be fine, I think. Maybe it'll be horrible. This one's
Silica Shepherd. 3 white for a 3/3 flying. It's an angel. When it enters the battlefield, create 2 1/1 mites. Wow, that's a lot of stuff.
I'd be a lot more excited if the mites could block. I mean, that's like mostly true of mites in general, but like, I don't know, like,
yeah,
this feels like the kind of card where like, if you got mites that could block, this would be like really, really busted. But like, as is, it already gives me like a Diregraph Horde kind of vibe. Did you play Midnight Hunt? I forget if you played Midnight Hunt.
Yeah.
You know, Diregraph Horde.
Diregraph Horde.
Yep, there's that.
Error.
Well, yeah. It's a flying Diregraph Horde, right? It still makes 2 power creatures.
Better tokens.
Yeah,
It doesn't XL from Yard though. The XL was really big.
Yeah, the XL was big, but like Diregraph Horde.
This could be 4.5 or 5.
Flyer Graph Horde, that's a good one, Harm. Yeah, I'll say it's a 5 mana card. I don't want to give it a 5. I'll say 4.5.
Like Diregraph Horde is a 5, just so you.
I mean, context. I don't know.
Yeah, in that set, it was a 5.
Yeah. Like I think that Diregraph Horde is worse in this set than in Midnight Hunt. I might be wrong. But
ours was a Mites a 5. This isn't better.
Okay. Last card. Mirren Bardiche, or last white common, yeah. 5 mana for Mirrodin. Equipment. Equipped creature gets +2/+1 in vigilance. Equip 3 and a white. So this is a 5 mana 4/3 vigilance. That leaves behind a +2/+1 equipment, +2/+1 vigilance equipment. Equips for 3 and a white. I think that people are going to underrate this card, but also it's not that good. That's my take. I'm going to give it a solid 3.
I'm going to underrate this card. You said expensive.
I said that people in general are gonna underrate this card. I think.
They're gonna give it a 1.
Are you gonna give it a 1?
2.
You're gonna give it a 2. Okay.
I mean, so expensive to re-equip.
Yeah. It's like a lot worse than Hammer in Call Them.
That was a great equipment. That was a really good equipment.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, you're right. It's the sort of thing that ends up just
like it's like Hammer is a lot better than this, but Hammer is also very good, right? Like Hammer's like a 6.
I don't think it's in the same league as Hammer.
Well, yeah. But like basically, like it's definitely not in the same league as Hammer. But like I think Hammer reads a bit clunkily at first glance, and like
it does. Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
and this does too. Yeah. But there's also like there is equipment synergy in the set, right? Like I don't know.
All right, we are 1 star different.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. I want to take a quick water break. Okay, so like my thought on this card, I guess I should say more about this card. My thought is like, there's like 2 things in the set. I think 2 uncommons that say like your equipment costs 1 less to equip. There's the red, white, gold card, and I think there's another red uncommon that says that. And if you're equipping this for 3, that's not actually that's like fair actually. It's like Valkyrie sword from Kaldheim levels of equipment. Like obviously it doesn't change that like you're getting a 5 mana 4/3, which is vigilance, which is pretty below rate, but at least the 4/3 trades. And what you want is for your like in an equipment deck you want to trade. So like I don't know.
Like this is the only like we saw all the common white equipment. Hopefully one of them's playable.
Yeah, there was like this one. Wait, wasn't there this one? It was just this one and the 2/3.
I think so.
Yeah, like I think red has good.
I don't believe in the equipment deck at all.
Red has good equipment. Red has a good 2 mana equipment. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, I don't know. I think this card will be fine if the equipment deck is at all playable.
I gave it a 2. All right.
Okay. Next up, blue.
It's the only card in the set that grants toxic. Like,
wait, really?
You don't have toxic.
No, I thought there's an aura that gives toxic. Anyways, whatever, we'll get to it. But
well, there's a black one. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
All right. It's a single blue mana for an instant. It's Aspirant's Ascent. Until end of turn, target creature gets +1/+3 and gains flying and toxic 1.
This is Wings of the Cosmos, except toxic. So does not untap, which is big. Yeah. Not untapping makes it a lot worse defensively.
Really hard to use on blocks.
I mean,
it's possible.
It's still good, right? It's still just a 1 mana combat trick that like
wins the combat.
Wins combat. It just wins combats.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
The toxic 1. So you're using it after they block. The toxic 1 is only helping if you have trample somehow.
Or okay, so like you can also use it as like 1 mana, give them a poison counter.
Deal 1, deal a poison as well.
Yeah.
That's bad. Typically.
It's bad, but like you know, it's a split card, right? It's you'll
do it sometimes.
You'll do it sometimes. I don't value the toxic one in this that much.
Especially if you have a toxic creature that's like you can't get it in and you need corrupted. Okay, now I have 2 poison.
Yeah, or like if it had toxic 2, now you have 3 poison, right? Like this will finish games.
Although a blue doesn't have toxic creatures, it just pairs with other colors that might.
Yeah. Like blue green, like for example, there's still like the 5 mana 4/4 toxic 3 or something. Like that's 4 toxic. It's a lot of toxic. I don't know. I think this card's gonna be okay. Like 3. I'd play like 1 of them in my deck. I don't know. I just have huge respect for 1 mana combat tricks these days.
I think Wins the Cosmos. I was a fan of that card, and it was a 2.
Huh. I mean, people certainly drafted it like it was a 2, so I didn't need to draft it like it was
drafted like a 1.
Well, yeah, sure, yeah, that's right. So I didn't need to draft it like anything but a 2, but like, you know. I think like how powerful it is, I want 1 in my deck.
For this next card.
This one. I'm giving this a 5, by the way. Glistener Seer, blue for an 0/3. Enters with 3 oil counters. It has tap, remove an oil counter from it, scry 1.
I'm a fan.
This is don't die, and also like this is Omen Speaker or whatever, except also oil counter synergies. It's just a scry engine.
Yeah, the hope is you can just never run out of oil counters on this thing.
Yeah, even if you run out of oil counters, 3 scries is a lot. Like
that is absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, like
the other thing I'm thinking something that would be interesting. Say you get down to 1 oil counter. Now you have a choice. Like, do you want to just like be done with the card and get your scry now, or hope you can proliferate it later?
Yeah. I mean, that's a choice you'll make. That's a choice you'll make.
It's
right?
just interesting. Yeah, it's not like a downside. It's just like that'll be interesting.
I think Omen Speaker is an interesting comparison. We haven't had Omen Speaker in a long time. Like 2 mana, 1/3 scry 2, ETB scry 2. How do you think this compares to something like that? Like,
sorry, 2 mana what?
2 mana, 1/3
1/3.
ETB scry.
This is better. This is way better.
Yeah, this is way better, right? Like 3 scry 1s is better than a scry 2, right? Definitely.
Certainly.
Like 2 scry 1s across turn.
I'm just thinking about how the fact that it's 1 mana and it's more than 3 scries. And
yeah.
Yeah.
People are asking, is this better than Larder Zombie, the 1/3 that's like top 3 creatures surveil? Yeah.
Absolutely better. Larder Zombie. I mean, you surveil like eventually, but you are really lucky if you get to do that 3 times. Like.
Yeah. I agree. To be
fair,
surveil is better than scry. I think this is comparable. I'm gonna give it a 5, but like, yeah.
Larder Zombie's not a 5.
Well, sorry, I'm not saying Larder Zombie's a 5. But like, I don't know.
It's better than Larder Zombie.
I think it'll be better than this context.
You said it's comparable. Yeah. You think it's a 5?
I think this is a 5.
I thought it was great, but I think it's like a 4.
I want to play 3 copies of this in my blue decks.
Me too.
I guess Larder Zombie might be better. I don't know. Maybe I'm overrating this.
It's not better than Larder Zombie.
Sorry, you mean Larder? Which one do you think is better?
It's not worse. It's not worse. I think Larder Zombie is significantly worse than this card.
The 1 power did matter on Larder Zombie. I don't know. Oil counters are nice though. Like oil counter synergy.
Yeah. Well.
And like using it.
Okay. Also, just the way I think blue will play. Like, I guess there was some of this in that set as well, but
I think it's actually very.
I really think you're going to just be like casting spells and blocking.
Mm-hmm.
This is perfect. This is all I want.
Yeah.
You need to like not fall behind on board to start being able to hold up counter spells, and this just does it.
Anyways, next card.
5 is aggressive. You said 5.
Yeah, I said 5.
No, I feel like I'm higher on the card than you are, but I am going to give it a lower number.
Maybe I'm higher on Larder Zombie than you are. Chat is waiting for Larder Zombie is better than this.
Really, well, no, every blue deck is just gonna slam as many as it can. I think.
Yeah, definitely. Like this is very good blue card.
And that's not true of Larder Zombie. Like you have to have you have to have your decayed tokens for Larder Zombie to.
Yeah. Larder Zombie, I think, has a higher ceiling on this, but
yeah.
Yeah. Anyways.
No, it's like some games your zombie just is insane, but most games it's not. Right. The ending. They on a blue instant counter target spell unless its controller pays 2, so it's a quench with corrupted. Counter target that spell instead if its controller has 3 or more poison counters.
That's a good counter spell.
I love quench, and this is
quench that becomes counter spell in the late game. Like
for single blue.
Like you said you just want to block and play spells like.
That's exactly. That's why. And I want my spells are going to be giving them poison and proliferating, and I'm going to get my corrupted.
Yeah. This is great.
So it's at least a 4.
I'm willing to say 4.5. I don't think I want to say 5. Like it's hard for just a counter spell that does nothing except counter stuff to be like top common.
So
I don't think even make make disappear was great in Streets of New Covenant, but I don't think like make disappear would like get up to 5.
Yeah,
I would say
not
4.5. I would say 4 or 4.5. I'm leaning 4.5, but no, I'll say 4.
To pick one.
4. Final answer, 4.
I'll join you.
Okay. I think also, like, there's some awkwardness with sometimes you won't. Like sometimes you won't always have corrupted, right? Sometimes you draw your poison counters late. Occasionally. Right.
Yeah.
Escaped Experiment. 2 mana, 2/1. Artifact creature. Whenever it attacks, target creature an opponent controls gets -X, -0 until end of turn, where X is the number of artifacts you control. Counts itself, so like default 2 mana, 2/1, like give it -1, -0. Give a thing -1, -0. Like, I don't know. This is fairly unexciting to me. Like, this is really unexciting to me.
It should say until your next turn. That's what it should say.
Yeah. Well, I mean, no. We've like, I feel like this is a like quite common blue, quite common blue common for them to print in sets. It's always unplayable. It's like a 2 mana 2/1 that like attacks and like shrinks their creature, like shrinks the power of their a creature or something. And like the joke, it's trying to like, it's trying to like, you know, make it so that you can get in damage with your 2 mana 2/1, but like it's always bad. It's always unplayable. One.
Good. Ones are not unplayable. Ones are fine to give. I will give it a 1.
Nice. Okay, great. Next.
Experimental Augury. 1 and a blue. Anticipate. Proliferate. Instant speed.
Just to be clear,
Anticipate previously claimed this would be the best common in the set.
I think it was Ink Fathom. To be clear, Anticipate is look at top 3 cards of your library, put 1 in hand, put the rest on the bottom.
Yeah. I mean, it's
contentious plan. Contentious plan. Power creep. There's a common in War of the Spark that was draw a card, proliferate.
It's like a sorcery.
Yeah, it's sorcery. Yeah.
Yes, such comparison. It might be fine, but
yes, such power creep.
I mean, it's sort of like it's so clearly going to be an above average card in your deck every time, but it's also a little low impact.
Compare this to Impulse. Would like compared to this
better than Impulse? Yes.
Impulse and Dominator United. Do you think it's better than Impulse? I'm giving this a 5. I think Impulse was like a 4.5.
Oh, okay, but Impulse, there's a ton of spell synergy in that set.
There's a bunch of spell synergy here too, right? Like there's a bunch of like, you know, like get a. I think there's less. To be fair, there's less. But like,
like you had Tolarian Terror, you're like.
Yeah, it's hard to get hard to like.
I think the difference between 4 and 3 is big, but yeah, I still think
it's big. Yeah.
I guess. I want to say.
There's also no Essence Scatter, but there is a Quench.
That's totally replaced. Essence Scatter. I mean, especially since it can be a hard counter anyway.
Oh,
this is worse than Impulse on turn 2, unless you play your O3.
Well, I was about to say, is it worse than Impulse on turn 2? On turn 2, it's Anticipate Scry 1.
The extra oil counter on your O3 is like a Scry in the far future.
Yeah.
That is better. The Scry in the far future is actually better than the 4th card.
Yeah.
As long as you actually do get that Scry eventually.
Yeah. I'm comfortable giving this a 5.
Right. Cool.
Next card. Ichor Synthesizer. Speaking of blocking and casting spells. 2 mana 1/3. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put an oil counter on it, and as long as it has 4 or more oil counters, it gets +2/+0 and can't be blocked. So it starts out as a 2 mana 1/3, and after you've cast 4 non-creature spells, or you know, just proliferated some amount, some combination, it becomes a 3/3 unblockable. 3/3 unblockable is big. That just kills your opponent.
This is for your blue-red deck.
This is for your blue anything deck. I don't know, like.
Well, like your blue-black deck, you're winning by poison, maybe.
Maybe, but like you can be a more controlling.
Blue-white deck, you It's an off seam a little bit.
Yeah, like
blue-green deck. Okay, probably. Oh, your blue-green deck.
blue-green loves this.
It's gonna be really good because winning on combat, and it's just
this just 1/3 is actually like a fine blocker on turn 2. The problem with 2 mana 1/3s is like they don't do anything in the late game, right? To be fair, this also has that problem where it's like a bad draw. If you've run out of gas, if you run out of gas, it's a bad draw, right?
Well, you need a lot of gas. It's 4 spells.
Well, and proliferates, right?
Proliferate, yeah. But
yeah,
I think it can't be that good. I think it's like a 3.
I'm gonna say 3.5.
Like with a 3 is like totally playable, but
yeah. I think this is good enough on turn 2 that like I'm gonna say 3.5. I think
Alcador's Watcher, 1 in a blue for a artifact creature for Exian Drone 1/1. It's flying in vigilance, and when it dies, draw a card.
Nice vigilance. Get your Peckins for 1.
Yeah. If you ping, then you jump and draw a card.
Are you happy chumping and drawing a card? Are you happy to play this on turn 2, chump with it, draw a card?
Well, no, I'm gonna chump later. I'm gonna attack and chump.
Well, are you though? If your opponent attacks you with a 2/2 toxic 1, are you chumping and drawing a card on turn 2? Like maybe.
Wait. Oh, 2/2?
Yeah,
totally. I might. Yeah. And then the card wasn't very good. I might do it, but like the card didn't do it.
Yeah.
It was just like.
I don't know. I don't really know what this card is like for. I guess it's like.
Well, blue-white flyers.
Yeah. Maybe like you're supposed to slam an equipment on this in blue-white.
Pretty good. And then it's like the die trigger should be like pseudo protection, like a hedge against them killing your suited up thing. Like
it's obviously it's worse than than like Inspiring Overseer, right? Like ETB draw a card, but like,
come on.
I don't know. Like I don't know. I don't know what to think about this card. It's like okay, generic value. I don't know I don't know if it like fits in any good synergies.
Maybe it's narrow actually. Yeah. Okay, 3.
Yeah. I'll say. Do I want this or the 1/3? I kind of want the 1/3. I'll say 3. A prologue to Phyresis. 1 in the blue for an instant. Each opponent gets a poison counter. Draw a card. Get the ball rolling. Get the ball rolling.
Oh, good. You hold up your quench in this, you can't lose. It's over.
Do you like this or the Anticipate? I'd like the Anticipate. So
the Anticipate is better.
Yeah. I'm gonna give this like a 4. I think. Like I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's so cool that a 2-mana cantrip can be a 4.
Okay, great. Yeah, great. I'm glad we're on the same page. I thought the way when you said so good, but like your tone made me think you were gonna give it a 5.
So I'm just going. So what's gonna happen is I'm gonna draft 5 of them. It's gonna be so much fun, and I think it'll be good because you just need the density of spells and.
Yeah, you need so like
and it lets you start proliferating without attacking.
You need this to do more than just its face value, right? Like this is like you can't just play this as like 2 mana draw card, give a poison, like no synergy, right? Like you need things that like the things that trigger off of.
I'm fine. Like my blue-black deck might not have very many things that trigger off of non-creatures. I'll still play this card.
I mean, I was counting like proliferate too, right? Like
proliferate, yeah.
Yeah, like it needs to be like important to your decks in some way, like either triggering non-creatures or like being one of your few sources of poison, right? Like
getting corrupted. Yeah. I'm gonna be proliferating. That's the. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Instant speed corrupted as a combat trick. I think most of the corrupted is like not really combat tricky. I guess there's the white aura that we went like.
Yeah, which already has flash, but like if it's in play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny though. I mean, there's already instant seed proliferate to get corrupted, so Yeah, I don't know. This is.
I guess I also think like this is a burn spell. You're winning by poison. It's just
deal 2, draw a card.
That's good.
It's electrolyze.
Well,
It's not electrolyze. But yeah.
Chrome Crawler. 2 and a blue for an artifact creature, Phyrexian Cat. 3/2 with Flash. That enters the battlefield, tap target creature and opponent controls. Okay.
So this is calling back to like things like Frostlings, right? Like Frostlings is 3 mana 2/2, like free tap and freeze something. Well, and this like doesn't freeze, but like the fact that it has Flash means it still prevents the attack.
And it has extra power. I think it's better than Frostlings.
I think it's better than Frostlings. Like let's see, you flash it in, you tap them for one attack and 1 block. Frostlings, Frostlings gets rid of an extra block.
Yeah, the effect is better, but the power pushes it above.
I still don't think this can be more than the 3.
Oh.
It just doesn't synergize, right? Like it's fine.
Artifact.
It helps.
The cat. That's a nice.
There's a synergy out there.
Oh, I didn't know that.
There's a cat rebel that like it works with your 4 mirrored and stuff, but this Phyrexian cat still works. Yeah.
Oh, right, that rare.
Kemba.
Yeah, that's funny. The rare will be fun to play with. So all of the there was that white card that was a cat as well. That was an equipment scene.
Yeah.
Like, all the cats are this Mirrodin thing, I guess.
Yeah. The 4 Mirrodin doesn't make a cat; it just makes a rebel. But yeah. Oh. But like there's a bunch of like there's a bunch of equipment tribal cats. Anyways, yeah. What did you put for this? I said like. I said it can't be more than a 3. I guess I'll say 3. Yeah.
So what do you want?
3.
Okay.
Okay. Next up, Eye of Malcator. 2 and a blue for an artifact. When it enters the battlefield, scry 2. And whenever another artifact enters the battlefield under your control, it becomes a 4/4 Phyrexian Eye artifact creature until end of turn. So this is like, if you're heavy in artifacts, it like is like kind of a 3 mana 4/4 scry 2, but it's like more awkward than that. Definitely.
Is that Flash Might Maker?
Yeah, there's the Flash Might Maker.
Cat with Flash.
No, that doesn't. I mean, the cat with Flash. Either you're flashing it pre-combat and getting the tap, and therefore not like surprise eating a creature, or you're flashing it after block, like after they attack. In which case, you're not getting the tap, right? So it's like
it's artifact with Flash.
Well, yeah, it's a bit of it's a bit of tension. Yeah. It's a bit of tension in that synergy.
Makes the synergy a little bit less good. But even if I'm doing it pre-combat, it makes it so they really can't attack. Like maybe I'm like almost dying, but now I get 2 things.
How many artifacts are you really playing though? I don't know. Like I guess skull bombs.
2.
I feel like there aren't that many artifacts.
Yeah, you gotta be heavy. You gotta be really heavy for this.
Mm-hmm.
It's cool. There's this common that like doesn't work unless you're actually really all in on something.
Is that cool? Maybe it's just bad.
Well, it's cool if it works.
Mm-hmm. Do I care about? Do I care about a 3 mana 4/4 scry 2 that can't block? Like you're definitely never blocking with this on turn 3. That makes it like I think that makes it pretty bad. Like I want
like the scry 2, I guess. Yeah, you're right. It's not gonna be.
I'm gonna give it a 2 at most. I'm tempted to give it a 1, but like
we should go lower. You should go lower.
Okay, I'll say 1. Blue has to have some bad cards sometimes. Can't all.
We'll give it a chance, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be higher, but 1 for now. Taxian Raptor. 2 blue. Feature Phyrexian Bird, 1/4, flying. Enters the battlefield with 3 oil counters on it. You can remove an oil counter from a Taxian Raptor to give it +1, -1 until end of turn. Wow.
So this is Mistwalker?
Cool. Yeah, but totally different.
Yeah.
The same sort of spread of activation thing that can let you like make the oil counters last.
Yeah, but like that's like blocking threat of activation. The problem with this is like, if you want to attack with it, right? Chipping in for 1 doesn't do that much, so you have to spend oil counters if you're like attacking.
But it's also a threat to just 4 damage. If I want it.
Yeah, if you want it, like, I don't know. It's fine. I kind of want to give it like a 3.5.
That's big.
I don't know, like. So like, I'm just comparing this to Mistwalker, and like, Mistwalker's like a lot better than this, I think. Like, yes, the mana's like you get to like actually
because it's a shapeshifter.
Yeah. A lot of it is because shapeshifter, so like you like turn on all your creature tribal stuff, and this like doesn't have that synergy. Like, it has a bit of oil counter synergy, but like a lot less than the shapeshifter.
Already this is worth so little.
Yeah. And like it has the problem where like Mistwalker, part of why it's good is because it closes the late game really fast, right? Like, once you're like out of stuff, you just like pump like 4 to 6 mana into it every turn, and you're attacking with a flyer.
You also often put a +1/+1 counter or some other pump on your Mistwalker, and then it can get even bigger.
Yeah.
There isn't that in this. There's no +1/+1.
Yeah, there's like equipment, but like that's not gonna.
Yeah. Like, I gave it a 3.
Yeah, like I'm down to 3. Like, I think 1/4 flyer gets a lot worse when you can't augment it as easily. Like, Call Time was a set all about augmenting your creatures with like +1/+1 counters or equipment, and that also made Mistwalker a lot better. This doesn't get that. Like, yeah. Next up, Mesmerizing Dose. 1 blue. Enchantment or enchant creature. When it enters the battlefield, tap target enchanted creature, then proliferate. Enchanted creature doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. So this is Claustrophobia, Charm Sleep, whatever you want. Like 3 mana, blue aura removal that proliferates.
That's really good.
Is it though? Charm Sleep is pretty bad.
I've always liked Charm Sleep. It's funny, I don't like passive on, but Charm Sleep.
Charm Sleep is so much worse than passive.
It's because blue decks
don't have other removal. I mean, white often doesn't have that much better, but I guess like Charge of the Mites is better.
But white attacks more.
Yeah. Wait, but like if you're attacking, like you want removal as well.
Not as much.
No,
you want removal more if you're not attacking than if you're attacking.
Yeah, I think you want removal about the same. It doesn't really matter. Like, okay, so
removal's good. Okay.
How like so this doesn't remove like oil counter creatures that well, right?
Yeah, it doesn't have the abilities.
I mean, like it removes some of them, right? Like a bunch of them have like tap, right? But like for example, the blue-red uncommon, this doesn't do anything to, except like get a blocker out of the way.
I just think about like proliferate, adding a lot of value.
I mean, it adds a lot of value, but like I don't know. I don't want to give this higher than a 3. I think it'll make it like playable, but not like good. Is my take. Like you have a lot of proliferate in other places. Don't need this. 3 mana is also like a lot more than 2 mana on like a or removal.
Yeah, it's worse than the passivism. I think I want it. It's at least a 3.5 for me, maybe a 4.
I'm saying 3. I'm not budging.
If you're not budging, then I have to budge.
Do you have to though? We don't have to agree that much.
Right, but if I'm considering budging, then that.
Okay. Well, next up, this is a weird one.
Gitaxian Anatomist, 3 and a blue. Wizard Fraction Wizard 2/5. When it enters the battlefield, you may tap it if you do proliferate. Okay. Very strange upside on your crab. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, Wishcoin Crab. I mean, I'm not interested in the 4 mana 2/5. I'm not interested.
Sort of, you can think of it as if it has haste.
Well, the thing is, like, the haste doesn't like deals a poison counter, but it doesn't deal like damage. That's a funny comparison, though. Yeah, I don't like this. You have better ways to proliferate.
You do have better ways to proliferate. I like the stat line.
1. I'm gonna say 1.
0.5.
Sorry, did you say 1.5 or 0.5?
0.5.
Okay.
2.5. That's a good stat line.
Is it though? Is it?
Oh, but yeah.
Meld Web Curator. 4 mana for a 3/4 Phyrexian wizard. When it enters the battlefield, put up to 1 target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard on top of your library. Is this a what is it like? Is this a 6 mana 3/4? Your opponent gets a poison counter. 6 mana 3/4 scry to proliferate.
2 turns for sure.
Well, yeah.
Poison counter. Dissipate.
Removal.
Counter spell seems pretty good.
Counter spell seems okay.
It can't be that good. But
Can't be that good. I want to say like 2 or 2.5.
Just pick one.
2.5. I'm optimistic.
I'll pick that.
I think that like I want to play multicolor with like good spells. I don't know.
Oh well. Okay, whatever.
I mean, even if
you
you
respond to chat a little bit,
yeah.
Inkphasm said it's a lot better than Mistwalker on curve, which is actually a pretty good point.
The Raptor?
It just makes it block better the turn it comes down. The fact that it's 0 mana active.
But the turn after it comes down, it's a lot worse because you don't get to play Squash for 2. But
I had not considered that. X Dragon says poison counts like 2 damage. Yeah, that's what we're sort of thinking, but only if your deck is actually winning by poison. And it can be better if you're, need your first so you can proliferate or need your corrupted. So
yeah,
and counterspell they know is coming. Yeah, you're a blue deck. They know it's coming.
Yeah, getting back at counterspells, like even if they know it's coming, like it just like locks up the game.
What are they gonna do?
More, yeah.
Right. Held Web Strider, 4 and a blue for a vehicle. 5/5 with crew 3.
Vigilance. You forgot the vigilance. Yeah. No, sorry.
I mean, the crew 3 is part of the stat line.
Okay, okay, that's fair. That's fair.
And it has vigilance, and it enters with an oil counter, which you can remove to become an artifact creature from the turn. Oh, so that's also part of the stat line.
Yeah.
It's actually pretty cool.
I like this a lot. So, okay, last night I was looking through this, I was like talking in the limited level ups Discord, and I thought this card entered with 3 oil counters, which would have been kind of insane.
You're gonna proliferate, and you're never gonna tap a creature with 3 power.
Yeah. It's like, so
it's actually really funny. Like, you play it the turn that comes, and then like you want to block with it that turn. Now it has no oil counters, you can't proliferate it.
Oh yeah, but if you want to block with it that turn, you're eating your creature probably, right?
Exactly. So they're not gonna make you do that.
Yeah,
and you're gonna proliferate.
Yeah, threat of activation is huge on this, right? If they force you to block, like sure, you eat their creature.
Say, oh, maybe you never use it and the proliferate is pointless anyway. But no, it has vigilance.
Yeah.
You just proliferate, attack with it. It's still blocking.
Or just play your 3-power creature, tap your 3-power creature, attack with it, and like.
Yeah, okay, it is legal to tap a 3-power.
Yeah. Like this is like crew's the same as card.
So that's important. That's very important to the card.
Yeah, like.
Otherwise it becomes blanked once they make you use it.
I think that if you're in the market for like a chonker in blue that like blocks and attacks, then this will be good. Like. Oh. It's, if you're not, like, it'll be medium, but like if you are, it'll be great. Is it insane with 3 counters? Like yes, it is insane. Like
blends across archetypes, like blue white, blue red.
Like if it had 3 if it came into play with 3 oil counters, it would basically just be a 5 mana 5/5 vigilance in blue, which is big. Like vigilance is a very good keyword, especially on big things, and like. If you with 3 counters, you get like 2 attacks in the block in, and like most creatures don't like you're not actually attacking and blocking that many times with creatures, right? Like you like to think that
I think the part of this that people might be underrating is the vigilance.
Yes.
Vigilance is
yeah. Like You get to attack with it, and you get to block with it, and you don't even need to block with it to block with it. It just needs to exist.
So I am into that.
Like, it is.
But, okay, it's not. It's worse than that. So
yeah, it does.
It can't
worse
be
than that.
like a 5 or anything. It's not.
Yeah, I'm not saying this is a 5. I'm not even saying it's necessarily a 4. I'm just saying this is like I'm saying this is more like a Grizzled Outrider than it's not.
That's the one without vigilance, right?
Yeah, that's just a 5 and a 5/5 in Call of Time that was just solid stat line, right? Like, I don't know yet whether a 5 and a 5/5 will be a solid stat line for this set. Like, whether you want that. But if you want that, then you want this. Like,
5.
Yeah, I'll go 3.5. It might just turn out that it's like, too slow. 5 man's too much, but like, might not. Who knows? Quicksilver Fisher, 3 blue for a 4/3 flying. When it enters the battlefield, draw a card, then discard a card. How do you like your big creatures looting? Like, so how good is a 5 mana 4/3 flyer?
Fine.
It's fine.
Cool.
How good is adding looting to that? Like,
oh, it's actually kind of nice.
Compare this to like we've had like 5 mana 3/4 Scry 1 or Scry 2 before as a flyer, and that's been pretty good.
Oh, yeah. Okay. But maybe a 3.
Looting is better than scrying, basically.
Better than Scry 2?
It's definitely better than Scry 1 because you can just discard the card you draw. Or you can discard a card.
It's not strictly, but it is better.
Well,
it's worse than Scry 2.
Wait, is it not strictly better than Scry 1? Oh yeah, I guess
empty-handed.
Oh, you're empty-handed. Okay, great. Yeah.
But it's worse than Scry 2.
Yeah.
The stat line is better than 3/4.
Is it though? Is it actually? I think it's worse than 3/4.
Wow.
I think it depends on the set. This the good thing about 3/4 is that it blocks 3/2s, right? 4 toughness like blocks 3 X's.
I mean, you can say that about every toughness.
Well, yeah, I know, but like there's a lot of like 3 mana 3/2 like 3 power creatures are fairly common, right? Like 4 power tends to be pretty big. This doesn't. This blocks. This blanks 2 power creatures, but not 3 power creatures, right? Like,
I think it balances out a lot. I think it gets a 2.5.
You think that this is a 2.5? Huh.
Can't tell whether you like it more or less.
I was going to say more, but I think 2.5 is actually about right. Yeah, I'll be with you on 2.5. Chat will be disappointed that we're giving this a whole star lower than the previous one. Also, the 4/3 does not actually attack into the Mistwalker. 4/3 trades with the Mistwalker. That's a lot different than attacking into Mistwalker, which is like not great. Like, I mean, like, 3/4 bounces with the Mistwalker, but like it takes a lot of counter to trade with the Mistwalker, right? So like, I don't know.
Right. This one we might have a lot to say about. Surgeon's Insight. 3 blue for a sorcery. It's 4 words. Draw 3 cards. Proliferate.
I want to meme and say 6, but that's not my actual answer. I think this will be better than people think.
Okay, so maybe we don't have to argue too much. I'm a sucker for this. For draw 3 cards.
I would say the highest.
I think card draw has gotten a bad reputation lately.
Yep. Yes, it has.
But
for good reason.
But yeah, also the set it might be especially bad in this set. Also I don't know. I'm gonna trade 1-for-1 with my blue-black deck. It's trying to be the one controlling thing, and then when I run out of action, I just want to refill. It'd be so good.
3. I'm gonna say 3.
It's 3. That's so.
Are you saying that's such a vanilla rating? Like it doesn't.
Right, but also I feel like
I feel
actually go really late. People might just not be interested.
I feel like saying no, like okay, so it's weird because like arena drafters like probably love divination, but like content creators hate divination, right? Like I don't know, like I feel like there's like, you know, the like galaxy brain meme here, which is like the first level is divination is great, second level is like actually divination is bad, and third level is like maybe this is actually good.
If I talk to you about, so I don't have a strong opinion about this, but unexplained visions in Eldraine.
Oh yes, unexplained vision was really good.
Yeah, it was really good. So it's 5 mana sorcery, draw 3, you paid 3 blue mana, scry 3.
Yeah, so basically draw 3, scry 3.
Blue mana and you scry 3.
Yeah.
Scry 3 is better than proliferate.
Is it though? Proliferate, like, you know,
it's way better.
Wait. On turn 5, proliferate might be scry 1 and deal 2 damage and get a third of the way to a card. You know.
What? Oh, your
like,
O3?
Yeah. Scry 1 with your O3
is as good as just scry 1.
Okay.
Scry 3 is much better than scry 1, scry 1, scry 1.
Yeah, sure.
3 is a big number.
Well, scry 3 is definitely better than scry 1, like scry 1 3 times in a row, but it's like not that much better than scry 1 3 times, like over 3 turns.
We like unexplained visions.
Okay, yeah.
So my friend Austin, my team, thinks it's the best common in the set. Unexplained visions. Like, everyone else says like baked into a pie is the best. He just thinks unexplained visions is just the best card in the set.
I haven't played enough Eldraine recently to like have an opinion on that, but I've heard rumblings of that, and like I would believe
like almost anyone would say that's just completely off your rocker, including like me at some point, right? I think there's got to be at least some truth to that. That makes me think about these cards and like I don't know, maybe you can make them work.
Yeah, like so
they're so powerful, right? Like it's a 3-for-1. There's nothing they can do. Draw 3 cards.
Like I'm with double exposure here of like if the proliferate is growing your board, like if somehow you can make the proliferate affect your board, then it's busted.
I don't demand that, but that would be cool.
I'm now thinking of the 5/5 vehicle, like proliferate, like that makes it easier for you to block with it. Yeah. Or like I don't know if there's like anything else that like there's some things that say like
also a blue-green card that maybe you ramp.
Yeah,
a bit.
There's cards. Yeah, there's some stuff that like like with the mana dork, it makes your mana dorks tap more. The Mistwalker, it makes it like be able to activate more. Like there's some creatures that say like it gets +1/+1 for each oil counter on it, so like it grows that by 1. Like
to make it seem like I'm actually making a statement, I'm gonna say 3.5.
Okay. To be clear, I think my 3 is a statement because I think I wouldn't anything like 5 mana draw 3 is like a 1.
No, I mean everyone in chat is their first reaction was ew, no thank you, etc. Right, which is totally that's what most people think. Yeah, and probably
there's like truth to that. Yeah, this is a good baseline.
That's a good baseline.
I just think that like there's a lot of good defensive things in the set.
That was the last blue card, by the way.
Yeah, that was the last blue card. Nothing at 6 mana. On to black. Annihilating Glare. Black. Sorcery. Additional cost. Either pay for or sacrifice an artifact or creature. Destroy target creature or planeswalker. Bone Splinters or 5 mana kill spell. Right.
Oh, like, I hate Bone Splinters, but this is not Bone Splinters.
Okay, sorry. Okay, sorry. Can I adjust my statement to Spark Harvest? This is Spark Harvest from War of the Spark.
Yeah. I mean, but still better.
Yeah, Eaten Alive. Maybe slightly worse.
But still better.
Wait, is it?
It has infinite upside. Eaten Alive exiled, so it's not strictly, but it lets you sack artifacts, and it kills. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but like Eaten Alive had like way more fodder, right?
Oh, I'm just talking about what the card says. Not
okay, sure. Not the context, but context matters a lot. Anyways,
I'm saying they've run out of ways to power creep this card. I'm not sure what more they can do.
Wait, but Bone Shards is better than this.
Oh, discard a card? Yeah.
I don't know. Like, there's a lot of variance on this. Whatever. Like, it's good. It's not busted.
I mean, sack your artifact, draw a card.
Sack your Pathetic Prism.
I don't have that card, but I do have.
Wait. Which artifact are you sacking, by the way, to draw a card?
One of my Skull Bombs.
Wait, no, that's not how that works.
Oh, it doesn't work. Doesn't work.
It's not when it's not when it's put into the graveyard and draw a card. It's the ability. Yeah.
Sack my Might. I don't know.
Yeah. Sacrificing Might is real.
It's a creature. So what artifacts am I even sacrificing? I don't know.
Yeah. Your equipment.
Okay, so
your equipment. Equipment's actually real with this. Right? There's like a 2-mana 3/1 in red. It's like a +1/-1 equipment. That equips for 1.
I'm not gonna get this more than a 4.
I'm not gonna give it more than a 3.5. I think like the removal's like really good in the set, and this is like lower end of it.
Okay, so 3.5 for both of us.
I mean, I'm on 3.5. I don't care what you're on.
Right. Our next card is Duress. It says Duress.
Black
sorcery. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-creature, non-land card from it. That's their discard set card.
One land set, maybe sometimes sideboard card, like whatever. Like we've seen Duress before. It's not
there's the same number of creatures there always is.
Yeah, I mean there's like slightly more non-creatures because like equipment, but like whatever. Not enough to make it playable. Okay. Let me check. Let me check.
The rest is a 1.5.
Okay, sure, whatever. I would have said 1, but okay, let's see. Below rare, there are 186 creatures, and in like let's say like Dominaria United, that's like a normal set. No, I guess there were also. Oh, wait, no, that was I didn't filter creatures. Never mind. Give me a second. Type creature. Yeah. 186 is total. 104 creatures in Dominaria United and 95 here. So like slightly less.
And fewer. Okay.
Yeah. It's a little like.
And by my 1.5.
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
Also, hello Alex, welcome on in. But yeah. Next, Whisper of the Trice. Oh, I like this one. Black, instant. Target creature gets -1/-1 until end of turn. Proliferate. Fungal infection is back, baby. Well, not quite, but like, you know, somewhere. Yeah. It's worse than fungal infection.
It's worse than fungal infection. I haven't played with fungal infection, but
yeah, like fungal infection kills X2s. This doesn't, but it's still really powerful.
Maybe.
I think.
I mean, I can't imagine every deck has X1s for you to kill.
Sure, but like okay, think of it like this, right? There's like Subtle Strike, right? Subtle Strike is
in combat.
Subtle Strike is like give something -1/-1, put a +1/+1 counter on something for 2 mana.
That can do a lot in combat.
Instant. That can do a lot in combat. Proliferate is not quite put a +1/+1 counter on something, right? But it isn't not quite not that. It isn't not that, right? Like it has similar upsides.
I don't think Proliferate usually is going to be affecting combat.
Not usually, but sometimes it does, right? Like, if you ever snipe a 1/1 with this is like insane. Well, not insane, but like, you know, it's really good. 1-man tricks are really good also. Like, I don't know.
Someone, you know, they play some card that incidentally makes it a Might, and you kill the Might.
Yeah.
That's not very good.
What? No, that's great. I think.
Great.
Like, I don't know.
Still a Might? If the Might was going to deal you a damage, then sure.
Yeah.
Hopefully you could just block the Might.
Well, yeah, but like, I don't know. If you're going to play your 3-mana draw 3, you're gonna play this card. Like this helps you a lot. Like
5-mana draw 3.
Sorry, yeah. The 1 mana was 5-mana draw 3. Yes, but
okay. I mean, I'm probably wrong about the 5-mana
draw. I mean, I'm with you on the 5-mana draw 3, kind of. I think this is good. Like, I think this is like a 4. I think I like it better than the Bone Splinters.
3.5. I
like my 1 mana in combat tricks.
Point was Infliction, 1 and a black, instant. Exile target creature if it has mana value 3 or less. It's corrupted. Exile that creature instead if its controller has 3 or more poison counters. Wow.
Yep, that's a card. So, okay, brief side note, be sure on Arena to check that your creature has mana value, the creature you're targeting has mana value 3 or less if you don't have corrupted.
Anything.
Yeah, you can target any creature. It just won't work if it doesn't like have mana value 3 or less. But still great. Like
Fatal Push.
Yeah, without corrupted, this is still amazing. Like
I think it's a 5.
Yeah, 5. Clear 5. Like 5.5. I'm willing to give it a 5.5. I don't care about
the best comment.
I don't care about your grading scale. 5.5 still has a 5 in it, so like, you know. Okay, can I give it a 5.49 so it rounds down to 5?
Give it a 5.
Okay. Wait, I don't know. Like, it trades up at mana, it kills most things, and then like it kills everything. Like, and like splashable.
Oh, it does it all.
Does it all? Yeah.
I mean,
insane.
It's like Power Word Kill or something, but exiles too.
Power Word Kill at common.
Yeah, that's really good.
The power creep. Well, that's all the. Those are some insane black removal spells. Not insane, all of them, but like, you know, that one was. Next up, Blight Belly Rat. 2 mana, 2/2 toxic 1. When it dies, proliferate. Do you like this or the first strike more in your white black deck?
I like this better.
I agree. Maybe the white one gets in easier on turn 2.
This one gets another poison after it gets in and can't anymore.
Yeah, but you like it doesn't get the ball rolling as well.
Right? Not quite as well, almost as well.
I think I don't like it enough different.
What do we give the white one?
I think we give the white one 3.5. I honestly think I like this worse. Like, I don't want to play a 2/2 and just to have its death trigger. Face. Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm gonna give this a 3. I like the white one better. Maybe I've just been swayed by chat too much, but like I feel like also in the context of white, like white. I don't know if black really wants to play a 2/2 ground creature like and attack with it. Yeah, no, I'm talking myself down on this. Like, I might even be like 2.5, but like, I'm gonna say 3.
You think first strike is that crazy? Like, I don't know. Black's all in on the poison. We're gonna like.
Yeah, but like that. I don't
get something off this death trigger.
I don't think this is how black poisons people. I think black poisons people by like another card we're getting in like 3 cards from now. Like
there was no like 1-drop toxic creature.
Yeah, but there's
some 2-drop toxic creature.
Yeah, we have one. We'll get to it. It's a 2 mana 1/1 flyer.
Toxic?
Yeah, do a toxic 1.
That doesn't sound better.
Yeah. This is not how like you want evasion with your early toxic stuff. This doesn't have evasion, and like the white one has evasion through first strike kind of, and also the first strike works with like white's stuff, like the like +2/+2 trick, the equipment, like it like
the +2/+2 trick will still work with this card.
Well, yes, but like it's worse. It's worse without the like. It's a lot worse without the first strike, right? Like white is about leveraging like buffing creatures. Black is not about that.
Never mind.
Yes, there's a death touch indestructible trick.
Okay,
in black.
That's not relevant to this card.
Yeah. I'm on 3.
I'll make them both 3s.
I'm still on 3.5 for the white one.
Where's the white one? Where'd it go? Duelist.
Yep. Your turn?
Colorless Gladiator. 1 and a black for a 2/2 creature for actually skeleton. Corrupted. Ability you can activate only if opponent has 3 or more poison counters. 2 and a black. Return it from your graveyard to the battlefield. Tap. You lose 1 life. Right. I mean,
I don't like this that much. I don't know.
I'd rather have the what's it called? The skeleton that's 1 mana and you don't lose life when it comes back. And you don't need a I forget what it's called.
You mean the uncommon from Dominator United? Like Construct?
Very old card.
Oh, Reassembling Skeleton? That's a 1/1? I don't know which card you're talking about.
skeleton.
I don't know. Either way,
Ethereum skeleton. But yeah, well, it goes to your hand even.
Yeah.
Okay, I bad.
2/2 trades better than we like. So usually things like this that recur, if they're like 1 power, or like if they're like sometimes you get like Cult Conscript which was a pretty good uncommon version of this. But like, so 2/2 trades better, but this is like harder to bring back. It comes back tapped and you lose a life.
You lose a life.
Also, there's like not that much like sacrifice stuff, so
mana. I don't know how I don't know how I'm going to be able to do this lots of times. Like,
yeah, like this isn't. I don't think this is like durable coil bug, bushmeat poacher, and like Ikoria. It's. I think it's medium, like 2.5, 2. I'll say 2. It just doesn't do anything for too long. Like it's just a bear for like most of the game.
Right. This one they didn't just reprint.
Yeah. Offer Immortality, also known as demonic, or wait, what is it called? What is it called?
What it's called as well.
It's not demonic gifts. Demonic gifts is
it's not.
Yeah. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Offer Immortality. 1 of black instant. Battle Rage Blessing. That's what it's called. Yeah. Thank you, Fathom. 1 of black instant. Target creature gains Death Touch and indestructible until end of turn. Wins in combat. I mean, your opponent will want to block your toxic creatures. I think this is like okay.
Then all you do is it's just a removal spell, right?
Well, yeah, but like it's obviously worse than a target removal spell.
What this card does is if they double block, really get them.
Yeah, it gets them if they double block. It
can also be awkward to use it all sometimes.
Yeah, it like works on blocks. It lets you like chump something and turn the chump into a removal spell.
Oh, it can work on blocks. You can also like if you try and do that, you can get blown out.
Well, yeah, it's a trick. It gets blown out sometimes. Like how good was
on defense, especially get blown out.
Yeah, they're more likely to like have mana open, I guess. But like I don't know. However good like Battle Rage Blessing it was, I think this is likely about the same because like I think you're likely to get blown out more because the removal is better in this set, especially instant speed. But also like combat matters more in this set. I think like there's going to be more instances where like you might want this because of like toxic. I'm gonna give it a 2.
The combo is toxic. See, the combo is trample.
I think I'm gonna give it a 2. Like, I want like maybe.
I give it a 2.5. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think I maybe want like 1 copy of this max in my deck.
Right, here we go. Pestilent Siphoner, 1 and a black for a 1 Phyrexian Insect with flying and toxic 1. Yeah, that sounds.
I'm just giving this the same thing as like the white toxic creatures that I like. 3.5.
I'll also give this 3.5, which is for me higher than the white one.
I don't know, like it gets in toxic, but like it otherwise is like it's kind of low impact. But like getting in toxic
has
is
potential
important.
to like keep it in toxic.
Yeah.
And if black decks are winning via poison, 1 flyer is really good.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm comfortable with 3.5. Like it's like comparing it to a 2/1 flyer is interesting. It's not like Vampire Interloper where it just can't block, but like it doesn't block very well because it only has 1 power like for combats. But yeah.
Better than Vampire Interloper.
Bone Picker Scourge, 2 and a black, flying 2/2. As long as an opponent has 3 or more poison counters corrupted, it gets Death Touch and Lifelink. Vampire Nighthawk at common.
It's good.
Yeah, I like it.
Black Winddrake, cool.
I mean, Vampire Nighthawk is what it is, right? Like you're always gonna have corrupted on, right? Right?
I do, yeah. I mean, I really don't, but eventually you do.
Yeah. I like it. How much do I like it? Like 4? Do I want to play a lot of these in my deck? Not really. I don't know. Like the problem is it doesn't help you get toxic like corrupted on at all. Like it's a payoff. Like it's a good if you're playing this as a Vampire Nighthawk, it's good. but like you need to spend resources to get corrupted. So 3.5. I'm gonna go 3.5.
That's what I said. Centurion, 2 and a black for a artifact creature for Extend Warrior 2/2. Sacrifice another artifact or creature, get +2/+2 until end of turn, activate only once each turn. That's a sacrifice outlet. But
is there Steel and Sack in the set?
the 4 mana active reason. I don't know. I guess this is a free outlet, so that's kind of cool.
Yeah, free outlet is cool. It's a 4 mana uncommon active reason.
And it's not good because it doesn't even have much upside.
Oh, it just like kills equipment? Okay, sure.
It doesn't like make a treasure or something, actually.
I don't like this that much. I don't know.
Either.
Like,
but a 2.
Yeah. I almost want to say like 1.5. I'll say 1.5. Like a 3 mana 4, like it like attacks with threat of activation, I guess, but like attacking for 2 isn't that good. In like a black deck where you might want to poison more. Yeah, I don't like it.
Exactly your 1/1 that proliferates. I thought it was a 2/2.
Yeah, well, there's also 1/1 that proliferates when it dies, but yeah, the black 2/2 that you don't really want to sack 2/2 to that.
I can sack my thing that comes back, and then I can lose another life. That's what I want to do.
If you wanted to.
In fact, losing life might be less bad than normal if you're dying by poison.
I mean, that's true, but like it still comes back tapped. Like I don't like that card.
I understand in general that we should think about losing life as maybe a little less.
For example, for this card, Infectious Inquiry, 2 and a black, sorcery. Draw 2 cards, lose 2 life. Each opponent gets a poison counter. So like, if everyone cares about poison, this is draw 2, deal 2, right? But like, if your opponent cares about damage, this is draw 2, deal 2, lose 2.
So it's really divination.
Yeah.
Oh, in the past, there's been cards with different upside, like make a blood token or make a food token. On like this black divination sort of thing.
Yeah. It gets corrupted online.
Better.
Yeah, the thing that makes me interested in this maybe is like that it gets corrupted online.
Yeah, it could be if you're a blue-black deck, but you're like, I need to get the first poison so I can start proliferating.
Yeah, like, but like again, the problem with these like black divinations that like lose you life is like, if you're playing a long game, you really don't want to like lose life, and even if you're like giving your opponent the poison counter. Probably the fact that you're losing 2 life is more impactful than giving your opponent a poison counter, like baseline, because you don't want life total to be lower if you're playing a divination.
Oh, that makes it seem kind of bad.
2? I'm saying 2. There's a lot of 2s on the card, so I should say 2.
Hive Master, 2 and a black for a 3/2 creature for Extend Warlock with Toxic 1, and when it dies, you make a Might.
Okay. Well, we've seen like 3/2 dies into a 1/1 before. That's been good. Like, there's like the Thallid and Deathwound Thallid and like OG Dominaria. But to be fair, that was a fairly low power set. This one doesn't block though.
Sure.
Like the 1/1 doesn't block, which is unfortunate.
I think the Mites are only very slightly worse than 1/1's tokens.
Yeah.
Because they have Toxic.
Well, yeah, but like
it's not being terrible, but
I feel like the play pattern. I think the play pattern of a 3 mana 3/2 that trades into a 1/1 is not aggressive. I don't think that is a fairly aggressive card. I think it tends to be a defensive card, so that makes the 1/1 not blocking awkward.
Also, be like they attack, you block, now you get and lose your Might. It just has Toxic, and I like that.
It has Toxic. I want to give this like a 2.5. Maybe I'm underrating it.
Give it at least. Give it higher than that. Kind of better than the Death Touch Length Flicker.
Huh. I just don't think I don't think the Toxic matters on this because I don't think you're getting in with it. Like a 3/2.
Well, I mean, if I attack and they trade, that's okay too.
Sure.
Totally fine with that.
Yeah. Sure. I'm willing to give it a 3. I do like 3/2s that die into 1/1s. Maybe like it goes with the sacrifice stuff too. Okay, yeah. I'll say 3. I'll say 3. Vraska's Fall. 2 in the black. Instant. Each opponent sacrifices a creature or planeswalker and gets a poison counter. Are edicts good if you add poison to them?
But not.
No, I don't think so.
If they don't have tokens, it'll be okay.
If they do have tokens, this is pretty bad.
Oh. Yeah, I don't think you can main deck it.
Yeah.
You can barely even side it in.
Yeah, you can side it in something. The problem is that everyone's going to be playing cheap creatures. Like, the blue deck's not going to be that sad to, like, sacrifice their O3.
I don't know who is. Maybe red-green or something.
I mean, like, red also has, like... Red has a lot of cheap creatures and, like, equipment that enter with 2/2s. Like, whatever. Yeah, I think this is, like, a 1. I don't think I can give it a 0.
It's so weird, but it's sort of removal. I'm like, I want to give a removal a 1, but it's just not.
It's not removal. It's like
there have been other cards like this that were 1s, despite destroying one of your opponent's permanents.
I mean, you're throwing one of your cards to do this, and 3 of your mana. Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Shieldred's Headcleaver. In a black for a 2/4 Phyrexian Warrior with Menace and Toxic. Ooh.
That's a weird stat line.
That hits hard.
Gets blocked easily, though. 2/4 Menace? 2/4 Menace isn't... 2/4 Menace is not hard to block.
I give it Death Touch. Don't worry about it.
How are you...
And Indestructible.
Oh, that thing? Okay, yeah.
And with my black-green card, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, sure. Yeah, I guess. I think, like, with it, like, by itself, it's just so bad, right? Like, you're never, like 2/4 gets double blocked so easily. Like, for no, like, and trades with
have 2 creatures.
Well, so maybe they all have mites. Maybe they only have mites. I don't know. I don't like this card.
Like, what do they have that's blocking it?
I don't like this card. I don't know. I just, like, don't think I care about, like, getting in for Toxic 2 on turn 5 if my opponent has no creatures. Like, I feel like if my opponent has no creature...
I'm gonna win by poison. So it's not about the corrupted. It's about... This is just killing them.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like this card. I'm gonna give it a 1.5. That's probably low. I don't know.
0.5 for me.
Okay, Testament Bearer. 4 mana, 3 in the black for a 4/1 Phyrexian Warrior. When it dies, look at the top 3 cards of your library, put 1 of them into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. So this is Organ Hoarder at home. Organ Hoarder when it dies.
Don't.
Yeah, like, it's a lot worse than Organ Hoarder, but yeah.
I mean, I guess even if they, like, fungal infection you, it's not that bad.
It's bad. It's bad.
It's bad if they fungal infection you. Yeah, the mana swing is too much.
The mana swing is too much. They get a proliferative out of it. Like, it's bad.
Yeah. I don't know if the mill helps much in the set.
I don't think it does. There's, like, 1 flashback card, and, like, we saw the 2/2 that comes back from your graveyard, but I don't think that. Like, I think the mill is mostly a downside.
Okay, the mill is a tiny upside, but it is not 0.
I think it's honestly, like, I expect to go long index, so, like, I think honestly the mill might just be neutral between upside and downside, but whatever.
You think you can lose by milling out?
I'm playing grindy decks, but I don't know.
Have fun.
I'm planning on trying to play grindy decks. Anyways, so, like,
I can see it being pretty annoying. Okay, but what if they attack your Wizard Might?
Yeah, exactly, right? You can't block with your... You can't block a Might with this. Well, you could. It's just so bad, right? It's similar to getting fungal infection. Like, I'm gonna give it a 2.
Yeah. Called an Organ Hoarder, now it's a 2. Yeah, it's a 2.
Yeah, sorry. Organ Hoarder got really messed up by completion.
Yeah, exactly.
Next up, I think it's your turn.
Gulping's Grap Trap. 4 in the black for a 4/4 Phyrexian Horror that enters the battlefield or dies proliferate.
Mary is Outrider without reach.
Oh.
That's what I think.
Like
That's why I think this card is. It's Mary is Outrider without reach.
Yeah. It's like more damage than Mary's Outrider.
Mary's Outrider usually hits for 4. Well, not usually, but like often.
The thing is, you have to split left total issue here. Like,
yeah,
you
like
attack with it, and then you're doing the wrong.
Yeah, but like it, it doesn't just give a poison counter, right? Like it also does other stuff.
Yeah, maybe. Actually, I don't like it. I think it's worse than Mary's Outrider by a lot.
Yeah, I agree. Like not having reach is a lot worse. I also think like expensive creatures like not that good in the set. I don't know.
Yeah, this is not good. It has a die trigger.
2. I like this better than the 4-1 that we just looked at. I don't know. 2.5. I'm gonna say 2.5. I think it's like might be playable in blue-black. I don't know. Maybe. What are you thinking?
I live in it too.
Okay. Cruel Grimnarch. We have a lot of like worse versions of other cards. We had worse Organ Hoarder, we had worse Maria's Outrider, now we have worse Ravenous Lindworm. 5 in the black for a 5/5 Death Touch. When it enters the battlefield, each opponent discards a card. For each opponent who can't, you gain 4 life.
Okay. Ignore the gain 4 clause.
Yeah.
That's not good. Holy cow. That's bad.
I mean, it's not that bad, honestly.
Oh.
Okay. I'm gonna agree with Clarm that I'm gonna die on the hill that it's better than it looks and nothing more than that. I think it's like a 2.5 maybe. Like 5/5 Death Touch, like 6-mana 5/5 Death Touch is a stat line that has existed. It's like top end.
Can be a lot worse than Lindworm while still being.
Yeah, Lindworm is insane. Lindworm is like a 5. I'm saying this is like half that. It's a 2.5. Right?
I'll put him.
I don't know.
All right.
Okay, that's black. That's black. I think it's your turn. It doesn't really matter.
It is. Free from Flesh. Red for an instant. Target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. 2 oil counters on it. This is one of the few ways oil counters on anything. Doesn't need to have any oil text. Just need some oils.
You can't put it on a land unless the land's a creature. Well, this is +2/+2 draw card. That's just what this is. Oh yeah, sorry. Let me rephrase. It's +2/+2 draw card. Then you may discard a card when you deal 3 damage to target creature or planeswalker.
If you have your blue-red uncommon.
Yeah.
Yes. And you target it. That's the one you have to target.
No.
I don't think it's that good. I think.
You don't?
I don't know.
I think 1 mana +2/+2 is like just a pretty decent effect.
Oh, I mean, it's not a playable effect on its own.
I mean, yeah, but it's not on its own. I don't know, like.
Yeah, I know.
I didn't really look at the red common, so like I would need to look at. Like,
I don't know either exactly what this is doing. Like, I know there are things that count how many things that have oil counters on them.
I know that.
Maybe just the ceiling of like adding 1 for that is not too bad, or the 4, sorry.
I know there's like some. I know there's sweet uncommon oil stuff. Yeah, Okay, I'm looking right now at like the oil counter stuff. Oh, there's a 4/5 like haste oil counter red thing. I like that one.
It's probably an expensive card.
Yeah, it's an expensive card. I don't know.
Yeah, so like I want to be able to use this anytime and have it be more than just +2/+2.
Okay, I'm gonna give it a 2. I'm gonna.
I feel like it's only gonna be better than +2/+2 occasionally.
I'm gonna give it a 2. It has a lot of upside, but like rare upside, maybe.
A 2 is totally reasonable.
Yeah,
I mean, and like it might be way better than 2 in the right deck. I don't know yet.
Yeah. Okay, well this one's a banger. Hex Gold Slash. Red, instant. Deals 2 damage to target creature. If that creature has Toxic, deals 4 damage to that creature instead. Shock, but sometimes just demolishes Toxic.
So, I mean, how many toxic creatures are there that this makes a difference, whether it kills it or not?
Let's check. Let's see. Has Toxic and also has Toughness greater than 2.
4.
There are 21 cards. Oh, sorry. No, some of these don't actually have Toxic. Like, okay, well, there's a lot. Okay, maybe like rare less than rare. Rarity less than rare. Like 15.
You don't want to count the 5 toughness cards.
Oh yeah. I forgot about that. Toughness less than 5. 13, whatever. Like, and like
extra cards.
13, except one of them is a Basilica Shepherd, which is like,
below rare.
Well, yeah, Basilica Shepherd is the common 3/3 flyer in white. Doesn't have Toxic, but it makes 2 mites, so like doesn't hit that.
Like, that's
it's like 12 things.
Translate like what the 13 number like actually means, but I think it's a big number. Like, you take them in like shock and like add an extra 13 things that hits or something. Like pretty big actually.
Yeah.
And so it's a 4.5.
I mean, like creature shock is like good. I don't know. Like, if you ever kill a 4/4 with this, that's really big. Also.
Right. The things where it makes a difference are like more expensive.
Yeah. Also, like you really care about killing their like 2 mana 2/2 Toxic 1, right? Like early.
As long as it doesn't periflate when it dies.
Holy shit. I mean, like, no, on turn 2, you're fine with that.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, this is 5. I'm saying 5.
1.5.
Sorry, what'd you say?
4.5.
4.5. Okay.
Sawblade Scamp. It's a Raging Goblin. So 1 red mana for 1/1 with haste. Beast. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put an oil counter on it. Have to remove an oil counter from it to deal 1 damage to each opponent. So you deal 1 to them every turn for the entire game.
In the entire game, yeah.
Right. Turn 1, turn 2, they don't have a blocker. After that, you've been casting spells.
Yeah. Oh, to Jordan, I thought you meant you love this thing, because I love this thing. I love this 1/1 haste. I'm gonna give it at least a 3.
So yeah, if you like cast your like anticipate proliferate, suddenly that's 2 for 1.
Yep.
You can keep pinging. I guess they can kill this card, but it's a 1 mana card.
Yeah, it's just 1 mana 1/1 haste unblockable. I don't know.
In general, I'm a sucker for Raging Goblin.
Like this is like a Phoenix chick, right?
Yeah, I mean this is better than Phoenix Chick.
Yeah, it's better. It's just good.
I like Phoenix Chick.
It's just good. It's just good. Okay, I'm giving it.
What does that translate to?
4.
Okay, I'm gonna say 3.5.
Okay, I considered saying 3.5, but I wanted to be a bit spicier.
Yeah.
Okay, next up, Axiom Engraver. 1 in the red for 1/3. Enters the battlefield with 2 oil counters on it. Remove an oil counter from it. Discard a card. Draw a card. How good is 2 loots on a 1/3? Or 2 rummages?
2 loots, not 2.
What?
It's not 2 loots.
Oh, you think it's more than 2? Is what you're saying? How good is a 1/3 rummager?
I think it's really good.
Yeah, I didn't like this card that much when I first saw it, but like
the activation is free.
Yeah, it's Merfolk Looter
your
that
Goblin
blocks.
Picker, you pay a mana. You've got your Goblin Piker or whatever it is that just like discards once. That's not very good. This one just keeps going.
Yeah.
Going.
3.5.
This is something I want to target with my +2/+2.
Yeah. Though, like, you have to do it unblocked, kind of, because, like, you have to tap it to rummage. I'm still going.
I'm not attacking this card.
Well, yeah. Well, yeah. It's just, like, awkward to attack with, but, like, you can.
No, it's not actually that great.
Yeah.
I think it's good.
I'm gonna say 3.5.
Okay. The other thing to consider is that red doesn't actually proliferate very much at all. It's like 1 common.
Yeah, but like I mean, yeah, you pair it with the color that does, and the common's like really good.
So it doesn't go in your red-white deck with your equipment.
Yeah, it's not a
red-white deck is not impressing me so far.
Yeah, me neither.
Okay, I like it. I think it's a 4.
Okay, so we're just swapped between Scamp and Engraver. Like, I like Scamp more. You like Engraver more. We both agree that oil is great. Okay, great. Next up, Barb. Oh, wait, no, this is your turn. Yeah.
And a red for an equipment with 4 Mirrodin. Yeah, and the equipped creature gets +1/-1 and it has equip 1. So basically, it's a 3/1.
I remember during spoiler season when leak season maybe when
it was hard to read the leak. Whether it was
Mythic Spoiler said it was +1/+1.
The spoiler also said that like a blue card that gave trample or something. I don't remember.
Oh no! I think Mythic Spoiler said that the green card gave the green skull bomb gave +3/+3 flying. It was really funny. It's strictly better than the white one.
Anyway, equip for 1. I'm a fan of. I mean,
also,
the equipment doesn't really do much. But
I mean, it does something. It does something, right? Like,
yeah. I mean, it doesn't always even do a good thing.
Steal and sack on your opponent's excellence.
Yes. I mean, -3/1. That's a lot of upside on it.
Yeah. It's also a creature that triggers non-creatures, as Inkfathom points out, which is.
I think this card's. I think it's another 4.
What? Okay, I was gonna say 3. I think it's a 3. I don't know. I don't think red uses the +1/-1 that well.
It doesn't, but
I don't think the 3/1 is like 3/1's fine. I wouldn't give a 3/1 more than a 2.
No, it's not a 4. It's not a 4.
Yeah. Okay, next up, Blazing Crescendo. Instant for 1 and a red. Target creature gets +3/+1 until end of turn. Exile the top card of your library until the end of your next turn. You may play that card. This is Enthusiastic Study at Home.
Okay, wait. So I want to let's both grade this one at the same time. I want to see what you say.
Okay, you want to see what I say. Yes. 4.
4.
I did want to go spicy.
I was worried you were gonna say like 2.
What? This card is amazing. Like, I don't know.
Interesting. So I've actually already talked about this card with some other people.
Okay.
But it's bad.
This is majestic metamorphosis, right? Or like suit up, whatever, like one of those, right? Combat trick draw card for 2 mana.
So I agree. I'm a huge fan of combat trick draw card. That's why I like it. The reason it's like, I didn't expect to be the argument for why this card isn't good, but now that I am, the reason it's not good is because it only boosts the toughness by 1, so it's hard to get a full card of value from the trick. Because, like, maybe just make a trade happen, or like if you don't have trample, it doesn't push any damage. So like, it's hard to get a card out of the +3/+1. You're not actually getting 2 for 1 off this.
Not that hard on blocks.
I don't know. That's not really sounding compelling to me. I think it's good.
I think it's not that hard on blocks, right? Like I think blue red will have some blockers. Like X3 blockers. This is like great on X3 blockers. Like on your 1/3 rummager, right?
Maybe red is not. I mean, I know some of the cards seem aggressive. Obviously, it's red. But like, it could be less aggressive than normal.
Yeah,
because
it's like I feel like red is. I think red is like not like low to the ground aggressive as much. It's like inevitably aggressive, kind of. Like I'm looking at like the 1/1 pinger, like the scamp. That's like not a card. That's not a card where you're. Yeah. And like there's a 4/5 haste for 5 basically. Like that's like aggressive, but not like a like low to the ground aggressive. Yeah, chunky aggressive. Yeah, Blazing Crescendo. It is like the 3 power, the +3 is like kind of hard to use. Like it's nice on flyers as well though. Like just dealing
like dome for 3.
Yeah, dome for 3. Draw a card.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I like it.
You don't have to. I like the card.
I'm gonna say 3.5. I'll cool.
Have already been tempered.
Yeah, I'll cool a bit on it and say 3.5. But you know, it's a hot. It's like it's a Blazing Crescendo. It's
3.5. Yeah, as well.
Gotta give a hot take.
Alright, we've got Shrapnel Slinger. Under red for a 2/2 artifact creature, beast. When it enters the battlefield, you may sacrifice a creature. When you do, destroy target artifact an opponent controls.
I wish it were the other way around, but you know, the other way around would be probably too good, but for like common at this rate. But whatever.
If it's an artifact, destroy a creature. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just 2 mana terminate. Right?
I guess there are artifact creatures you can destroy with this.
Yeah. There are some.
If you just play it on turn 2, it's just a bear.
Yeah, I don't like this. I don't know.
Yeah,
like
maybe you sideboard it in against blue white or something.
Yeah, I want to give this like a 2. Chat seems to like this, but I don't know.
Being generous.
It's like a sideboard card.
Yeah, sideboard card.
Thrill of Possibility. Reprint. 1 in a red, instant. As additional cost to cast the spell, discard a card, draw 2 cards.
So what other... This card always has synergies and stuff.
I mean, I think the thing that comes most to mind when I think of Thrill of Possibility is like how in like Theros Beyond Death, like people people were using it as like fixing. Kind of and escape, but like
escape,
like smoothing out your.
No, these cards are. I like these cards to say anything that helps you hit your third land drop in draft. Huge. Like hitting my third land drop.
I don't like. I think this will be good in blue red. I think it's like fine otherwise.
I mean, that's what it was in Dominaria United. It was like good in blue red.
Yeah, I think it's like a 2.
It's hard to say. It's hard to come up with a reason why it'd be better than that.
Yeah. It's like fine. Nothing special. Okay.
Midgraft Aspirant, 2 in a red for a 2/3 warrior with menace and equipment spells you cast cost 1 less to cast, and activated abilities of equipment you control that target. This card costs 1 less to activate.
Remember that 5 mana 4/3 vigilance? Can I interest you in a 4 mana 4/3 vigilance?
Equip 3 to this
with equip 3 to this thing, yeah. Like,
you can interest me in that. I like this one. I'm not sure I want to. I don't know if the supporting cast is what I want.
Yeah, like, yeah, that's like about where I'm at. Like,
yeah, I'm happy to give it a grade with optimism that the supporting cast is playable.
I'm gonna say like 3.5 for this. Like,
I mean, because it's only for the equipment deck, so it
can't be it's like a 4.5 for an equipment deck, maybe. I think 4.5 is probably too big, but like 4 for an equipment deck, but like.
See, is it playable otherwise? It's a 2/3 menace.
It's just a 2/3 menace, like not really.
Well, what was that card?
It's good with the +3/+1 trick.
Was that werewolf? That's a 2/3 menace.
Well, yeah, but like
werewolf.
The werewolf wasn't even that good, right?
There were 2 of them. There was like a black one and a red one.
Well, yeah, the red one was. I thought the red one was a 3/2 menace. Maybe no. Maybe I think it was a 3/2 trample. Either way, like none of those were like that good. They were like fillerish. I'm gonna continue to say.
It doesn't have upside.
I'm gonna continue to say 3.5.
I'm gonna say a 3. Equipment deck. But yeah, it'll be better than that.
Yeah.
Right.
Forge Hammer Centurion. 2 and a red for a 3/2. Whenever another creature or artifact is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, put an oil counter on this. So we've seen this text before, like caring about creatures and artifacts dying. Whenever it attacks, you may remove 2 oil counters from it. When you do, target creature can't block this turn.
Good.
It's like, yeah, it's pretty medium.
This is like the most irrelevant oil counter stuff we've seen.
Yeah.
The oil counters are just hard to get, don't do much.
Yeah, let's say you play this on turn 3, right? And like you play this on turn 3 and swing with your 2. Like maybe they trade. Then like you can't even attack with it next turn and like, you know, remove an oil counter. You
takes
like
a lot to get this card text.
Yeah.
You can like give it +2/+2 and then attack with it.
Yeah, turn the +2/+2 into a hammer hand.
Yeah, hammer hand. Exactly. That's what temporary hammer hand. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna give it a 1.5.
That's where I'm putting it too.
Go to Cackler.
So many 3 mana 2/3s and 3/2s.
Yeah, I feel like every set sort of has a lot of them.
Yeah, like every no. Every set has a lot of 2 mana 3 mana like 2/3s and 3/2s. Like I agree. It's just like there's a lot in red specifically.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, 3 mana 2/3 trample. When it attacks, gets +X/+O, where X is the number of permanents you control with oil counters on them.
Oh, so not a 2/3. Okay. I like this.
I mean, I think it's totally fair to assume that X is at least 1 on average.
Yeah. 3 mana 3/3 trample. Nice. With like upside. Yeah.
And like trample. Okay. So
works well with both of the red tricks, like the +2/+2 oil and the +3/+1. Like the trample is big on this. And like 3 toughness is actually like a point where the +1 can definitely matter. Like the +1 toughness can definitely help win.
From what? Oh, from that one.
From the the +3.
It's a good with it has trample.
Yeah, I like this card. Yeah. 3.5.
Yeah. What deserves a 4?
Okay, 4. I'll say 4. This deserves a 4. It's a good dog. Good doggo. Next up, Volt Charge. 2 in the red. Instant. Volt Charge deals 3 damage to any target. Proliferate. Open fire, proliferate.
So is this better or worse than the black removal spell?
Worse. Black removal spell like hits like so many things, and it's cheaper.
Yeah.
But this is good. I want to make the joke that this deals 5 to face, but it really doesn't.
Bad joke.
Proliferating.
Yeah, it's more burn for the burn set.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, this just kills a lot of things.
Did we give the black one a 5?
I mean, I'm giving this a 5, yeah. I mean, I was trying to give the black one a 6 or a 5.5 or something, but...
Oh, right. Let's go. I find cards.
Anoint with Affliction is what it's called, I'm pretty sure.
I just need to learn the name. Okay, we both get a 5. You think this one's also a 5?
Yeah, this is a 5.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
Okay, Chimney Rebel. 4 mana, 3/3. Goblin Warrior with haste. When it enters a battlefield, make a 1/1 goblin creature token. And omitting the word Phyrexian from everything, because everything's Phyrexian.
I'm into this one. Honestly, like...
That's good stats.
Yeah, a 3/3 and a 1/1 for 4 mana where the 3/3 has haste. Like, you get to attack for 3 and also have a chomper or like blocker. Like, seems good.
Right. I mean, all I can do is just compare to other 2-body cards in the past, and they had worse stats than this one.
Yeah. Like, I know in Ikoria there was like 3/3 and 1/1 for 4 mana that didn't have haste. Yeah.
Makes it a 4.
Yeah, I'll say 4. I like this. Huh. There's like
the red cards are picking up a little bit.
Yeah. Hazardous Blast. 3 and a red for a sorcery. Hazardous Blast deals 1 damage to each creature your opponents control. Creatures your opponents control can't block this turn. So we've seen this before.
Better or worse than Rapid Flames?
Well, okay, Rapid Flames and Theros Beyond Depth was special case of heroic, so worse than that.
Can't do that.
Yeah, worse than that, definitely.
Okay.
It is mostly your opponent. There's not that many board states with a ton of creatures on them. I think. Is this good?
Yeah.
This is
not.
I don't know if this is good.
Too many board stalls in this format.
But I mean, so we might have Midnight Hunt style board stalls where it's a lot of tension on the board with mites. Oh yeah, Cosmotronic Wave and Guilds of Ravnica. That's a good point.
This definitely is not a 1. This is gonna come up.
Yeah, So the thing is
so let's try and build a deck that wants this meme.
So the thing is I feel
Boris card.
I feel like red has a lot of hasty stuff. And that feels more awkward with this. Because hasty stuff you would you want to attack with it right away and then it might trade. And then so you want the board this is good if the board is bigger. Right?
Not good with haste, no.
Not good with haste.
But
and yeah, I don't know.
It was trample? No, not really. It's not. No. I don't know why I said that.
Yeah, it's not it doesn't get better with it doesn't benefit trample that much.
What I was thinking about was the 1 damage contributes.
No, but they don't block. No. I kind of want to say 2 or 2.5. It's a powerful effect. It's a powerful effect. It just
I think even when you do play it, it's never gonna be Rapid Flame times is I need this for my deck. It's not never gonna be that. I think. I don't know if there's a
yeah, I can see citing it in against a blue deck that's looking to block a lot.
Yeah. I think it's kind of worse than was it Smash to Dust and Dominator United?
Smash to
totally
Dust?
Different card.
No, there's been versions of destroy target lands creatures can't block or something.
Oh, no, not that.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't know. I'm just gonna say this is a 2.
That's what I was gonna do too.
Yeah, if I'm giving combat tricks, I want one of in my deck a 2. I should not give this higher than a 2.
Full Shock Splitter, 3 and a red for an equipment with 4 Mirrodin, and equipped creature gets +2/+0. Is equipped 2 and a red.
4 and a 4/2 that dies into a +2/+0 equipment. Is this a Dwarven Hammer? Butterfly meme. Is this a hammer? It's not that far from a hammer.
Closer than the white one.
Yep. It's
this one I feel it starts being good if it has the discount.
Yeah, it just it's hammer except no trample and no +1 missing a +1/+0. Right? And that is big. But I guess my issue is red creatures see I guess there's that one trampling 2/3, right?
Oil counter one.
Yeah.
These
just doesn't push damage very well.
I feel they could have made these equipment just a little bit better.
Yeah, I agree. I feel this could equip for 2. I'm gonna say 2.5. What did I give the white one? Did I say that one was a 3?
White one.
Did I
2.5?
I forget if I said 2.5.
So I can't look it up.
I can look it up. It was the last one.
The last one, Mirren.
I said 3 for that one. God. Okay, but vigilant. Okay, no. Vigilance is a good keyword. Okay, no. I'm gonna say 2.5 for this one.
Me too. Are you gonna change your old grade or no?
Nope.
Okay, I gave the last one a 2.
I'm gonna claim
this one higher.
Yeah, I'm claiming that this one's worse.
Oh, wait, never mind. They're just both 2s.
Okay, great.
Equipment are 2s. We found like one good equipment.
Okay. Well, Furnace Strider, 4 and a red for a 4/5 Phyrexian Beast.
Oh.
Enters with 2 oil counters, and you can remove an oil counter from it to give target creature you control haste. So you can just play this and then immediately give it haste, and then have another haste. Yeah. This is just charging monster sources gives your next thing haste, like big chunker that like gives you a lot of haste. It's like hard to trade with too. It's a 4/5. I think this is really good, like a 4 at least.
On a 4. Well, expensive for.
I agree it's expensive, but like haste. Come on, that's haste.
It's like what's it called? Mary's Outrider.
Yeah, it's Mary's Outrider, except more aggressive because it gives something haste instead of having reach.
But it can get blocked. Aesthetically.
Well, yeah, but like, is your opponent really blocking a 4/5?
I thought this is pretty good. I don't know. 3.5.
Okay, I'll take it.
Last red card is Molten Rebuke. 5 and a red for a sorcery.
4 and a red.
1. Oh, yeah, 5 total mana. Choose 1 or both. Molten Rebuke deals 5 damage to target creature or planeswalker, or destroy target. Don't need that effect.
2? Like 1.5? Like, I don't know. Not good.
I've been in the mood for a really bad removal before. I think it's a 2.
Okay, sure. I'm gonna say 1.5. I think the removal's too good in the set for this to be good.
People get spoiled by their. They just like always get the good removal.
Yeah. Well, also
I understand you don't need to play the bad removal just because you don't have good removal. But like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. It's just a 1.5.
Okay. Also to Jordan.
I was like hoping it would have like a little bit of upside.
Yeah.
It just doesn't have any. So.
When I was saying that the 4/5 had haste, I was saying like it gives another thing haste, so it's like more aggressive than the Outrider because it gives your next thing haste as well. I know the Outrider has haste, but yeah.
I was saying that Mirror's Outrider has the upside that you can't block the haste.
Yeah, and it can block. It has reach. Okay, I think I'm good to just keep going. Okay.
Yeah, me too.
Rustvine Cultivator. It's the 1 mana 1/2 in green. I gotta love this card. Yeah,
you have to love that card.
Yeah, I have to love this card. It's green for a 1/2. Phyrexian Elf Druid. Tap, put an oil counter on Rustvine Cultivator. Tap, remove an oil counter from an untapped target land. So, when was the last time a 1 mana 1/2 wasn't busted in limited? I don't know. But
to me, what this says, the fact that it untaps a land instead of making a color is like, I don't want you to fix.
Yeah. What this is telling me is like
why does it untap a land?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, I think okay. I'm wondering whether this ever made a man of any color, and I think the answer is probably no, because like that does seem like it would be too good. Like
maybe they don't want you to be able to remove oil counters as a mana ability.
Oh yeah, maybe that. That's another.
I don't really know exactly why.
Yeah. Either way, I like this card. Unsurprisingly. I like oil counters. I think oil counters are great. I think that this is just like you start proliferating. And this just like untaps the land every turn. It's just a 1 mana 1/2 mana dork. It doesn't fix.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. Slanowar Elves. Wait.
Yeah. Slanowar Elves that doesn't let you cast a 3/2, but so it doesn't fix, unfortunately. It does kind of fix for double pips, but there aren't that many double pips that you care about, I think. Maybe at rare there's some, but like oil counters are great. Proliferating is great.
It's much better than like making a colorless, for sure.
Yeah. It at least makes it green. Right, because you had to cast this. I guess you could like have prophetic prism.
It's even like making it green. It's like maybe a tiny bit better than making it green.
Yeah. And like, just having a thing with an oil counter on it is nice too for things that care about that. Like exactly. the red green uncommon, right? Like, it reduces the cost of that. Yeah, or like the red 2/3 trample. Oh, there's also another red uncommon that like is really busted with this.
It counts oil counters or what?
It's like if you removed an oil, like at the beginning of your upkeep, you put an oil counter on something, and if you, as long as you've removed an oil counter from something, you get to like 2 tap, make a 1/1. It's just like an engine.
You got me up to 3.5.
Okay, I'm on 4. I'm disappointed.
If you didn't say a higher number than me, I would be disappointed.
Yeah, I would be. I'm disappointed I didn't say 5, but I don't think it's. I don't think it's. I don't think it's that good, unfortunately.
Keep yourself honest, you know.
Yeah. Mana dorks. I think mana dorks are good in this set. I think green wants mana dorks. Oh, this is a 5.
Thirsting Roots. The green sorcery either library for a basic land card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle, or proliferate. And I claim this is the only fixing in green. Common. And I don't think it's that good. I think like
okay, fine.
You're not splashing.
I'm gonna say 4.5. That's my final answer.
Do you agree? Let's first walk if you're not splashing.
Okay, if you're not splashing. What?
Don't play the card.
What? This is a soft consumption for 1. Like I said before.
Proliferate mode. Okay, see, you sort of have a point that like the proliferate mode doesn't need to be good.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be good.
So like what you do when you just don't have use for a land.
This is like an Evolving Wilds that you need to have green for, right? And you can't play on turn 1.
The lay of the land.
Yeah. It's exactly
in a 2-color deck. Like if you think about lay of the land, it's just like say you're a blue.
You should like you just replace a land with this, right?
Say you're blue green.
Yeah.
The lay of the land is like an island.
Well, yeah, but sometimes you won't need the land. Sometimes it's just proliferate. Like proliferate.
If we're just talking about lay of the land first.
Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah. Sure. Yeah.
Like in your 2-color deck, it's not good. It's just an island or something.
Or your second forest, but like that can matter. But yes.
But you don't need 2 forests.
Yeah. It's an island. Yes. This is an island.
So that's bad. So it's really just like it's not more than a modal double face card in your 2-color deck.
Yeah. And I just think modal double face cards are good.
Me too. But this one doesn't do very much. Like for example, Bathwood Fortification. Go green, the instant +1/+1 counter or tap land. I like that more.
You like that more than proliferate?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think like proliferate will be very good. Like
the only things you can proliferate are the oil counters
and poison counters.
Yes, yeah. But
I don't know. I just really like.
I don't care about corrupted in your green deck. Maybe your green black deck is trying to win by poison and it's a shock.
Your green black and your green blue decks are like both like if I could turn my land into a shock sometimes, that's great. Like it's a shock that doesn't
land. It's not a normal land.
Yeah. I know it's a tap land. I'm fine playing some tap lands in my deck.
Okay, I think going into Zendikar Rising, we overrated the MDFCs a little bit.
I agree that MDFCs got overrated a bit. I still think this is good.
Like Zoc consumption, maybe you just don't want to put it in your deck. Just be more better on the sidelines. That was 6 mana. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I will give you. This is worse than a sack land if you're not splashing. But the fact that this is fixing. This is like the best fixing in the set. That pulls up like 1.5 tiers for me. Basically.
I mean, it's still worse than Evolving Wilds. It's fixing.
It's similar to an Evolving Wilds that like has split card proliferate, right? It's like not that much worse than Evolving Wilds at fixing. Like I'm playing like 9.
It's a little worse.
I'm playing like 9 forests in my decks with this. 4.5 might be too high, but I don't know. I'm going to.
I gave Evolving Wilds a 4, didn't I?
Yeah. I'm not going
I'm
lower
not
than
giving
4
this more
on
than
this.
a 3.5.
I'm not going lower than a 4 on this.
That's fine. You don't have to.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I mean, I might be flashing sometimes, and I will definitely play it.
This also just like is a land that triggers your non-creatures triggers as well.
In your which deck?
Blue-green deck?
Yeah, you have a small number of those, maybe.
Like blue-green splashing red.
For you, I will say 3.5, but only for you.
Okay, great. I'm glad.
You're still sticking on 4.5?
I'm still sticking on 4.5. Branch Blight Stalker. 1 in the green for a 3/1 Toxic 2. That's all. I'm not gonna go to 5 to Jordan. I think 4.5 might still be too high, but yeah. I don't think this plays well with Green's game plan. I don't know.
Well,
I guess maybe in
black green deck might be winning by poison.
You're right. White green deck might want the 3/1 and the toxic text, I guess.
I'll play it in white green too. Yeah.
It's not that bad. 3/1s like are fine. I think this is similar. Fine. This is like maybe this is better than the 3/1 Ward 2 in Brothers War. Oh, I guess you haven't played Brothers War.
Okay, that card seemed good to me, but
that card is like medium.
The loading it up plan didn't actually
no
there that much.
No.
Okay. Well,
2.5 is
3.
Okay, I'm gonna say 2.5. But like that's because like the way I build green is very much not this. Like if I'm green, I'm doing something else. This is like slightly personal preference.
Copper long legs, 2 mana for a spider, 1 to green. 1/3 with reach. You can pay 2 and sacrifice to proliferate. Spiders are not good.
I want to give this a 3. It blocks. It like
pretty good or bad.
What? Sorry, what?
It's pretty good or bad.
3 is like better than I thought you were going to give it, but I don't know.
Probably, yeah.
It blocks. It sure does block.
It chumps. Sacrifice, proliferate.
Yeah, it chumps and proliferates. Deals 2 damage in the late game.
I'm just more excited about the blue and the black proliferation than the green ones.
Yeah, I mean, like, I want to be, like, base green, blue, splashing black or red. That's, like, where I want to be.
I just want to draft 2 colors, Jason.
Okay, but what happens when you keep getting past, like, Anoint with Affliction or like, Volt Charge? Like, what are you gonna do then if you're drafting like?
I'm not gonna commit to my second color until halfway through pack 3.
Okay, yeah, but then you have some like good blue cards, some good red cards, and like a lot of green cards. Like, well, what are you gonna do? Are you just not gonna play all of them?
That's right. I will not play them all.
That's too bad. Colors are merely suggestions. Embrace chaos. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna 3 is too high. I'm gonna say 2.5.
Good.
Predation Steward. 1 on a green for a 2/2. Enters the battlefield with 2 oil counters on it. Turn the green tap, remove an oil counter from it. Target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery.
Expensive.
Very expensive. Obviously, it's activate only as a sorcery. If it wasn't, it would be kind of busted, but
yeah.
I mean, like, it's expensive, but like 2 mana 2/2 with upside, like, is okay. Yeah. Has oil counters.
It's so hard to use this upside.
Yeah.
Like your whole turn.
Yeah. And like you have to like tap it and like also tap something else. Like if it didn't tap, I would be a lot more into it.
I don't think it's good. I think it's bad.
I agree. 2.
Okay. You call it.
Sorry, what?
What did you rate it?
Oh, I said 2.
Me too. Ruthless Predation. 1 and a green for a sorcery. Target creature you control gets +1/+2 until end of turn. It fights target creature you don't control.
Epic confrontation. Like, I don't know, 4? Like, I feel like this is a pretty good fight spell, generally.
I'm a sucker for fight spells, even when they're bad.
Yeah, and this one's good. Yeah, I'm gonna say 4. Yep. Titanic Growth. 1 in the green, instant. Target creature gets +4/+4 until end of turn. I don't know, 2? Doesn't seem that exciting to me. Doesn't help with Toxic. There's not that much trample in green.
Don't need Toxic.
Yeah, I know.
No trample?
Like, I don't think I saw that much trample in green. I might be wrong, but, like, I don't know.
I did sort of see, like, green was a big creatures beat down sort of thing. I don't know if that really synergizes.
Yeah, Titanic Growth, I don't know. It's just, like, never... I don't think I would ever put Titanic Growth more than a 2. Like...
Yeah, alright. That's totally fine. Yeah. Alright, green's looking so impressive so far.
Well, there's a lot of good stuff to come.
So far, you've said the Lay of the Land is the best card.
Well, yeah. We're gonna get to some 5s.
Right, I forgot about.
Yeah.
Alright, but right now we have Adaptive Spore Singer for 2 and a green. The Druid with Vigilance and is a 2/2. Enters the battlefield, either target creature gets +2/+2 and Vigilance until end of turn, or Proliferate.
I actually like this. I don't know. Like, the Vigilance on the, like, pump ability is actually quite good. Like, that's a lot of Vigilance. Get good at blocking. Pushes damage.
There is a lot of Vigilance in this set.
Yeah. Like, I commented before.
It's
like
necessary, because the mechanics force you to attack. They can't just make it infinitely aggressive. They need to let blocking be possible.
Yeah. I like this card. I kind of want to give it like a 3.5 or a 4. And like the Proliferate is nice too. See, it either deals 2 damage to your opponent or it deals 2 damage to your opponent.
Just 3 mana bear though. After that.
Well, hey, it has Vigilance. Don't knock the Vigilance on the bear. If your opponent doesn't have Vigilance, it's just packing.
I attack with my bear, it's gonna die.
Well, like maybe not. Like sometimes they don't have a blocker. Sometimes maybe your opponents won't have Vigilance. Yeah, hard to believe with this set, but sometimes they won't have Vigilance, and sometimes
it's a
I don't know.
6/3 still.
I'm gonna say 4.
Wow, 4.
Yeah, I like this card.
Okay.
Okay, no, I'll go 3.5. Like, it just like doesn't have as much synergy as I'd like.
It's not. There's sort of a limit on how impactful it gets.
Okay, Carnivorous Canopy, 2 in the green, sorcery. Wow, I didn't realize it was sorcery. Destroy target artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying. If that permanent's mana value was 3 or less, proliferate. Huh. I kind of like this. At like 3 or 2.5. Like sideboard 3.
Maybe like Broken Wings didn't really need to be an instant.
It didn't really need to be an instant. Like, if you get the proliferate on this, that's like pretty big, right?
Of course, yeah.
And like,
this card's good. The pacifism. The pacifism always, you know.
Yeah, I think the pacifism is good, right? Like people will like. There's only so.
Good, but you want to give it a 5 at first, so.
I still want to give the pacifism a 5. I'm fine with like getting blown out by this on my pacifism. I don't know, like. I still like blanked the creature for a turn at least.
Just being a sorcery makes it a lot less of a blowout.
Yeah. There's also like creatures with flying that this can kill. There's also artifact creatures that this can kill. I just like this. I don't know. I'm gonna give it a 3.
Oh, you're gonna go higher. 3.
Okay, great. You could even main deck one, maybe. I don't know.
Right, here it is. The Contagious Borak. 2 and a green. A 3/3 for Beast. Beast of a card. When Contagious Vorak enters the battlefield, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal a land card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. You didn't put a card into your hand this way. Proliferate. I can't believe they added that last line.
Yeah, so this is a 4 and a 3/3.
You don't need.
You can find a land out of the top 4, or you can decline.
If your broken card whiffs on the land, I'm sorry. But you whiffed on the land. You shouldn't feel bad.
Yeah, but instead you get to proliferate.
Consolation prize. The worst part is you can even choose to get the proliferate if you want.
Yeah. Like you can say, I don't want I'm not going to reveal a land. I just want to proliferate. Like in the late game, 3 mana 3/3 get a land. Like Civic Wayfinder power creep or something. I mean, to be fair, Civic Wayfinder like guarantees you a land and guarantees you fixing, but like it's really good.
Yeah. So how obnoxious is this card going to be? Like
very
going to define the format.
It's a 3 mana 3/3 draw card.
It doesn't help you hit land 3. It helps you hit land 4 better.
I mean, I'm gonna say it's better than Organ Hoarder, worse than Overseer. It's similar to Packmate.
Okay, all right, so it's all the same.
Yeah, it's like that. It's that kind of card.
It seems like this is the only one in the set. It seems like there's not like a bunch of them.
Yeah. I mean, Green has another one, to be fair. Green has another more expensive one. Yeah. Green's great. But yeah, this is just like this is just a 5.5, 6. I don't know. It's a 6. They forgot to print this at they forgot to print this at like uncommon or something. They accidentally downshifted it, so we can put it at a 6. Anyways,
put it as down as a 5 for you.
Okay, you're the one controlling the spreadsheet. I don't care either. So
no, you can tell me what to do, but that's what I interpreted. Sure. Yeah.
I think it's a 6. Anyways, Ichorspit Basilisk, 2 and a green for a 1/3 Death Touch Toxic one. Death Touch Toxic one. It's a 1/3 Death Touch. Like blocks.
3 mana.
3 mana is a lot. Kind of want to give it like a 2.5.
Good combination.
Like 2.5. It's like not quite solid, but like
1.5 seems totally fair. Yeah. It's just like another one of those 2/3s.
Yeah. But like it tangles with things. It pecks in annoyingly. Sometimes. Sometimes your opponent will have to do an awkward block.
Ace's Mantle, 2 and a green for an aura with splash. Enchanted creature, when it enters the battlefield, if enchanted creature has toxic, that creature gains hexproof until end of turn. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2.
Mostly just a feral invocation kind of card. Right, like 3 mana flash
so
+2/+2.
Somehow they targeted your toxic creature on their turn. Okay, yeah, I guess.
Or on your turn, but like, yeah. I don't know.
Really? I don't know. Like if you try and use it as a combat trick, it can still just, when your creature's toxic, they can blow it out if they want.
Yeah, but like maybe you aren't using it as a combat check. Maybe you're just attacking with your toxic creature and they go to like kill it and you're like, surprise.
Yeah. They take an extra 2. Yeah.
Yep.
But it's on your toxic creature, so it's a little weird.
Yeah. And like green didn't have that many good toxic creatures, like cheap toxic creatures that we see.
The toxic 2 creature for 2 mana.
Yeah, there's the 3/1, but like this isn't that good on the 3/1, right? Because 5/3 still trades. Right.
I think this card's like a 2.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, 3 mana tricks are hard to hold up. Lattice Blade Mantis. 4 mana, 3 and a green for a 4/3. Enters with 2 oil counters, and when it attacks, you may remove an oil counter from it. If you do, untap it, and it gets +1/+1 until on the turn. Huh. So this is a... Yeah, so it's like a 5/4 on attacks, 4/3 on defense. That's like pretty good. I think it's like... a pretty serious beater, and you can do it twice. Like, it's not like twice is an infinite number of times, roughly. I think, right? Like, you're not attacking with a 5/4 more than twice that often.
I like it.
Yeah.
4.
4? Yeah, sure. I'll go with 4. And like, also, like, if you're the times where you are attacking with a 5/4 repeatedly is like when your opponent's chumping usually, and so that means that like you don't need to remove the oil counter even, because if they're gonna chump anyways, then you get most of the effect. Plague
Nurse.
Your turn, yeah.
Plague Nurse is 3 and a green for a 3/4 cleric with toxic 2, and 2 and a green. Each other creature you control with toxic gains toxic 1 until end of turn. Activate only once each turn. Each other.
Yeah, so it doesn't bump itself to toxic 3, but like, you know, toxic lord. I still don't like green toxic very much. Like, I didn't see any like cheap creatures to get toxic with other than the 3/1, which like didn't seem that impressive to me because it mostly trades.
Nothing wrong with the 3/1.
Well, yeah. Like,
I mean, it's like if you're toxic, you probably even prioritize it. Like, it's probably the 2-drop you want.
Yeah, but like, basically, I don't think the 3/1 gets through, right? Like, the 3/1 is fine because it trades, but like, I don't think it's hitting your opponent, right? Like, it just trades. Anything trades with it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't like this card that much. Like 2.5, maybe 2. I don't know.
What would you give a 4-mana 4/4?
A 4-mana 4/4? Like a 2.5?
What do you give this one?
Like a 2.5?
2.5. Okay, yeah.
Maybe 2. Maybe I should say 2. I don't know. Like, it's like not that good. I don't know. This one's a good one. Here's the other pack mate. Oil Gorger Troll. 3 green for a 3/4. When it enters the battlefield, you gain 3 life. Then if you control a permanent with an oil counter on it, draw a card.
So it's like Owlbear.
Yeah, it's Owlbear, but like you trade a power for 3 life and no trample. And also conditional, but like you should.
Yeah, the condition is pretty real.
Yeah. I mean, I still like it a lot. Like, I think I personally think this is like a 4.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think it's like a 5, but I think it's solidly.
Yeah, it's not anything like the 3-mana card that.
Yeah, but it's like still pretty good. This is why I want to play my mana dork. Ramp into this thing. On turn 4.
You play this on turn 4.
Yeah. Like, play the 3/3 on turn 4. Play this on turn 4. Sorry, 3/3 on turn 3. This on turn 4. Like, I don't know. Good value.
Yeah.
Keep the cards flowing. What are you thinking for this? Did you say what grade you had?
No, I'm on board with giving it a 4. Just thinking about the curve was the 1/2.
Yeah,
I think the oil counter condition is gonna be a little tough. You'll have it more than half the time or something, but
yeah, I mean, like, I think the oil counter condition is going to be like you need to be the deck for it. Well. Like, mostly you need to be the deck for it. But like, if you're in a deck with oil counters, it should be completely fine. Like, just don't use the last scry one on your O3 in blue or something, or
yeah.
Or like, don't use the last ping on your 1/1.
You have to draw a card with an oil counter.
Yeah. But like, I feel like there's a lot of oil counters. I don't know. Like, a lot of the good.
You need like 10 in your deck or something.
Yeah. But a lot of the best commons that we like, a lot of the cards we think are best commons are like oil counters in like blue green. Anyways.
Ironax Atrocities, 3 green for 4/4. So these this is like some of the only double pit cards we've seen.
Yeah.
Probably maybe a couple in other colors, but yeah, 2 green ones in a row. 3 green for a 4/4 dinosaur with haste and toxic 3. So green is a bunch of creatures which are statted to deal more damage and toxic than full damage.
Mm-hmm.
If you combine that with proliferate, I think you'll be getting there on poison sometimes.
Yeah. the joke on this one is like, getting corrupted in one hit, right? Like,
yeah, on turn 5, yeah.
Yeah. Is that good?
But corrupted is Orzhov, not green, right?
Well, yeah, but like
if you're paired with one of those colors, then that's great. Yeah.
Yeah. Like green black, for example. Like, are you like, this is another reason why I like the Mana Dork, right? Like, this is so much better on turn 4 than turn 5. I think this is
yeah, the Mana Dork should be is looking good.
Yeah, like the one bad thing about the Mana Dork is it doesn't ramp you to like the 3/3, right? Because you can't like tap it for mana on turn 2. But like, they're impactful 5s. Yeah,
it's not like gonna be good and constructed. That's not how good it is.
Yeah. I mean, who knows?
Like Jaspera Sentinel, which is good and constructed.
Yeah. It is definitely not as good as Jaspera Sentinel, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, I think this is fine, like a 3. Gets better if you care about toxic, but it's like not.
It makes sense.
It's like not anything special, I think. Okay, next, Sky Scythe Engulfer, 5 in a green for 6/5 reach trample. Can't be blocked by creatures with flying. Really hating on flying creatures over here. And this seems kind of medium. I mean, I guess it's like a 6 mana 6/6 trample ish. I don't know if green wants that though.
It has like double evasion for some reason.
It sure is big, but it doesn't have a. Yeah. It doesn't like stabilize you that much. I guess it like blocks flyers. That's how it stabilizes you. Yeah. Reach helps, but like it dies.
If your opponent isn't flying, very medium.
Yeah, it like dies to removal also. Like doesn't do anything against removal.
It's almost a sideboard card or something.
Yeah, 2. Wait,
I'm copying you for now.
Okay, it dies to a bunch of removal, right? It dies to pacifism. It dies to like the claustrophobia. It dies to the black removal spell because it's like a 6-drop. Yeah. So like probably they'll have corrupted by then. Yeah.
Right. Actually, I need to be more disagreeable. I've been matching your ratings for a while now. Well, maybe sometimes I say them first. I don't know.
Okay. Well, I need to take a bathroom break, so you can.
We're done with the green.
Yeah. This is the last green card. Yeah. Yeah. BRB. I'm back. So, ready to move on to colors?
Right now is I'm going back to the spreadsheet and I'm calculating the average for each color of the commons for ratings.
What are the averages?
Hold on. So far I've done black, red, and green. For green, your average is like 3.1 and mine is 3.
Mm-hmm.
For red, it's the same.
Okay.
Both of us.
Yeah.
For black, your average is.
Wow, my red average is like literally the same. That's kind of funny.
Yeah. Like multiples is like 19.
Yeah.
It's like 2.56 for you for black, and I'm a little higher on black. I have 2.7 or so.
Mm-hmm.
For blue. Oh, what are you doing? Stop it.
I did it for you. Just works.
I was seconds away from it. Both say about 3 for blue.
Yep.
And for white, why did you do it this way? Have it copy pasted. And we both like white the most. It's possible our grading criterion have changed a little bit over time. That might, honestly, I mean, the colors are pretty balanced, except we can do like the black.
Yeah, I think I'm strongly on like all the colors are great except black looks kind of lackluster, and
black is like the poison color to make you were underrating the poison.
Maybe. I mean, not really. Like I like the proliferate.
Yeah,
like
we like the poison.
I think blue and green are the strongest colors. But like I know, like I know I have white as the strongest color. Like, maybe, okay, no. Maybe white is the best. I don't know. I like blue, green, and white the most.
I kind of like white. I kind of like blue the best.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It might just be I think the cards are cool.
I like blue.
They do seem balanced so far.
Yeah. I think I like blue better than green, despite the fact that my green rating is better than my blue rating. But
for me, for green, it's like they have that one broken card.
I think green also has a lot of solid cards. And like I'm higher on the Mana Dork and the Fixer than you are, so you know.
I like the Mana Dork now, but not the Fixer still.
Okay.
The Fixer is totally whatever.
Okay, well, shall we move on to uncommons?
Yeah.
Okay, colorless uncommons. Let's go. Prosthetic Injector, 1 mana equipment. This is not a Mirrodin equipment. It does not come with a 2/2. That would be busted. Equipped creature gets +0/+2 and has Toxic 1. This has equip for 1.
Oh, so that's a way to grant Toxic.
Yeah, so how good is it? Like, +0/+2 is like... +0/+2 is usually not that good on equipment, right? Like, +0/+1 is like really nothing on an equipment, right? But +0/+2, like...
good on a Toxic creature.
Yeah. It's fine. I mean, giving an additional Toxic 1 kind of pumps power. So, like...
I think... How do I say this? I think it's better than, like... What is it? Short Sword? The, like...
+1/+1?
+1/+1?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's better than that. By a lot.
Okay. Well, I would rate Short Sword at, like, 2 or 2.5, so... Doesn't say that much. I kind of want to say 4 for this, maybe?
Oh, wow.
Oh, you think that's high?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know yet. It's hard to evaluate. But...
Yeah, maybe that's too high. No, that's too high. That's definitely too high.
You just have, like, unlimited Toxic. In some
3.
sense...
3.
If your deck is trying to win by Toxic, I think you actually really like this card.
I'm gonna say 3.
Like, it's like Ghostfire Blade, whatever it's called.
Ghostfire Blade? Does that give like?
Maybe that's the wrong name. It's like when you equip it to artifacts, it's 1 mana and gives it +2/+2.
Oh yeah. Equips to like colorless things. No, it's 1 mana. 1 mana gives +1 mana gives +2/+2. Equip 3, but like equips 1 to colorless stuff.
Oh, we'll get 3.5.
I'm saying 3. I like how I started at 4, went to 3, and you said 3.5. Next.
You read that one.
Yeah.
So now I am on the odds. Oh no.
Wait, was that wrong?
Yeah, that was my card to read. Now you have to read the next one too. I'm sorry.
Oh, I have to read this one? I'm fine with reading this one. I like this one.
I have to say I'm the even one, you're the odd one.
Okay, okay, that's how you've been remembering. I always forget.
I have one, it's not my fault.
Okay.
It's fine.
It's fine. Mere Convert. 2 mana, 2/1, Toxic 1. That's fine. Tap, pay 2 life, add a mana of any color. Now this is fixing I'm into.
And I like paying my life. I have nothing else to do with my life. I'm happy to pay it.
Yeah, like sometimes this will just be like free, right? I mean, like not really free, but like it's fixing for emergencies when you need it. Like you can't use that ability that many times, but like
why is it an emergency? Oh, like in the game it's for. Yeah, I mean you're not gonna like if you're splashing something, you're only gonna use it color once.
Yeah.
I think it's. I mean, you're gonna just want to use it as a mana dork too.
Yeah.
Then the life will add up, but like, who cares? You're right. The 2 life is pretty huge. It's really huge.
Yeah.
Like this card would be very good if it didn't have the 2 life.
Yes, it would be really good without 2 life.
Good.
Like even at one life, it would be really good. Like as is, I want to give this like. So okay, I'm unsure whether should I be like rating this to like taking into account that it's colorless. Like, am I rating this pick order or am I rating this like deck? Because I like pick order, I would say 5. Like I'm taking this.
Okay, but you have to understand you shouldn't be expecting to splash every time.
I'm aware.
It's colorless, but it's actually not going in every deck.
Not
Really
every
not.
deck. It's not every deck.
I guess it's quite reasonable.
It's quite yeah. It's 2/1 toxic 1, and then like with like an ability that can ramp you. Like ramp in like other colors could be busted, right? Like colorless mana dork.
I think we should not give a full bonus for being colorless, but a little bit is
okay. Yeah, grades are bullshit. Whatever.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I'll say 4.5.
Hexa's Skitterfang. 3 mana for a 2/2 artifact creature insect.
Oh, what did you give it? I don't know if you said.
I gave it a 4.
Oh, you gave it a 4. Okay.
Enters the battlefield with 3 oil counters on it. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may remove an oil counter from Atrax's Skitterfang. When you do, target creature you control gains your choice of flying, death touch, vigilance, or lifelink.
This is Steel Seraph at home.
What do you mean? It has more options.
But it's not flying itself.
Yes. Or a sword power.
Yeah. But it's colorless. Well, you don't get the 6 mana option either.
Steel Seraph is a very strong rare.
Yeah. This is very strong this is a very strong uncommon, I think.
Yeah, that's true.
Assuming you have proliferate, like I think it falls off if you don't have proliferate.
If you do it 3 times, that's good too.
Yeah, 3 times is good too, but just like
I think you'll play this in.
Okay, so okay, basically what my thought is, like, there are some oil counter cards that like are roughly infinite because like it's like unreasonable to expect to use all of it. Like the 5 mana 4/5 haste.
This one's not infinite.
Right.
No.
This one's not infinite. This one you could actually run out, right? If you don't proliferate. So yeah.
I think every deck will play this card.
Yes, definitely. 6.
6. Every deck's gonna play it, and they're gonna be super happy about it.
Yeah.
I'll give it a 5.
Okay.
Just like, come on, it's not. Wait. So do you want me to go back? Maybe we should be giving that 1 common a 6.
You mean the removal spell?
Oh.
No. The 3/3. Okay, I want to give both the removal spell and the 3/3 like 6s. So, I don't know. I don't care. I don't want to like spend a ton of time going back and changing grades.
This one's important.
Is it? Is it? All right.
Vorak is the most important card in the set.
Sure. Give it a 7.
Giving it. I was about to giving it a 6.
Okay. Next card.
And I'll give it 1 of 5.5.
Okay. Ichor Plate Golem. Whenever a creature enters 3 mana 2/3 artifact creature, Phyrexian Golem. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, if it has 1 or more oil counters on it, put an oil counter on it. And creatures you control with oil counters on them get +1/+1. So this is an oil lord.
Yeah, that's sweet.
Yeah, really good. It only gives an extra oil counter to things that like enter with oil, or like if you have an instance.
Not everybody.
Yeah, even if you have an instance speed way to put an oil on it, like it wouldn't work because it's an if intervening if. But yeah, like it just makes your also only works with creatures, so it doesn't work with the 5/5 vigilance vehicle, I guess, or like other artifacts.
Okay, true.
Yeah,
but if you proliferate that and then you crew it, it has +1/+1.
Yeah. Yeah, and like 3 mana 2/3 lord, pretty good. Like build around.
I mean, it's a little bit like you have decks that just won't play it.
Yeah, I want to say like build around like 5, but like if you're not counting build around like 4, 3.
I'll give it 4.5.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Cool.
Next.
Skiff, the 4 mana vehicle, the 4/4 with crew 2.
Crew 3.
Toxic 2. Yeah, crew 3. Sorry. 4 mana 4/4, crew 3, toxic 2, and it draws a card when it enters the battlefield.
Yep.
Wow.
This is Carve. This is Raiders Carve +1 mana plus toxic 2. Right, just draws a card also, right?
On attack, not.
Yeah.
And also not on attack, but.
Yeah, I mean, this is good. Kind of. Yeah. Like, you need to be able to crew it. That's the thing, right? You need to be able to crew it. But, like, if you...
but you don't need to even be able to be that good at crewing it.
You
it has to be, like...
Like, okay, if you play this on turn 4, you need to have 3 power creatures on the board. Otherwise, this is, like, really slow. Right? You're taking turn 4, not...
It's okay. I'm okay with that happening 10% of the time. Even 20% of the time. Okay.
I think this is a 3.5. Which is maybe a bit low, but...
That's the colorless ones.
Yep. On to white. Swooping Lookout. 1 mana for a 1/2 artifact creature, Phyrexian Construct, flying, vigilance.
Vigilance never ends.
Yep. Meh.
Not sure what you're supposed to do with little flyers.
Vigilance. Sorry. Sorry, not vigilance. Equipment is what I meant to say. You're supposed to put an equipment on it.
Yeah, but...
Yeah. We've made our opinions on equipment clear. Like, I don't know.
Weird.
It's...
I mean, it's totally fine, though. Like
3?
Okay.
I think 3 is fine, yeah.
Bladed Ambassador, 1 and a white for a 3/1 soldier, which enters the battlefield with an oil counter on it. Remove an oil counter from Bladed Ambassador. It gains indestructible until end of turn.
Classic white uncommon 3/1 indestructible.
This one needs to pay a mana.
Yeah.
But that's okay. It's still very good.
Yeah. You pay a mana, but like no other cost. Like you don't discard a card. You don't pay life.
You don't have to tap it.
Yeah.
And
it can like
you're gonna need to pay a mana because they're not gonna make you do it.
Yeah, they're not gonna make you do it, and you can proliferate it. Really good. 6?
Yeah. I mean, white doesn't proliferate, but it's still.
Well, yeah. But like like white blue.
This is also the first white oil card.
Huh. Yeah.
6. So 6 is the so the 5 is like the good removal now, and 6 is the that one.
I think this is better than the good removal. Like you hold up 1 mana and they just like they can't attack into you with ground creatures, and like they can't block this. Right? I don't know. It's like a 2-for-1. A cheap 2-for-1. Infested Flesh Cutter. 2 mana for an equipment. Not the 4 Mirrodin equipment. Phyrexian equipment. Equipped creature gets +2/+0. Whenever equipped creature attacks, create a might. And it has equipped for 2 and a white. Hefty cost.
I didn't have 4 Mirrodin.
Yeah, I mean, like, you want a 2 mana 4/2?
Okay. They can change some other parts of the text.
I mean, obviously a Mirrodin equipment wouldn't give you mites, right? So it has to be Phyrexian. So it can't have 4 Mirrodin.
What if they just made it 4 Mirrodin, just no stat bonus?
Well, whatever. Lots of what ifs that it could be. Like, this card is...
never mind, it's perfectly designed.
This card is not good. This card is not good, right? Like... So, like, one comparison of this is, like, Sigiled Sword of Valeran. It's, like, an old, like, M19 card.
That's bad, yes.
Yeah. Like there are versions of this kind of effect that are good, but, like, those versions, like, make creatures that can block.
Oh, it's 3 mana.
Yeah. 3 mana is a lot. Yeah. I don't want to pay...
Just a 1? I don't know what to do with this card.
I don't want to pay 5 mana for a might.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it a 1? I don't know what else to say.
1. Yeah, 1.
Is it less than a 1? I don't know.
It does things.
I give it a 1 because it's... I don't know what happened with the equipment. Maybe they're all better than they seem.
No, like I don't know. I would not give it less than the 1 because you could theoretically put this on like a 1/2 flyer and like the 1/2 vigilance flyer and like go to town or something. I don't know.
Yeah, if it really runs away as the game, sure.
It has text.
Right. Jawbone, Duelist. 1 and a white for a 1/1 double strike soldier with Toxic 1.
Yeah, that's good.
So, double strike creatures, you want to load them up, and then the Toxic doesn't do much, but it can still get you to...
Wait, this is Toxic. This like secretly has Toxic too because it's double strike.
Yeah, I know, but like you're not going to pump that part of the card.
Well, sure, but it's really hard to block.
Maybe you can just have it be Toxic 2.
Like Toxic 2 is a fifth of their life total. That's like 4 damage.
I know, but I'm just saying that's not the part you pump.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe you do. There are some things that sort of pump Toxic a little bit.
Yeah.
But
yeah. Like I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is just really hard to block. Like and gets corrupted on extremely quickly.
Yeah.
I want to give this like a 5.5.
Yeah. I don't think it. I tend to go under 5, but I'll just say 5.
Okay. Ossification. 1 in the white. Enchant basic land you control. Shouldn't have a problem with that. When it enters the battlefield, exile target creature or planeswalker an opponent controls until ossification leaves the battlefield. Better or worse than pacifism?
Better, not close.
Better? Yeah, better.
Wait, not close.
Wait, no. It doesn't. Okay, first of all, it doesn't hit artifacts. Like the rest hits artifacts. Doesn't. Second of all, like. So like it's mostly better, but like because like there's a 3/4 that bounces stuff. It doesn't like die to like bouncing their own creature, but it like if the creature has an ETB ability, it's worse at getting getting destroyed. So yeah,
like, if it is actually going to go away against an ETB ability, it's a little bit sketchy.
Yeah, but like it's still good. It's better than pacifism.
It's way better than the pacifism.
I don't know about way better. I think it's about the same.
Passive abilities. Anything that sacrifices, bounces.
Okay, sure.
Lose.
Yeah. Sorry, I forgot about sacrificing.
Yeah.
Okay, 5.5 or 6. Wait, where were we putting the like?
Oh wait, it's a removal spell. Let's calm down.
Okay,
it's a very good removal spell.
Okay, 5.5.
It's a lot like the black one.
I wanted to give the black one 5.5.
5.5.
Yeah, 5.5.
Just remember, the scale is out of 5, actually.
I know.
Like 5 is the maximum value in the scale.
Yeah.
Anything higher than 5 is off the charts.
Yeah. But sometimes we give things perfect 7 out of 5s.
Not yet. It hasn't happened yet.
Not yet. Gotta save some room for the rares.
Right. Resistance Reunited. 1 and a white for an instant. Target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Equipped creatures you control gain indestructible until end of turn.
What is this card? I guess it can certainly blow out some combats, right? Like you attack with 2 creatures, one of them's equipped.
Like if you're really trying to do the equipment thing, you do want to give it indestructible because it's a disaster if it dies. So
okay,
I guess all the vigilance is good with this equipment plan.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's like
target a toxic creature and draw a card. I think.
Yeah, like I 2.5. Like the 0.5 for like equipment synergy, maybe.
I'm not going higher than a 2.
Yeah, I'm happy with 2. Also, Ink Fathom, like the point is that like 5 is top common, like top commons, and like we can overflow a bit. It'll be fine.
This one's better than top common. Commons are all that matters.
Yeah. The rares, who cares? I don't know if we're even getting to rares.
Me neither.
Veil of Assimilation.
Are you gonna give it a 2?
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna give it a 2. Veil of Assimilation.
Hold on.
Oh, sorry. What? Did you have something else for this card?
I was just writing the spreadsheet.
Okay.
I get a 1.5.
Okay. Veil of Assimilation. 1 in the white for an artifact. When it or another artifact enters the battlefield under your control, target creature you control gets +1/+1 and gains vigilance until end of turn. Interesting.
The vigilance is so funny. Every single card.
Yeah, every single card.
Change the rules of Magic for this set. Creatures no longer tap when they attack.
That makes the second a lot better.
Yeah.
I mean, how many artifacts do you need to make this like at all playable? Like obviously, this by itself, horrible, right?
Well, if every card in your deck was an artifact, I think it'd be pretty good.
Yeah. That if every card in your deck is an artifact, you're giving a creature +1/+1 vigilance every turn. That's very good.
Give you 70% of your deck is artifacts. Quit.
Also, like, are you like? I think if you can have one artifact enter every turn, like then it's very good. Like you just need like as long as you have one artifact enter every turn, right? And how hard is that? Or like how close can we get to that? Like probably not that close, right?
And it's never gonna like even if I don't think it's gonna like be as insane payoff once you get there.
Yeah, like there's the like make 2 mites, I guess, but like I don't know.
It's 1.5.
What'd you say?
1.5. 1/2.
1/2? You think that's
1
that?
and a half.
Oh, 1.5. Sorry, I keep not hearing what comes before 0.5 because your mic's kind of.
Okay, my bad.
I want to give this like a 2. I think you.
Right.
I think there's a deck where this could be like actually quite good. Like actually.
Just to respond to chat more seriously, the way I feel about it is like there are cards better than the top commons, but top commons are already things you take pack 1, pick 1. Like these cards are just like things you take. You don't get a ton of value by discriminating between them, whereas knowing like exactly how the commons are compared to each other is what actually gives you a large advantage in draft. So I think it makes sense to focus your rating scale on that range. It's like where the most important decisions are.
Yeah, like you'll know when to take a bomb rare. It's fine.
Annex Sentry, 2 and a white for a artifact cleric, which is a 1/4 with toxic 1. An Annex Sentry enters the battlefield, exile target artifact or creature an opponent controls with mana values 3 or less until Annex Sentry leaves the battlefield. Now this is a good target for your red shock.
Yeah. That doesn't say that much about the card, but yes. It's also a really good card. I'd give it a 6.
Yeah, apart from that, it's like 4 toughness on your Fiend Hunter.
Yeah, and also it matters when you attack with this because like it has toxic 1. Like a lot of times your Fiend Hunter like it's like just a dinky 1 power creature.
Wow, this card's great.
Yeah.
It only hits with mana 3 or less, but.
Also to answer chat again about like rating stuff, like yes it matters, but also I don't think realistically in a set review you're going to be able to like have these kind of nuanced like accurate takes on like how much better like various top commons are than others or how much better uncommons are than top commons. Like I don't know exactly how much like Inspiring Overseer, the 3 mana 3/3 in green, is going to be. I don't know if it's going to be more like Inspiring Overseer or more like like the next like a Jewel Thief, right? Like, and it's just hard to get that nuance. I think grades are like fairly whatever, anyways. Like, it's the important part is the conversation.
Yeah, I don't think we're doing grades or whatever. I'm just saying like.
Okay, well, I think
just think about the decisions you make in a draft.
Yeah.
Most of them are comparing that are cards at common power level. Like, you can have uncommon that's like middle of the commons. That's important too.
Anyways, next card. Against all odds. Oh, this is the blink one. This is weird. 3 and a white for a sorcery. Choose one or both. Either exile target artifact or creature you control, then return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. So blink something. Or you get to return target artifact or creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. So this is like you get to reanimate a small thing and blink a thing. Notably, you can't like blink the thing you like reanimated. But yeah, you with the equipment, it's kind of like make a 2/2 is the first mode, and then like return a thing. Like if you make a 2/2 and return a thing, that's really good, right? It's just a Gravedigger.
Yeah, that's kind of a pipe dream.
Well,
just a dead thing and equipment.
I don't think it's that much of a pipe dream, right? Like,
of course it'll happen, but it's like high end of outcome of the
game. You definitely like like, I don't think it's a pipe dream, but like it takes work. So it's like definitely going to be worse than it looks, I think.
I mean, I think I'm just not going to play it almost all the time.
Yeah, I think it's like 2.5. It like has high upside. It just
2.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll say 2.5.
Hex Gold Hover Wings, 3 and a white. For artifact equipment with 4 Mirrodin. The creature has flying, and creatures that control that are equipped get +1/+0. 2 and a white. So 3/2 flyer for
4 mana 3/2 flyer, classic. But it also gives you it's an equipment lord. It gives everything else that's equipped +1/+0. And like, you know, it's like it's a flying equipment.
The
right?
equip cost is not awful.
Yeah, not awful. Slightly worse than like the usual like 2 mana for like flying equipment that we see.
Yeah. But it works.
It works.
This one seems more playable than usual.
Yeah. I'm still not that excited about it. It's like 3 or 3.5 level for me.
Yeah. Probably was 2.
I'm gonna go with 3. I think 3/2 flyer just isn't quite impactful enough.
I mean, this is when you think about like for uncommon card for an archetype, it's supposed to be a 6, and it's instead of 3, so it's so disappointing.
Like even in, like if it said, imagine if it said creatures you control that are equipped to get flying. that would be a banger. That would be really good.
But you still have to play a bunch of equipment in your deck for that to happen.
Well, yeah, but then you'd actually have a reason. This just doesn't give you a reason. Like +1/+0 is so small.
It wouldn't be like they could have printed it that way, and I think that wouldn't have been a problem.
I think it would be a bit of a problem because like mass flying unlimited is kind of like
maybe a little annoying. Then they kill you, and you thought you were stable or something.
Yeah. Oh. Anyways, Porcelain Zealot, 4 mana for a 2/3. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gets +1/+1 until end of turn. If that creature has Toxic, it gets +2/+2 instead until end of turn. So it's like a combat professor, right? Like 4 mana 2/3 that throws stats around, but it doesn't have flying. It doesn't give vigilance. Sometimes it gives +2/+2, but like 4 mana 2/3.
I think it should usually be getting +2/+2.
Yeah, it should ideally. So like, how good is 4 mana 2/3 that gives +2/+2 every turn? It's like not bad. It's not that exciting. I think like 3.5 or 4 level.
Pretty good. I think that would be pretty good. I'd actually always given the 2.
I'm gonna say
itself, it just gives 1.
Yeah. I'm gonna say 3.5. I think you need to do a bit too much work for this.
It's definitely not higher than that.
Makes mites into 3/3s. Sure, they still only deal 1 toxic.
But that's real. If you're doing that every turn, I think that's good.
Sure, but like, it's on a 2/3 body.
Plated Onslaught, 3 white instant with affinity for artifacts. Creatures you control get +2/+1 until end of turn.
Oh, to be clear, for those who don't know, because it's kind of old in mechanic, affinity for artifacts means it costs 1 less to cast for each artifact you control. So with 3 artifacts, this is white.
What it says in the writer text.
Yep. I mean, I don't know. Some people could just be listening and not watching.
Oh, really? Wow.
I don't know.
Neither. It isn't even that insane of a card if it's cost 2 mana.
Yeah, it's like, to be clear, it's going to cost 2 mana a lot of the time, right? Because like, if you want it, like at least
it's like 3 mana.
Yeah, if you're in the market for it, like you're probably like playing mites, right?
Yeah, it's good. Okay, yeah, we'll play it.
And it's like, it's pretty easy for it to like just be inspired charge, right? It's like pretty hard for you to not have any artifacts, I think, if you're going white and white. So I like it.
Yeah, 4.
Yeah, I like 4. Next up, Apostle of Invasion. 4 white, 6 mana total for a 4/4 flying Phyrexian Angel. Corrupted. As long as an opponent has 3 or more poison counters, it has double strike. In case you needed your 6 mana 4/4 flyer to like kill your opponent faster.
Oh yeah, you do.
I mean, you do need it to kill your opponent faster, but I feel like you need it to kill your opponent faster than being a 6 mana 4/4. Like, I don't know.
I mean, double strike. That'd be coming down with double strike.
Yeah, but like your opponent, like you're just really sad if your opponent removes it and attacks you, right? Or sometimes your opponent just attacks around you.
6-drop with no ETB.
Yeah, it's a 6-drop with no ETB. That's its problem, right?
I don't know. That means you don't play it.
I agree. It doesn't mean that you don't play it. It just means that it's not. I would not put this higher than the 3. Like, I don't know. Compare this to the 5 mana like the Diregraph Horde, right? The flying one, 5 mana 3/3 flyer in white that makes 2/1/1.
I don't think I was gonna put it higher than the 3.
Okay, great.
Put it lower than the 3.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna say 2.5.
Well, it's hard to think about though. Like, this is like your corrupted deck that gets there on combat damage.
Yeah,
I believe in it. Top end for your white-black deck.
It's really bad if it doesn't have double strike, right? Like, if
it better have double strike.
Yeah, and sometimes things just don't go quite right? Like if you're not like going all in on toxic, which like
you're like behind.
Yeah.
0.5, not 3.
I talked myself into it too.
We got Font of Progress, a mana artifact for blue. It enters the battlefield with 2 oil counters on it. 3 tap, target player mills X cards, where X is the number of oil counters on Font of Progress. Did you mention this earlier?
I was looking at this not earlier this stream, but like I was looking at this a couple days ago, and I did like it when I saw it. I am liking it a bit less now. I think I like it a bit less now, but
you have to. The only thing you can do with this card is try and mill your opponent out.
Yes, that's the only thing it does.
Yeah, you're not getting any value. And it sits in play and is an artifact with an oil counter on it.
With 2 oil counters on it even. And it gets proliferated.
Right, but like it counts for that, right?
Yeah. Like,
so you proliferate it sometimes. Maybe if you're like really doing a lot of provision, you get up to like 5 oil counters. 3 mana mill for 5. I don't like it.
I'm gonna give this a 3.
And if you draw it in the late game, it's so bad.
I'm gonna give this a 3 with a bit of a nod to it being sweet. Like trying to win with this seems fun, but like I don't know. If you have a like very defensive blue deck, which like seems like what blue is trying to do with like a lot of proliferation, like 1 mana is pretty easy to fit into your curve.
What if you don't draw it in the first 2 turns of the game?
I don't know. I think it's still fine. You're probably still gonna have gas. Like you're playing like this is the world where we're playing the 5 mana draw 3 proliferate. I'm fine with that.
Sure, we can play that card.
Yeah, we're gonna have gas.
I draw that card off my 5 mana draw.
Yeah. We have some gas now. We like turn 6 play Font of Progress and anticipate and then mill them for 3.
3, only 3.
Yeah. And then we anticipate. The next turn we like play like a 3/3 proliferate, then build them for 3 again. I don't know. It's like not okay. Maybe it isn't worth a 3, but I don't want to give it lower than a 3. I just
I'm having trouble giving it more than a 1.
I understand.
It is. I mean, it's sort of like an uninteractable win con. It just there's nothing they can do. They can
yes, that is.
For the most part, it's just like you activate it every turn, and they're just gonna die.
That is how mill works, but like, like that, the same could be said for Millstone.
But
like
Millstone contained mill plan.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like, you don't like need more mill cards.
Yeah. But like Millstone, for example, is not a good card, right? Like 2 mana.
Like 2 cards per turn, right?
Yeah, 2 cards per turn. I
was thinking about this like if it's 4 or 5, is it still good?
Yes, if you mill for if you
entered was 4, but like you have to wait. You have to cast 2 proliferation things first, and then it's gonna be 4.
Yeah, no, okay. So basically, the reason why I think this card could actually work is that I think the problem with Millstone is not actually so much the 2 mana activation, but the fact that it only mills 2, right? Like you need to like survive so many turns with it, right? So like this has the potential to actually like mill faster than that. You just need some setup cost first, right? So
how do you build your deck with this card in it?
I don't know. Just do my blue-green nonsense.
It can be good on turn 1.
Yeah. I'm playing Anticipates. Like, finds them.
Right. I'm just saying your deck needs to like also have creatures and stuff.
Yeah. I'm playing like all the good like blue-green stuff. I think blue-green control. Like, well, where control means like not creatureless control, just like playing all the good cards that like are defensive. I don't know. It's and like, you know, splashing removal. Like, I think it could work.
What do you want to give it?
I was gonna say 3. I don't want to go higher than 3, and I don't want to go lower than 3. So I'm settling on 3.
I was at 1. I was just compromised to 1.5. I have to go to 2.
You can stay at 1.5. It's fine.
I can totally see how on turn 1 you can get there with this card, or even like turn 2 or 3. But if you play it on turn 6 and then you still need to proliferate it twice before it does much, it's a little slow. And I don't know how this format is going to have a 20-turn
game. You don't need 20 turns.
It's funny. It's a burn card again. Okay. We'll have to disagree on this one.
Yeah. The reason why there's so much vigilance in this set is because you need vigilance. Otherwise, like, everything is so uninteractable. Like, blocking is hard. Anyways, next card, minor misstep, not mental misstep. Different card. A blue. Instant. Counter target spell with mana value 1 or less. 0. I'm getting a 0.
0.
Okay, morally we should.
I felt like we needed some zeros.
Morally, we should give it a 1 because, you know, it's minor misstep. Yeah, it's 1. One
or
is
less.
Well, yeah, sure, that's fair. No, but like 1 is the right number for this card. But yeah, it's a 0.
It even has it's a play on a 0 mana card.
That's fair.
Yeah. Right, Atmosphere Surgeon. 1 in a blue for a 2/1 wizard. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put an oil counter on Atmosphere Surgeon. Remove an oil counter from Atmosphere Surgeon, and target creature gains flying until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery.
I think this is
flying every time you cast a spell.
I think it's pretty decent. This is like a 2 mana 2/1 flyer, right? Pretty similar.
Your whole team flying.
Yeah. Okay. No, like it doesn't give your. I don't think you quite cast like okay, like. It's a 2 mana 2/1 flyer, kind of. You like give it an oil.
I'm not gonna give it self flying every turn.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna sometimes give it self flying, and I'm gonna probably end up with more counters on it, and I'm just gonna get my whole team flying.
Yeah, like you have to have things you want to give flying. Like you might already just have a lot of flyers. You can't just be
all flyers already, or all non-creatures.
Yeah, or like all O3s. Yeah, but like it's very powerful. 5.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking too.
Serum Snare. Ooh, I like this one. 1 in the blue, instant. Return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. So like a disperse, bounce something. If that permanent has mana value 3 or less, proliferate. Doesn't take that much to make a bounce spell good.
Bounce the rebel token?
Yeah, bounce a rebel token, proliferate. Like, kill a thing, proliferate. That was pretty nice. Or just like blow something out in combat, proliferate.
Yeah, it is 2 mana.
I mean, like 2 mana bounce anything is like standard, right? Like it's 1 mana for unsummon, which is bounce only creatures, and 2 mana for bounce anything.
Was it a 4?
I want to go 4.5.
What was the other option?
No, I'll go 4. Yeah, it's like...
It's still just a bounce spell.
Yeah, it's still just a bounce spell, but like, it is good.
Drumming Bird. In a blue for a 1 flying bird horror. That whenever it deals combat damage to a player, proliferate. Kind of like it has Toxic.
Yeah, kind of.
I mean, is it better or worse than Toxic?
Better.
Probably better.
Better?
Yeah.
Definitely in blue it's better. Like, blue doesn't have, like, corrupted stuff, and, like, you know, it has oil counters, a lot of them. I mean, I like it. Yeah, I like it, but, like... This is a worse... I think this is a worse set for Thrumming Bird than, like, a set like War of the Spark. War of the Spark had, like, a Grateful Apparition card or something that was similar to Thrumming Bird. Like, 1/1 flyer that deals the damage to a player proliferate. And that... It was a lot better there because, like, you're proliferating, like, loyalty counters and +1/+1 counters that, like, actually, like make your board immediately bigger compared to this where it's, like, oil counters are value, but they're, like, slightly worse.
Yeah. It's either 4 or 4.5.
I'm going to go with 4. Distorted Curiosity, 2 in the blue, sorcery. Draw 2 cards, but cost 2 less if corrupted. So, like, if your opponent has 3 more poison counters, it costs blue to draw 2 cards.
That's pretty good.
Yeah? Yeah?
I mean, hopefully you can wait to cast it until you have corrupted.
Yeah, but, like... I mean, you can just fire this off on turn 3 as a divination, too.
Yeah.
I like this a lot. 4.5? Nice.
You said it. Eject Imperfection. 1 blue for an instant that counters target spell. That spell's mana value was 3 or less. Proliferate.
Didn't say please. That's what this card is. Counterspell that, you know, gets some incidental value for your gameplay.
This one's uncommon.
Yeah. They recognize how good Didn't Say Please was.
Okay. They don't give us cancel it common anymore. It's too good. So I think cancel is better than disperse.
Cancel is better than disperse? Sure. 5. 5 or 4.5, one of those.
5.
Okay. Yeah, I'll join you on 4.5. 1 blue is kind of awkward, but yeah.
I said 5.
Oh, you said 5. Oh, okay, never mind.
Yes.
Huh.
I think 4.5.
Yeah, I am on 4.5. 0. Temio's Logbook. I saw this card earlier. 2 in the blue for an artifact with 5 in the blue. Tap, draw a card. Costs 1. This ability costs 1 less to activate for each other artifact you control. Each other artifact you control. So. Okay, so you agree for this to be at all playable, it needs to cost 2 mana to activate, right? At most. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, 3 mana would be way too much. Yes.
Yeah, 3 mana is way too much. Okay. So you need to have 4 other artifacts. You agree this is a 0?
My deck is all artifacts.
Good for you. I don't know. I don't know. This card does not seem good.
Okay, but here's the thing. You call something a 0, and then you find a deck where it's correct to play it. You can never comment about spoilers again.
Okay, fine. I'll give it the 0.5. Okay, sure. Okay, sure. It theoretically does something if you imported artifact lands or something.
Trawler Drake. 2 in a blue for a 0/0 Drake. It's flying, and luckily it gets +1/+1 for each oil counter on it, and it enters the battlefield with an oil counter on it. Also, when you cast a non-creature spell, put an oil counter on Trawler Drake.
This is Spellgorger weird with -1/-1 flying. In a
dragon.
Well, yeah.
Haste and an extra mana.
Yeah, sure. That too. Okay, sure.
But it's kind of weirdly bad
Is it
I
though?
think it's probably.
Is it?
No, like compared to those cards, it's got like some downsides.
No, okay, so I think it's like I think it's clearly better than Spellgorger Weird. Like the Spellgorger Weird being the 2 in a red 2/2 version of this without flying, right? Because you're not blocking with Spellgorger Weird anyways. And like if you draw Spellgorger Weird late, sure, you're sad, like same as you're sad with this, but at least this can chump a flyer. And like we have Proliferate in the set. It was also more of the spark, but like it's cheaper in the set, I think.
Yeah.
And like blue's good. I don't know. I like this a lot. I'm ready to give it a 5. I think Julian's talking to someone probably.
Right, sorry, I had to talk real quick.
No problem.
I was gonna give this card a 4. What did you say?
I said 5.
It's a little too slow to get rolling, but it's definitely.
Is it though? You play this, you don't block with it. Like you don't block with Windrake anyways, right?
No, but it's like a 1/1.
Well, yeah. Next turn,
it's like very quickly a 3/3 and high.
Yeah. You cast it, anticipate the next turn, and it's a 3/3, right? Like it's not hard.
Very polarizing. I'll stick with 4.
Okay.
And yeah, it's like I'll happily play it. Yeah.
Unctus's Retrofitter. 2 in the blue for a 2/3 with creature, Phyrexian Artificer, Toxic 1. 2/3 Toxic. When it enters the battlefield, up to 1 target artifact you control becomes an artifact creature with base power and toughness 4/4 for as long as Unctus's Retrofitter remains on the battlefield. Not bad. We've seen this kind of thing before. Makes a thing a 4/4 when it enters, like an artifact. But so like we do have the like trinkety skull bomb artifacts, but like
what else?
But those like it's not even that ideal to turn the skull bomb into a 4/4, right? Because
get your value someday.
Yeah. Prophetic Prism is the dream with this, right? You make the prism a 4/4.
Sure.
Mites are like the mites still keep Toxic 1 and can't block, amusingly.
Cool.
I don't know. It's like okay. 3.5? Maybe 4?
I mean, it's so narrow. You have to have a lot of artifacts.
Yeah, blue. I mean, that is blue white's theme, right?
And blue has a bunch. Oh yeah, you're right.
There's the 1/1 flyer, right? Remember the 1/1 flying vigilance in blue is an artifact, and when it dies, yeah, that's a really good curve. I'm gonna bump this up a bit. 4.5.
Right, 4.
Okay.
Cameo's Immobilizer.
Ooh.
Being a blue for an artifact with 4 oil counters as it enters the battlefield. Tap and move an oil counter from the Immobilizer. Tap target artifact or creature.
Icy Manipulator, but it costs 1 less to activate. It's free
to activate.
Free Icy Manipulator. Like this is something that could run out, but like you're proliferating, so it won't run out.
Yeah, I mean this is the sort of thing you do use every turn.
Yeah.
But it's like you could run out.
Yeah.
Eventually.
4 turns is a lot of turns.
You don't need to be proliferating every turn. You can just like proliferate half of the turns and it still lasts 6 turns or something.
Yeah, like to be clear, this is a 4 mana card, right? So like 4 turns is already up to like turn 7. That's a long time.
It's the whole game.
Yeah. 6.5.
It's kind of funny. They took like cards that they would normally just like give a tap ability and just made the tap ability cost oil counters for fun.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't. Yeah. It's 6.5.
That's what I said.
Not as high on Icy as you, even though it's 3. I'll trust you and say 6.
Okay. I should probably say 6. Okay. Yeah. 6.5 is like I forgot we need to leave room for rares or something. I don't know. What else did I give a 6? I gave something a 6 at some point. Skitter Fang. What's that?
That's the one that gives one of the 4 abilities.
Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna say this is a 6. Yeah, I don't think I can say this is 6.5.
Down to 5.5 for me then. Yeah.
Okay. Well, Transplant Theorist. 3 and a blue for a 2/4. Whenever it or another artifact enters the battle, it's an artifact creature, Phyrexian Artificer, and whenever it or another artifact enters the battlefield under your control, you may draw a card. If you do, just discard a card. So every artifact may loot. No once per turn restriction. Just every artifact loots if you want. It also has 2: put target card from your graveyard on the bottom of your library, so you don't die to milling. This is like whatever.
Is that really a concern?
No, like this is like whatever.
Maybe the vigilance.
Right, like 4 mana 2/4 like loot sometimes.
Oh, okay.
I think it's pretty bad.
Probably it's 3 or something though.
Yeah, I would say 2.5. I feel like these things always are like, you know, okay, but like you're pretty sad about playing it.
But you just don't really play them anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure Sam Black will play this. Because of the second ability.
Oh. Alright, Watchful Blister Zoa. 4 blue for a 4/4 jellyfish was flying. It enters the battlefield with an oil counter on it, and when it dies, you draw cards equal to the number of oil counters on it.
I love my 6 mana 4/4s, and I love them dying. So, I'm gonna give this a 2.
But I know you're apparently you're sarcastic, but I agree with what you said.
Oh, really? Wait, what? Okay. You gave the Apostle of Invasion a 2.5. That was the other 6 mana 4/4 flyer in white.
One has protection from dying.
No, it doesn't. It dies and you draw some cards and then your opponent kills you. Like,
how do they get to kill me? That's not fair.
Also, like, I don't know, like the best removal. So the removal that kills us in the set, right? Like, there's pacifism, or like pacifism, the Black Exile spell.
What did we give the white one?
I gave it a 2. You gave it a 2.5.
And this time you're giving it a
2.
3/6.
I think this one's like worse actually than the white one, but not like that meaningfully.
I just double strike. It's really bad anyway. It's not as bad. It's really not that bad if it dies, but if it gets non-death removed, that's really bad.
Also, like, I'm not convinced that's not that bad if it dies. Like, if it dies, it probably traded down on mana.
You drew a card. It's card advantage. Still.
Well, yeah, but you don't need to pay 6 mana for your card advantage, right?
No, the difference is what I paid is the difference between the mana.
Sure.
They spent their mana too.
Sure. Okay. Like, it's minimal
card.
card.
I play this and then I like block a 4 mana 4/4 with it. That's good.
That's okay, I think. Like, I don't know. You paid 2 more mana to like draw an extra card.
Yeah. Crack a clue. Let's go.
Clues are intentionally like slightly like, you know, sad, right? Yeah. Like good, but like not efficient, right?
Yeah. Okay. This card's kind of bad.
Okay. Great.
Yeah.
What did you say?
I said 2.5 again.
Nice. Okay. On to black. Bilious Skull Dweller. Black for a 1/1 Death Touch Toxic 1. Phyrexian Insect. Will this see play in Modern Insect Tribal? No, sorry.
You mean Insect Tribal?
No, in Insect Tribal.
It's good. That's really good.
Yeah, it's good. It's annoying to block. It's annoying on defense. It's just annoying. Like, it's nothing insane.
Very annoying.
It's just like, I don't know, 4.5?
That's insane.
4? I don't know.
At least a 4. At least a 4.
Yeah.
0.5.
Okay, nice. We're both on 4.5. It's like, you know, I wouldn't take like it over like the good removal. Just like, it's good.
All right, Vat of Rebirth. Back for an artifact whenever another artifact or creature you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield. Put an oil counter on Vat of Rebirth. 2 in a black tap, remove 4 oil counters from it.
A lot of oil counters.
Animate the creature as a sorcery. Wow. I don't think there's any like crazy things to reanimate.
So okay, so this
is a waste of time.
Yeah, so like the first activation, right? It's 2 black reanimate the creature, right? You split up kind of, but you need to do a lot of work, right? You need to like play it on turn 1 kind of for it to do anything. Second activation, like, and that's not even that good. Like 2 black reanimate something. That's not that good.
This is awful.
Yeah.
0.5.
I'm gonna go with 1 because like I feel like it's like you could have some things like there's some red stuff that gives you a lot of
rare that's good to reanimate.
Yeah, or like no. What I mean is like I could totally see a red black deck where like, you know, you're playing the Skull Bomb. Skull Bomb puts 3 counters on this because it's an artifact leaving, and also puts 2 oil counters on it. And then like you have like the red Rummager. Like you could do some shenanigans. You could. I'm not saying you will. I did give it a 1, but
give it a half.
Drown in Ichor, 1 in the black, sorcery. Target creature gets -4/-4 until end of turn. Proliferate. Good.
5.5.
I mean, I think this is worse than the common black removal spell, but very good still.
Wait, that one doesn't proliferate.
Yeah, but that one's instant speed and kills anything.
Yeah, but this one proliferates. You think it's worse, really? I mean,
instant speed is big. Instant speed is big.
I know.
I mean, of course this one is gross. It's drowning in Ichor. That seems pretty gross. But yeah, I don't know. Like they're like roughly the same level. I'm gonna say 5.5 because I want the other one at 5.5 as well. But I think it's like slightly worse than that.
Common, did we actually give 5s then?
I know you told me to put a 5 for it or something. Like you forced down a 5 down my throat for that because like
you can't give a removal spell more than 5.
It's so efficient. Okay, right. Could you not give like Swords to Plowshares more than 5, or like, you know, Patriarch's Humiliation?
I trust them to make somewhat within the realm.
Okay, but did you see Alchemy Horizons Baldur's Gate had Patriarch's Humiliation? Did you play that?
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that was Swords to Plowshares. Anyways.
No, but it's not. That's not more than a 5.
Okay, sure.
All right, Necrogen Communion. 1 black for an enchantment aura. Enchant creature you control, and then that enchanted creature has Toxic 2. When enchanted creature dies, return that card to the battlefield under your control.
Mm-hmm. So, like, you kind of give. I mean, like, again, this like it's really awkward against like bounce, exile, pacifism stuff, right? But
yeah.
If it weren't for that, I would like it a lot more, because like it's not that hard to like put this on the flyer and surprise like, oh, I got 2 more poison in, right? And like maybe you want that.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't know if you do
it as like 4+0.
It's certainly worse than that for like trading in combat, but
yeah.
Put this on the 1/2 vigilant flyer. Good suggestion.
I think it's a good card.
I think it's a swingy card. It's like good when it's good.
Like it's only on dice. It's so weird.
Yeah, but like the fact that it has it at all is good enough, I think. Like it's unfortunate that it doesn't protect you from bounce or exile, but like it's better than not doing anything, right?
Of course, I would not want to play it if it didn't do anything.
Yeah. I'm gonna tentatively give it.
Like you could just like get I mean, on turn 3 was this card or something.
I'm gonna tentatively give this a 3.5.
A 4.
Okay. It's like hard to use. I don't know. It like I'm definitely being optimistic on it. Like these auras don't tend to be that good, but yeah. Scheming Aspirant, 1 and a black for a 1/3 Phyrexian Advisor. Whenever you proliferate, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Shieldred at home.
Yeah.
This is very good. Like,
yeah,
comes out and blocks on turn 2 and like just drains your opponent out of the game.
A lot of life gain.
Oh yeah. Now your proliferate is dealing 4 damage and gaining you 2 life.
Life gain is what I'm all about.
Okay, so I want to give this like a 6. That might be crazy.
I'll give it at most a 5.
Okay. 6 might be crazy. I'm going to say 5.5. No, 6 isn't too crazy. I'm going to say 6. I'm going to be bold.
It really is Shieldred. Speaking of Shieldred.
Shieldred has an edict.
Oh, yeah, it's my turn.
Yeah.
I skipped over somehow. Shieldred's edict. 1 in the black for an instant. Lose 1. The opponent sacrifices a token creature, or a creature token, or a planeswalker. Choose which one.
Yeah. It's an edict that doesn't like be really sad to mites, I guess. It's still an edict.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely pretty good for an edict. Definitely much worse than just real removal. So 4.
I'm gonna say 3.5.
I think you play this card all the time.
Yeah. I play 3.5s all the time.
Yeah.
But I'm not that happy about it. Like it's like fine.
You're happy about it, but you're not like. Right.
Yeah. It's like okay. Ambulatory Edifice, 2 and a black for a 3/2. When it enters the battlefield, you may pay 2 life. When you do, target creature gets -1/-1 until end of turn.
I would like to pay 2 life.
Do I count? Like, why is this uncommon? Like, this feels like a common to me. It feels like a 3.
Is it an artifact? Oh, because it's the red black.
Like, I don't know.
Yes, it is fair.
It's like fine.
Card.
Oh, you don't.
It would be a little bit oppressive at common.
Yeah. Would it though? We gave it a 3.
I guess people wouldn't even play it that much, but
yeah, it's
very good against the mites.
Sure, I mean, like, it's okay against the mites. It's, like,
you have to pay 2 life though.
It like picks off a mite. Like we've had like there's a common that's like 4 mana 3/3 ETB deal a damage to any target. It's basically the same thing, right?
Yeah.
So. Inkfathom, you don't like putting Shieldred's Edict in your deck? I don't know, like, just killing a creature is fine.
Yeah, like, the bad case is when they have a token, but they can't.
Like, I mean, it kills a 1 mana creature some amount of time, so, like, you trade down on mana some amount of time.
You might even use the token mode against an equipment.
I don't know.
Alright. Considering Skitterling. 1 black for a 1/4 rat. Is corrupted. Sacrifice an artifact or creature to draw a card. Activate only if an opponent has 3 or more poison counters and only once each turn.
I mean, this is great.
Waiting for that part to end.
This is great.
It's like the merchant.
Yeah, but better because it doesn't.
There's another free sacrifice outlet.
Yeah, free sack outlet. I mean, this one's an actually good free sack outlet, but like it only turns on with corrupted, so like this needs corrupted, but works well with the mites.
It actually seems like a ton of hoops. You gotta get corrupted. You gotta find some stuff to sack.
I don't think that's a ton of hoops. Like, I feel like the corrupted stuff is like fairly like. First, like, you don't need to find.
Red black, it'll be hard.
Sure, but like this is a corrupted card, right? I think that's the only hoop because like. You don't need sack
your mites to this.
Yeah, you can sack your mites to this. You can also just like this just makes removal impossible. You can sack the random 2/2 toxic ones.
It's sorcery only, right? Oh snap!
What?
I don't know why I thought it was sorcery only.
No, it's not sorcery only. It's once each turn. You can do your turn and their turn. Yeah.
I think it's still enough hoops that it's not going to be that good. Like, not like 5 territory.
I think I want it like 4.5. I agree it's enough hoops. But like when you turn it on, it's really good. Feed the infection. 3 and a black, sorcery. Draw 3 cards, lose 3 life. Each opponent who has 3 or more poison counters also loses 3 life. I don't like this. Right. I don't like this. Like,
I guess each player losing 3 is not good for you.
Yeah, if you're drawing 3, you don't want each player to lose 3.
4 mana though.
I think this is like, I don't know, a 2.5. It's playable, not good.
That's pretty fair. 5. Crows,
Huh, is this the first black whale counter? No, we had the staff.
Okay, 3 and a black. Flying enters with 2 oil counters on it. Card toughness are equal to her oil counters on it. Roughly. And whenever another creature or artifact you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, put an oil counter on it. I like this better than the blue one.
Really?
No, it's an extra mana.
Really? You like this better than the blue one? The blue one, which like grows like every turn, like once or twice.
Not like this one can grow the turn you play it.
I mean, so can the blue.
You have some stuff on play already, and then it can just sort of grow.
Sure, or your opponent just doesn't block it, or block your creatures or something. Like, I think this seems
block their creatures.
I agree with Inkfathom. This seems way worse than blue. I mean, like, if they block your creature, if you're blocking their creatures, it's not really growing the turn you play it, right? Because like, because you can't really block with it, right? Like at the same time, like
I don't know. Just starting as a 2/2 is still big for me.
It doesn't matter. The
blue one mana is bigger than that.
Yeah, the extra mana is bigger, and it's also a lot harder to grow. Like, the skull bombs are fine with it, right? Like, I don't know. It's just a lot harder to grow. The blue one, you just cast and anticipate, and it's suddenly a 3/3 flyer on turn 5.
Well, yeah, I think it wasn't that much harder to grow. Is like, all your cards grow it eventually once the card goes away. Cards don't stick around forever, so.
Yeah, but like, I don't know.
It doesn't like.
4 mana is a lot more than 3.
Cards you already played can count cards growing it.
I think this is like a 3, to be clear. Like, I think this is like okay-ish. Like, it does grow. It's better than like you know like Scrivener or whatever, like that card from Streets to Capenna that like grows whenever someone like loses life or like pays life or gains life or something. I don't know, but like. It will grow, but 4 mana is a lot more than 3, I think.
I'll say 3.5.
Okay. I think 3 was like the top end of like me willing to.
I know.
Where I was willing to put it. Ravenous Necrotitan. Yeah. Sorry, what?
A card like that, we must end up a half apart from each other.
Ravenous Necrotitan. 2 black for a 6/6. Except corrupted. When it enters the battlefield, sacrifice a creature unless an opponent has 3 or more poison counters.
You don't have to sacrifice a creature.
Yeah. If your opponent is corrupted, no, I think if they're corrupted, you can't sacrifice a creature. But anyways, if
that's not what I meant. I just meant like you can play it without corrupted yet. It's actually fine.
Yeah.
You have something stumped. Say your might couldn't get through and get you corrupted. Oh, I'll just get rid of my might, I guess.
Yeah, I like this. It's 4 mana 6/6 like sack a thing. It's like not that bad. It would be better if you could sack an artifact too, but like
Yeah. Does that mean 4.5?
Yeah, I like 4.5.
Razor Paladin, 4 and a black for a 4/4 knight with Target 2. When Nimraiser Paladin enters the battlefield, return target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to your hand.
Big Gravedigger. Pretty good. 5? Kind of expensive, I guess.
Yeah, definitely very good.
Like I would,
but
I would say higher, except it's like
it's gotta be a 5 at least, actually.
Yeah, like I'm just skeptical of it being like 5 mana and also having a restriction on what it can return.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too hard, but it is something. We'll say 5.
I'm gonna say 5. That Emergence. 4 black sorcery. Put target creature from the graveyard, any graveyard, not just yours, onto the battlefield under your control. Proliferate. Zombify with Proliferate.
The graveyard is nice, but otherwise, not a fan.
Yeah.
I mean,
I feel like there's a lot of cheap creatures in the set. Like, I don't like any of the huge chunkers that much.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's fringe playable at least, but it probably is by default not something you want.
Yeah, I mean, like, we haven't seen anything, right? Like, this is the last black uncommon, so we've seen all the black commons and uncommons, and like we've seen most of the cards. Colors. Yeah, we've seen most of the cards though, and like we haven't seen anything that like is exciting to reanimate with this.
Will probably be a green uncommon.
Sure, but like, 2.5.
I was gonna say it goes to 2.
Okay.
Sure.
I think like the Proliferate is nice. I don't know, but 2.5. Red. Your turn.
Cacophony's Camp. Single red for a Goblin Warrior. 1/1. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you may sacrifice it, and when you do, or if you do, proliferate. Also, when it dies, it deals damage equal to its power to any target.
Yeah,
this is one that's great to suit up.
Yeah, 1/1 that pings for 1 that, like, you know, gets better if you suit it up.
If you're not suiting it up, pretty low impact.
I mean, like, I feel like the 1/1 ping, a 1/1 ping for 1 is like pretty fine, honestly. I don't know.
Yeah, I typically not play it. Maybe if I'm aggressive enough.
Yeah, it's like I'm gonna say 3 because you can.
I mean, if you're shooting up, it can be better than the 3.
Yeah.
A lot, like it's gonna be really powerful.
Yeah, but there's no like +1/+1 counters in the set, right? It's just like equipment, which we don't like.
Yeah, it's just equipment, and we don't like equipment.
And also pump spells. Pump spells does work. Like, imagine this with the +3/+1, +3/+1 trick. It's really good, right? You trade with a really big thing and like kill another big thing.
That's actually nasty.
Yeah.
3.5.
I like it. I'll take 3.5 as well. Oh, the next one is. I'm glad I get to read this one. I love this one. I'm going to preemptively give this a 6.5. Churning Reservoir. Red for an artifact. At the beginning of your upkeep, put an oil counter on another target non-token artifact or creature you control. Gotta spread the love. And also it has 2 tap. Create a 1/1 red Phyrexian Goblin creature token. Activate only if an oil counter was removed from a permanent you controlled this turn, or a permanent you controlled with an oil counter on it was put into a graveyard this turn. So, obviously, one thing it does is it charges an oil counter on something every turn, right?
Yeah.
And like, we've seen a lot of like that can be like a third of a card every turn, right? Could be other things, like you can put it anywhere also, and also it makes a 1/1 every turn for 2 mana. Like 2 mana tap, make a 1/1. That's actually like the 1/1 can block. It's not a might, so it's actually quite a good like grindy long game card.
You build around this, it's gonna be extremely good.
Yeah, and notably, like you might think that like, oh, you need to draw an oil counter thing in order to use the second ability, right? Because it cares about an oil counter being removed. But also you could just randomly put like an oil counter on some other thing that doesn't care about oil counters, and when it dies, you get to use this.
Yeah, you can play this in probably in most red decks.
Yeah, I think this is really good. This is like the uncommon I'm like most excited for.
Are you sticking with 6.5 or just 6?
I'm sticking with 6.5.
I think the reason I'm not there is just like, again, it's a little bit worse later, and it like does have quite a deck building cost.
Is it a little bit worse later? It immediately makes a 1/1. Like if you're
well, hopefully.
Well, yeah. Like if you have an oil counter thing around, like it immediately makes a 1/1 basically.
Right, but a lot of the value of the card is the every turn.
No, but like it's an engine that just like it just needs one other, like it just needs you to have an oil counter creature on the battlefield.
I mean, it's not the sort of downside of the card that makes me put it as a 4 or a 3 out of 6. Yeah.
No, but like it's just I don't know. It's just extremely good when you enable it, and there's so many things that you can do to enable it, and the cards that enable it are good cards in the first place, right? This is not a case where you're like playing a bunch of bad oil counter cards. What? Sorry, what did you say?
It's not like equipment. It's
yeah. It's not equipment.
Right. Exuberant Fuseling. Another 1-mana creature. This one, the Goblin Warrior, but it starts as a 0/1 with an oil counter on it. When it enters the battlefield, it gets +1/+0 for each oil counter on it. It has trample, and whenever another creature or artifact you control put into a graveyard for the battlefield, put an oil counter on it. I read that card in the most random order possible.
So starts as a 1/1 trample. Yeah, then trample's not doing much.
Yeah.
But
it was a little key to make happen.
Yeah, it's like it can grow.
It's just gonna trade and get in some damage, which is a good case for it, but it's not making up for the bad cases. I think.
Inkfathom points out the +2/+2 trick, which is admittedly decent with it, right? Like you
on the adds oil.
Yeah. You +2/+2/+2 oil, right? So it's like +4/+2 kind of, but like the 2 power stays around.
And part of it's permanent. Yeah.
So it becomes a 3/1.
That's 5/3 combat. That's really good.
Yeah. You get in for 5/3 trample, and this is like. I mean, the bad case is you just play it as a 1-mana 1/1, right? It's just not going to be a 4/1 later on necessarily. Like things don't necessarily trade when you want them to. Like, I think people are overestimating how easy it is to just like say, oh, this is going to stick on the battlefield and see things trade. Like the thing is,
it's not going to be doing anything on the battlefield.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like the problem with like the problem with the VAT card, right? The black card that needs like 4 counters to reanimate something is like it just takes a long time for it to charge up, right? Like if it's sitting on the battlefield looking like and you're not doing anything because you need to keep it safe until a bunch of your stuff trades, you're down a card, right? I think it's still pretty good. It has high upside. I'm gonna give it like a 4, I think. But I'm not gonna go higher.
I was worried about it. Like, okay, I should trust that red is heavily enough oil themed that it's gonna get there.
Yeah.
Or another. And 8.5.
Okay. Gleeful Demolition. 1 mana, sorcery. Destroy target artifact. If you control that artifact, create 3 1/1 red Phyrexian goblin creature tokens. So this can be like either just 1 mana to kill a thing of your opponents, or 1 mana like sack a thing to make 3 1/1s. Like a might or an irrelevant equipment because the equipment's bad, or a prophetic prism. Like if you think about this and prophetic prism, it's kind of like 3 mana make 3 1/1s, which is like pretty good rate. It's like a playable rate.
Oh yeah, that's right. We talked about that. It is playable, yes.
I think it's good enough. It like has modality. There's killing an artifact your opponent controls is pretty nice.
If there are a lot of artifacts in the format, so it's gonna don't necessarily like if you don't draw your artifact that's good to sacrifice, it's okay.
Yeah, it's probably good in red-white because white makes like mites and also the equipment.
You've left you're too expensive to equip.
Yeah, or just like like the 2-mana 3/1 equipment thing. Like it gives +1 -1. You don't really care about like whether you have that around or not. Might as well like make it into 3/1/1s.
Oh, this is a cool card.
Yeah, I guess my biggest worry is like red's not doing that much with the 1/1s. Right? I think it's definitely best in red-white. Like white, like the red-white equipment.
Why just jump was them?
Yeah, trumping is fine.
Red is control color.
Yeah. Sacrificing them, sure. Like, yeah, the thing is, like, red itself isn't doing that much with the 1/1s. Like, red itself doesn't have sacrifice, and it doesn't really have that much, like, good equipment stuff.
And I'll go for 3.
Yeah, I like that.
For 3/1. Yeah. Hex Gold, Halberd, 1 in a red, or mirrored in equipment. As long as it's your turn, equipped creature has first strike and trample. 2 in a red. So,
I mean, this is like a decent equipment.
Yeah, I mean, this one you would play without the ability to re-equip it.
Yeah, it's 2-mana 2/2 first strike trample.
That's good.
Oh, on your turn though. This is well, okay. So this is like worse than the white uncommon. White.
Oh
common,
no,
right?
I don't have trample on my opponent's turn.
No, but you don't have first strike on your opponent's turn.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I'm just joking.
Huh. I actually think this is like not that good. Like this is just like I don't know. I want to give it like
in every red deck.
I'm gonna give it a 3.5.
4.
Okay. I just like comparing this to the white common 2/2 that has toxic 1 in the first strike on your turn. I feel like the toxic 1 does a bit more than like the trample and the re-equipping, but I don't know. Yeah, shrug. I'm gonna go with 3.5.
Yeah. Fine.
Nahiri's Sacrifice, 1 in a red, sorcery. As an additional cost to cast the spell, sacrifice an artifact or creature with mana value X. Deals X damage divided as you choose among any number of target creatures.
The trick here is you sacrifice an equipment.
Yeah, you sacrifice an expensive equipment. So like,
this is the key card for the archetype.
Is this good? So like, do you have a 3? Is this good if you have a 3-mana equipment? Like, I think it's definitely not good if you have a 2-mana equipment.
That's I want a 5-mana equipment.
Yeah. I'm just like, when are you? What mana value of equipment are you happy with here?
4, 3 is okay. 5 is good. I don't know. Make it up, but
it has the potential to be really busted because you get like, you get to split the damage. Yeah. Yeah, this card's really powerful.
Yeah, like maybe like you pick 1 and then you go into the equipment and take
like
all the terrible equipment.
if I hadn't seen any of the equipment yet, I would give this a 6.
Oh really?
If I just knew that 4 Mirrodin was like an ability that existed, I would give this a 6. But seeing the equipment, I kind of want to give this like a 5.5.
We've seen enough like equipment payoffs that seemed okay. That it could get there to enough to make you put bad equipment.
Yeah, but the equipment are just like bad. I don't know. It's like probably fine.
I know they're bad, but the payoffs are good. And
Okay. So are you telling me to keep my 6? Are you telling me to keep my 6?
No, not at all.
Okay. Yeah. Like, I'm gonna say 5.5 then.
Say 5.
I think this is just a one-sided wrath if you build around it. Kind of. Against some decks.
If their creatures are small.
If their creatures are small, yeah.
Furnace Punisher. 2 in a red. For a 3/3 warrior. With menace. And
you don't need to read the rest of the text. Not relevant.
It's relevant.
Is it though?
So you're on the play.
Yeah.
They go turn 1 tap land.
Okay.
Play this on turn 3. They take 2 damage.
Okay, sure. Okay, that's fair. Okay. I guess you're not wrong.
It's very realistic.
Okay. This is a reason to bump down spheres a bit.
Yes, the spheres are bad.
If your opponent plays a mountain, don't play a sphere. No, okay. I guess it is. Okay, I guess that is relevant. Okay, never mind. But
right, so it's mostly
3 minutes.
3 minutes. It's fine.
It's fine. Nothing special.
3.5.
3. Okay, yeah, 3.5. Sure, 3.5. I'll take 3.5.
Minutes. I don't know.
Magmatic Sprinter. 2 and a red for a 3/2 haste. When it enters the battlefield, put 2 oil counters on target artifact or creature you control. At the beginning of your end step, return it to your hand, to its owner's hand, unless you remove 2 oil counters from it. So, kind of weird card.
So funny.
So baseline, you put the oil counters on itself. So you attack with it. Maybe it gets through. Maybe it dies. If it has 2 oil counters, then you can like keep it around for another turn. And then the turn after that, they'll come back, right? Or you can just use this as 3 mana, like put 2 counters on a thing every turn.
And attack for 3 every turn.
Well, yeah, probably you can't attack with a 3/2 that often without it dying, right? Like, yeah. I like it. I like it a lot.
Wait, so I'm still not convinced that the value of 2 oil counters is like that huge.
Yeah, of course I like this. You're not wrong. I mean, like, I don't know.
It does seem good though, because it's a fine feature, and you can just keep playing.
Like what I'm thinking of is like, let's say you play like, you know, your like Rummager, right? Your 1/3 Rummager on turn 2, right?
Rummage this away.
Then you play this, right? Play this. You get an attack. You put the counters on your Rummager. You attack with it. If your opponent blocks and trades, sure, whatever. You had a 3/2 haste that put 2 counters on your Rummager. Like Rummage twice. That's good, right? Rummage twice in the future. If you return it to your hand, like, it's still good. Like, you have another, you can use this again. Like
4.
Yeah, okay, to be clear, I wasn't going to give this, like, a 5 or anything. I'm with you on 4. I know I talked it up, but, like, I am with you on 4.
That's the trick. You gotta make it sound... If you hadn't talked it up, I would probably have said less than 4.
Okay, great. I'm glad we have come to an understanding.
If you thought about 4, I would have said, like, 3.5.
Okay, great.
Rebel Salvo. 2 and a red. Instant. Affinity for equipment. Deals 5 damage to target creature or planeswalker. That permanent loses indestructible until end of turn. Soul Seer with affinity. And
I mean, good. Yeah, it just kills something.
Playing this no matter what.
Yeah. And equipment deck is like
that's really efficient.
Yeah.
5.5
for the upside. I would say 5 without the upside, but like, yeah. Sometimes you might be playing equipment.
5 for me.
Okay. Awaken the Sleeper. 3 in a red. Gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap that creature. It gains haste until end of turn. If it's equipped, you may destroy all equipment attached to that creature, just in case equipment wasn't bad enough. I mean, like, build around maybe 3. I don't know. Like, maybe
you can get to attack was the creature with the equipment on it first.
Yeah.
Destroy it then.
Yeah, at least the call time version, like, is like when it deals combat damage to a player, you destroy an equipment. But I don't know, like 2. I don't know. I don't think Steel and Sack is that like.
I mean, we do have those free outlets.
Yeah, we have free outlets, but like they're not like the common one is not good. The uncommon one is like it like requires you to have corrupted turned on, and like black red isn't doing that much, right? Yeah, I don't care about it.
I think I should give it a 1 then. I'm just not gonna play it.
I mean, I think it's fine. I'm giving it a 2 because like I have respect for active treasons. Like
I have respect for 3 mana active treason.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
4 mana active treason, I have not very much respect for.
I'm still sticking on 2.
1.5. Urabrass Anointer. 4 mana, 4/2 artifact creature. Some wizard. Enters the battlefield to deal X damage to any target where X is the number of permanents you control with oil counters on them. Whew.
So if you have 1, this is not that good. If you have 2, it's good. Right? So you need like 2 things on the battlefield with oil.
You can have 4.
Yeah. You have a lot. Like, I think 2 is not that hard of an ask. So I like this a lot. But it like takes some cubes. I was gonna say 5.5.
Even though you have 0/1, this is the point.
Like this okay, sorry. This basically feels to me like the giant in Call Time, right? It's very similar, 4 mana 4/2, right? And like that one
like counts giants and wizards or what?
No, it counts creature, your biggest creature. It counts your most.
It was a giant wizard and it counted any type.
Yeah, it counts your most populous creature type.
Yeah.
And like with this, like it feels similar, where like it's like really easy to get it to deal 1. I guess no, this one's like worse than that one, because like it's fair. It was really easy to get the giant to deal 2, and this one is like it's really easy to get to deal 1, but like more is like work. But I still think that makes it a 5.5.
Higher ceiling, I'd say. This can get higher. But it was like that 1 mana red uncommon.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. I still think it's like. I still think it's a 5.5. Oh, I just realized something about the red uncommon that I was so high on. Like you can put the oil counter on the 1/1 it makes. So, yeah. It's kind of like infinite trumper.
Oh, because it lets you make another one when it jumps. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, you said 5.5. I say 5.
Okay. Resistance Sky Warden. 3 red 5/5 menace reach. Secret reach. Kind of big.
Not bad.
3.5? I don't think it's less than 3.5. It's just like big. Menace. Reach. Blocks. Attacks. I don't know.
Yeah.
Nothing special, but it's also like decent.
I don't know.
I like it.
I like vigilance more.
Should have given it vigilance. Yeah. I'm still on 3.5.
Yeah, you're probably. Should finisher.
So much equipment tribal.
It's another ogre rebel. It's a 7/5 with affinity for equipment and trample. So if you have 2 equipment, it's still 5 mana. That's good. You need 2 equipment though, basically.
Yeah, you're never casting this on turn 4. You're not getting 3 equipment by turn 4. I think it might. No. There's a 1 mana equipment that's not a 4 Mirrodin equipment, but like.
I don't believe I'm having. I think this is basically a 6 drop. How I'm thinking.
Huh? You don't think you're gonna have 2 equipment by turn 5?
In order to do that, I need to have like
a lot of
equipment in my deck or something.
Yeah.
I just don't like.
I don't like this.
Me neither. 1.5.
I'm gonna say 2. Green, home stretch for uncommons.
Yeah.
Evolving Adaptive. Green for a 0/0 that enters with an oil counter and gets +1/+1 for each oil counter in it. This is how they cheat on not having like +1/+1 counters. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, if that creature has greater power or toughness than Evolving Adaptive, put an oil counter on it. So this basically has Evolve.
Yeah. So this is good.
Yeah, this is really good.
On turn 1.
Yeah.
On turn 1.
Yeah.
Even later, you can probably get it to 2 or 3.
Yeah. Also proliferate, like.
Oh yeah.
Also,
all of these things that have like the oil counters boost them. Proliferate is real.
Yeah, and also like the furnace bomb, skull bomb. Putting 2 counters on it is just like 3 mana, put 2 counters on something. Put 2 +1/+1 counters on something. Draw a card is like not that bad, right? Split up among 2 turns.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, and like the +2/+2 red trick that puts 2 other counters.
This is a green card.
Well, yeah, but like red green is a thing.
Oh yeah, it's one place.
Yeah.
So that's where it'll be best for sure. Is it probably
4?
4.5?
Yeah, I think 4. I'm gonna go with 4. I just don't want my creatures quite as like I don't think my green decks are gonna like care that much about like low to the ground stompy creatures as much, but still good. This one.
Incubation Sac. Go green for an artifact that enters with 3 oil counters on it. Or tap, remove an oil counter from it. 8/8/3/3. Activate only as a sorcery. Like it.
I like it. Yeah.
I mean, it's very expensive. It's not going to run out of oil. It's a lot of 3/3s.
Yeah, like you it's kind of like a 5 mana 3/3 draw. Like you can think of it kind of like a 5 mana 3/3 draw card, right? But it's also split up.
Like a 4 mana 3/3.
Yeah.
A 4 mana 3/3 draw. 4 mana 3/3.
Yeah.
Legion Angel for 4 mana 3/3s.
Yeah,
it's really good. It's really good.
Yeah, I like this. People were talking about like being low on it during spoiler season, and I was like, I thought it definitely had a home, but like after looking at this, I think this is just good.
I think it is a 5.5, 6.
I'm gonna go with 5.5. It's like not quite like if it wasn't activate only as a sorcery, that might like push it over, but like having to commit on your turn is like.
Or your Legion Angels don't have flash.
Yeah. It's really unfortunate that my Legion Angels have neither flash nor flying.
The flying is.
Tyvar's Stand, also known as Tameo Safekeeping. X green, instant. Target creature you control gets +X/+X and gains hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. So Tameo Safekeeping, except you can't protect anything, only creatures, and you don't get the 2 life, but you can use it as a combat check also.
It's totally different.
Yeah, very different. But
or like Ranger's Guile.
You're like basically always. You're basically like. Well, not always, but like I think more than half the time you're paying X = 0 for this, right?
A lot of the time, yeah.
Yeah.
There's also a Fireball kind of card. It's kind of nice to have.
Yeah. Like that thing that made a 1/1 from Streets of Decapana.
Yeah. So okay, I don't think Tamer's it. It's like I think Ranger's Guile is better.
Okay, sure.
Almost 1 hexproof. Yeah.
The indestructible is relevant,
and I think this is better than Tamer Safekeeping.
Yeah, I agree.
So this is
5.
Well, very good, but it's
4.5. I'm gonna say 4.5. Yeah,
me too. 4.5. And for draft, this is the best version of that effect we've seen, I think.
Like, do you mean best version of protection spell?
Yeah.
I think it's like not that much better than like Snakeskin Veil, but like sorry, I forgot Snakeskin Veil doesn't give indestructible. Yeah, okay, no, yeah, I agree. I agree it's better. I agree it's the best I've seen.
Yeah. Right. Armored Scrap Gorger, 1 and a green for a 0.
Now this is fixing.
Taps to add mana of any color. Whenever it becomes tapped, exile a creature card from the graveyard and put an oil counter on it. And it gets +3/+0 as long as it has 3 or more oil counters on it. Also graveyard hate. Weird.
6.5.
No, it's a mana dork. You can't give it a 6.5. It's a mana dork.
Yeah. Okay, fine. 6. I'm taking this. I'm taking this over literally every common. Like, there's no way I'm not taking this over literally every common.
It is 3/3.
Yes, I'm taking this over the 3/3. This is a 3/3
No,
mana.
I think it is a 3/3.
Oh yeah. This is a 2-mana 3/3 mana dork, basically.
Yeah.
Also randomly hates on the graveyard for some reason.
So what did you say? 6?
I said 6. I initially said 6.5, and then you said like no, that's impossible. Which like yeah.
I'm gonna say 5.5.
Okay.
Very good though.
This is so good. This is why this is like one of the reasons why I want to play multicolor nonsense. It's not a 3/3 on turn 2, but like
that's
you don't
real. Like you play this card and you're like,
you don't need it to be a 3/3 on turn 2.
Of course not.
Yeah. Kangaroo Bloom, 1 in the green, 3/2. Phyrexian Fungus. Neat art. And you can sacrifice it, paying 1 to either destroy an artifact, destroy an enchantment, or proliferate. Pretty good. Just thrashing Brontodon kind of like card.
Yeah, but good stats.
Yeah, like similarly good to like thrashing Brontodon is a 3-mana 3/4, right? This is a 2-mana 3/2. Like very similar in like good stats. It's basically the same ability. It's like still not better than the 5, I don't think.
It's a 5 though.
Yeah, I'm comfortable giving this a 5.
Like,
there's enough like random artifact creatures also that like trades up with that. Nicely.
Infectious Bite. 1 in the green. Instant. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power. The target creature you don't control. Each opponent gets a poison counter. Wow.
I like it.
Upside.
I like it. Very good. 5.5.
Yeah. That seems pretty fair.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. What do we give them -4/-4 proliferate? Is that also 5.5?
I gave that one the 5. I think.
I think this is not as good as that.
Oh no. We both gave that one 5.5. And I agree this one might be slightly worse, yeah. But like, I think it's fair to call. Maybe I'll say 5 actually. Rabbit bites are like slightly whatever.
These cards are conditional.
Yeah.
It doesn't boost anything.
Yeah, 5.
5.
Final answer. Unnatural Restoration. 1 in the green sorcery. Return target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. Proliferate.
Nice.
Solid.
Yeah.
But also like not that exciting. I don't know. It's like worse than Anticipate Proliferate.
Oh, of course.
It's like 4.5? 4? One of those.
Honestly, probably a 4. Like, just so you need to put a thing in your yard first.
Yeah, it needs to be a permanent also.
Yeah. I mean that doesn't naturally go to your yard. 4.
4.
Harold Bonnie. 2 in a green sorcery. Create a 3/3 Phyrexian beast creature with toxic 1. As long as an opponent has 3 or more poison counters, and it's in your graveyard, it has flashback 2 in a green.
Very good.
Yeah, it's better than the artifact that makes these. This one has toxic stuff.
Yeah, this one has toxic. Cheaper. It's like cheaper.
Only 2 of them.
Yeah.
It's really good.
This just makes me want to pump up the artifact.
Maybe they're both 6s or something.
I'm gonna say this one's like a 5.5.
What was the other one?
We also said 5.
We call it. Other one
we also both gave 5.5. Maybe I think.
Huh. I think it's pretty similar power level.
Yeah.
You need to corrupted, but it's cheaper.
Yeah. It's like on rate. Expand the Sphere. 3 in a green sorcery. Look at the top 6 cards of your library. Put up to 2 land cards from among them onto the battlefield tapped, and the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. So like any lands, but like mostly they're basic anyways. If you put fewer than 2 lands onto the battlefield this way, proliferate a number of times equal to the difference. So this is anywhere between ramp twice, ramp once, proliferate, and proliferate twice. And I'm not excited for any of those.
Not.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not I think a ramp strategy is like exactly what you're going for.
1.5.
I'll say 1.
Okay.
Venomous Brutalizer, 2 and 2 green, 2 green for a 4/4 knight. It's Toxic 3. When it enters the battlefield, you may pay 1 in the green if you do proliferate. Good stats.
Good stats, yeah.
I don't know about this proliferate thing.
Well, yeah, but like that's just gravy. Like 4/4 Toxic 3, that's like pretty good. Like there's the common 3 green 4/4 Toxic 3 haste, right? Which like one mana more expensive, but has haste. So like mostly works.
It's cool.
I like it. The proliferate is like good upside. Yeah, I think 4. Yeah. Also to address chat, like you can proliferate twice with expand the sphere and like kill someone from 8 poison counters, but like that takes a lot of work. It doesn't do anything on turn 4, right? Like
4 mana deal 4 to the face wouldn't be good.
Yeah, right. Like you don't generally play a lot of access.
I mean, this has other modes too, but the other modes aren't. I don't know when you would want. Yeah.
Noxious Assault. This is a really weird one. 3 green sorcery. Creatures you control get +2/+2 until end of turn. Whenever a creature blocks this turn, its controller gets a poison counter.
So this is another one of those like, you're going for which one are you going for?
I mean, like I think the
only good when they are close to dying in both ways.
No, not really. I mean, okay, so like. Okay, part of why I think this card is not that good is because the +2/+2, right, is like not that big, and +2/+2, no, not that much evasion, right? But like theoretically, you could have like a board full of toxic creatures, and so you're just like guaranteeing a lot of poison counters, right? Like either they block or they don't block, and either way they like get at least 1 poison counter per creature, right?
For every toxic creature you have.
And it also makes toxic
creatures like every poison creature you have deals the poison.
Yeah, and also it makes the toxic creatures like harder to trade off with, right? It makes all your creatures harder to trade off with.
So really, I think it's mainly a poison card.
Yes.
Not funny.
Yes.
You don't need to be. Yeah.
Is it good? I honestly don't really want to give a grade to this one. I just don't know what I think about it.
We did all the other white cards.
Okay, 3.
I gotta think about it a little more. Because say you have like, 3 toxic creatures is optimistic, and it's like be poison to them. It's not good. It's mostly bad. 2.5. 2. Low confidence, like you said. Silvok Battle Chair. 4 green for equipment. For Mirrodin. Equip creature gets +4/+4 and has trample. Equip 5 and 2 green, so 7. So it is a 6 mana 6/6 with trample. So, it's a Dreadmaw.
Okay. Yeah, it's a Dreadmaw that dies into an equipment.
Like very expensive equipment, but it gets +4/+4 and trample.
Yeah. Why does green get the best equipment? like
that's cool. Yeah.
I don't.
I mean
I don't know if this is actually the best.
If you can cast a 6-mana spell, you can pay the equip cost.
Yeah, and like you don't need to do anything else on the turn that you re-equip it, because like +4/+4 trample is huge.
Yes. I think you play this card actually.
Yeah, I think this is like
best equipment.
Yeah, I think this is like a 4.5 or 5, and I don't know why green has the best equipment. Wait, sorry, is this actually... What are the other equipments that we have? Like, the next best one is like... What? The Flyer? The 3/2... The 4-mana 3/2 Flyer? Oh no, the Uncommon probably. The 2/2 Double Strike, right? This is like... I think this is solidly better than the 2/2 Double Strike.
The 3-mana...
Yeah,
the Uncommon.
Yeah, the Uncommon, the Gold Uncommon.
Oh, I like that card, didn't I?
Yeah, we both gave it 4.5s. I'm gonna give this one a 5.
Oh, I don't think this one's better. I think this one's worse.
Really?
Yeah, 6 mana.
+4/+4 trample is so big.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
What did you say? So what are you doing?
I'm gonna say 4.5.
Fine. We'll compromise. Fine. It's time for the last card.
Paladin of Predation. 5 green, 6/7 with Toxic 6. That sure does a lot of damage. Can't be blocked by creatures with a power 2 or less. Do you want to pay 7 mana for a 6/7 Toxic 6 that like has some evasion? I don't know. I don't really. I think the removal's too good to like do this, but
I would pay 7 mana for a 12/7. Would. Force Claw, but with more power. The thing is, they must block it. They will die if they do not block this creature.
They can take it once.
They already have 4 poison.
Do they already have 4 poison? Do they already have 4 poison?
Do.
You need to make sure they already have 4 poison, otherwise they don't have to block this.
I'm not putting this card in my deck unless they already have 4 poison.
Okay, well, I'm not putting this card in my deck, I think. Well, like, okay.
But I think they have to block it.
Do they?
I don't know. Is there a way to get this trample that's, like, efficient?
There's the Green Skull Bomb. Yeah, 1 and 3.
Like a not horrible win con. I mean, yeah, they can just kill it, but...
They can just kill it. They can just bounce it.
Wait, hold on. There's not... Like, we've seen a lot of removal, but, like, a lot of it is damage-based.
Is it?
And stuff.
No, the red...
thing to kill.
The red stuff is damage-based, right? There's white has a pacifism. White has
black one
the black one is just like you know, exile a creature. If they have 4 poison counters, you have to assume that you have 3, right? Like
oh, I could build a deck where it's more likely for my opponent to have 4 than me to have 3.
Well, yeah. I agree. Yeah. You're a better than average limited player. Your opponent will.
My deck is built for poison.
Well, yeah. But like, you know, like
actually, you know what the problem with this card is? They probably have 8 poison, and it's just overkill.
Yeah. Like it's kind of overkill. Like whatever.
Yeah. I really think you should not think of this as like a 6/7 though. It really is like an
no. I know it's like it's not an Infinity 7. It's a 12/7. It's a 12/7 that's easier to double block though. That's not that relevant because it's pretty hard to double block it.
Double block. You can't block it with creatures with power 2 or less.
Yeah, block with 2 4/4s. Block with 2 4/4 vigilances.
Right.
And like power 2 or less isn't everything.
In the end, I think it's very fringe, but I think you can play it sometimes.
3.
2.5. Wait.
Wait, did you say 2.5? Okay, great. I feel comfortable saying 2.5 then. Yeah, no, 2.5 does make more sense. Okay.
I think I'm done for now.
Okay, yeah.
The rares.
Yeah, I don't care about the rares. Yeah.
We could do some sort of summary data if you want.
Sure. I don't care about the grades, so I don't care about the summary of the grades either. So.
Okay.
I guess I care a bit more about the summary of the grades than the grades because like I think I'm likely to be wrong in like various random directions, and therefore aggregation will like make it more accurate.
Yes.
Hyped to find some battle cards with Atraxa, which is first rare here.
Maybe in standard in a few months. I'm assuming there's the same number of uncommons of each color.
Yes, there's 9 of each color, I believe.
Like a low number. There's 13 of each color.
Or 13? Oh, okay. What was I thinking? Oh, I think there's 9 rares of each color. That's what I was thinking of. I remember 9 of each for something.
Alright, our grades inflated over time.
Unsurprisingly, I like green the most.
Yeah. And you bullied me into doing the same thing. Well, you didn't bully me, but... Oh. overall, looks like blue had the worst uncommons.
Well, I feel like this is not telling the full story, because I feel like blue had like a couple zeros and blue had like a few unplayable things, and then everything else is like 4s and 5s. Kind of.
Yeah, our scale is not really linear.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. I mean, the numbers are different, but I think it's not super meaningful. The colors seem pretty balanced.
Yeah, I still think green is better. I still think blue and green are the best colors, followed by white.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen those uncommons. I do sort of like green a bit more now. I like blue, so blue and green, sure.
Like white is pretty good too.
Also, seeing all the vigilance made me happy, because it means the format won't just be like a ridiculous race scene. At least some real blocking and stuff.
Yeah.
All right, this is fun.
Yeah. Didn't take as long as I thought it might. It's like 6 hours. It's fine.
6 hours.
Still a reasonable time to like have dinner. I'm not like.
So we spent 10 minutes per card. 1 minute per card.
Wait, what? 2 minutes per card. 2 minutes per card. Okay, like we have 180 cards, and
yes.
Yeah.
Took me a while, but yes, 2 minutes per card.
That's a good amount of time. I would have been like really surprised if we had spent 10 minutes per card. That's a long.
That doesn't sound right at all.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll probably like. Yes, I'm going to. There's gonna be a VOD. I'm gonna try to like upload it to YouTube, like probably edit it a bit, make the sound a bit louder, because I don't know how to like adjust audio in OBS that well, but like I can do it. I can fix it in post. Yeah. Thank you everyone for watching. This was fun. Do you want to do rares and mythics? I don't care that much about rares and mythics at all.
Maybe not.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And there's like the rares and mythics are like another 100 cards or something. So like that's a long time. Whatever.
I'll read them when my opponent casts them.
I'm sure you're reading them for like standard and Python.
No, I've read them all already.
Yeah. So yeah, thank you all for watching. You can check out my Discord, or like I also do some limited coaching. You can find Julian stuff at like you're on Twitter at MTG Julian. Yeah. I guess you don't tweet that much.
I'm not a content creator. There's not much content.
Yeah.